Troodon. 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 I present to you the top 10 weirdest looking dinosaurs. I want to state the obvious and tell you that I'm going to be butchering the names of these dinosaurs.
Butchering the names of these dinosaurs.
In at number 8, we have the Troodon. 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 Troodon.
In 1856, the fossilized teeth of a small dinosaur were discovered in Montana. The species was aptly named Troodon, which means wounding teeth.
Troodon. Troodon.
When evolution passed out the stealth gene, Troodons lucked out.
Troodon. Troodon.
This drawer contains almost all of the North American identified specimens of Troodon.
Troodon was every inch the predator, with razor-sharp serrated teeth and large, hook-like claws. Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals. Troodon may have posed a greater threat to mammals than any other predator on Earth. Troodon was suddenly cut down in its prime.
Troodon.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It is so good to see everybody here today. I am excited and kind of been a little bit nervous. Today is a long-awaited day. We're finally having a special Troodon stream. And we're bringing on my old undergrad advisor, Dave Verricchio, who happens to be a world expert on the dinosaur Troodon, so we'll be talking to him all about that remarkable critter in 1 hour here.
Troodon.
First off, we're going to be talking about Troodon. We'll take a look at an old documentary about Troodon and, just trying to kind of get a good sense for what that critter is all about. give you some background information. And we'll have Dave on here for a live interview. So, pretty excited about that. This is going to be one of, well, our first paleontologist interview of the year. Hoping to do about one a week for all of 2025. So I'm excited. If it's anybody's very first time here, then allow me to introduce myself real quick and immediately get interrupted by a cat. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. So sometimes I'm here in my office in the San Francisco Bay Area, being eclipsed by carnivorous mammals like this. And sometimes I'm out in the field digging up dinosaurs live. Oh, come on, sweetie pie. What are you doing? The whole point of these broadcasts is science outreach. Trying to share my science and the science of my colleagues with the world at large. Heaven knows we need more science outreach nowadays, as the forces of anti-science become ever more prevalent and more powerful. It's important for scientists to be able to share their work, to be able to talk to regular folks about it, to be able to get people jazzed about science, to see why scientific inquiry is so important. The history of life on Earth is this, incredible story that has relevance to your everyday life. I'm here to share that with you to the best of my ability. Dinosaurs are what I happen to study. Dinosaurs are what I publish on in the scientific literature. Dinosaurs are what I dig up during the summers. I've been lucky enough to be able to stream that for the past 3 summers now. Looking forward to doing that again. But when I'm not in the field, here in the office, answering your questions, going over new scientific papers, trying to clear up misperceptions that people might have about dinosaurs, about extinction, evolution, the fossil record, the history of life on Earth. Interviewing other paleontologists like I'm doing today, and just overall trying to give you an inside peek into how fossil science works. Hence the name Paleontologizing. It's like taking paleontology and making it a verb. Because it is an ongoing process, something that's always changing, always evolving, ever advancing, due to the hard work of paleontologists, volunteers, interested amateurs, technicians, science writers, all kinds of people contribute to the progress of paleontology. I'm here to walk you through that, show you how it works. So welcome to Paleontologizing. Now, Sweetie Pie here is demanding her, demanding some pay in the form of treats, so we'll deliver that to her.
I don't know what dinosaurs is all about until these boys come.
And holy cow, Lordy.
Paleo sweetie pie, paleo sweetie pie.
Thank you for the 56 months of support, Lordy. Holy cow. That's a lot of months. Thank you for keeping me here online with that. I really appreciate it. And you know what? I think Sweetie Pie appreciates it too. Don't you, Sweetie Pie? Yeah. This is my full-time job, believe it or not. This is how I make my living. Sometimes, as a scientist nowadays, you gotta find interesting ways to make ends meet, and I've been tremendously lucky to be able to carve out a niche for myself here on Twitch, to do science outreach full-time, to get paid for it. So this is how I pay the bills. Doing science outreach full-time. This is how I fund my research, my fieldwork, and this is how I do outreach. Getting 3 birds stoned at once, so to speak. So anyway, Sweetie Pie, let's get you some treats. You like that idea? All right, let's make it happen. Yeah. And hello, Dr. Irrefutable, Racodactylus, Lenina, Upstairs Down, Neil, Germs Germ. How's everybody doing today? I'm so glad to see you. We're going to be getting into our Troodon stuff in just a minute here. First, we got to make sure that Sweetie Pie is sated. She's one of my landlords here. So I'm not trying to disturb you while you're eating. Yeah. Gotta make sure that, She's happy with me. Holy cow. Yeah. How you pay for all those adventuring shirts? This was in a pack that I got. These were like 5 for $10 devolved. Military surplus, baby. You get some good stuff for real cheap. But, yeah. Yeah, this is Italian military surplus. I buy a lot of military surplus shirts in particular. And a lot of my field gear is military surplus. Oh, yeah. I believe we had a Ko-Fi donation right there. Thank you, upstairs down. My goodness. Pay for 3D printer stuff or kitty treats. I really appreciate that, upstairs down. Thank you. It'll also help pay for our honorarium today for our guest, Dr. David J. Varicchio. I've been saving up so that I can offer every paleontologizing guest, every fellow paleontologist that I want to interview here, I can offer them $50 as an honorarium for appearing here on the show, and I've already sent Dave a gift card for that. This helps me recoup some of that cost, so thank you, upstairs down. I appreciate it. Yeah. I believe pretty strongly that scientists, we ought to get paid for when we do media appearances, you know? Lots of other people get paid for that. You know? Politicians, pundits, kinds of those folks. Scientists should get paid too.
The most dangerous dinosaur around.
And thank you, Mommy Does, for the 33 months of support. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Here, that reminds me. I should send Jim a quick email. Yeah. Here we go. About my interview with Varicchio. Because Jim actually had some questions about a recent stratigraphy paper. Just in case you wanted
Troodon.
to see it
If
live.
you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Yeah, ask some questions. Thank you, Golganak. I appreciate those 100 bits. Good stuff. Twitch.tv/Paleontologizing. Sure I spelled it right. There we go. Good stuff. Excellent. Yeah, stratigraphy related to Troodon? Yes, indeed, Jody Fish. Yes, indeed. There was a recent paper just came out a few days ago. Jim actually sent me a copy of it. So yeah, and Sporky said, did someone say Troodon? I believe you just did, Sporky. And thank you, Lenina, for gifting Tabs Kang. I appreciate that very much.
They have given
Good
379 gift
stuff.
subs in the channel.
As you can see, our background today is full of all kinds of Troodontid goodness, along with things related to Troodon. Be they Maiasaura, or emus, or various figures from Troodontid publications here. We've got a 3D printed skull of Zanabazar. This is a Troodontid from Mongolia, previously known as Sinornithoides Jr. It's recently been renamed Zanabazar Jr., different genus. And then we've got a giant Troodontid tooth right here too. This is not life-sized. In real life, they're about this big. But thanks to the magic of 3D printing, we can embiggen it significantly. So look how enlarged that is. We'll be talking about those denticles, these serrations on the teeth. They've been the subject of much discussion as pertains Troodontid diet. But yeah, anyway. Without further ado, let's start off. We've got 45 minutes until I'm bringing Dave on here through Zoom. let's pull up that old Paleo World documentary about Troodon. Here we go. It's a classic, and it'll provide you some background on this animal. If you want to ask Dave some questions, this might help you out with that. There we go. And let's start it off.
It terrorized the night, not by strength, but by cunning.
So dramatic.
It was the smartest dinosaur that ever lived. This spark of intelligence was snuffed out 65 million years ago. But had it continued to bloom, this remarkable creature might have inherited the Earth.
Alright, all rise for the Paleo World theme song. Remove your hats, please, with a gesture of respect. Feel free to give a salute. You've got the emote for it. This show was the coolest thing in the world when I was a kid.
These strange outcrops mark the site of the Lance Formation in eastern Wyoming, one of the most fertile dinosaur fields on Earth. For over a century,
Gamer
fossil
Tragic, how you
hunters
doing?
have found treasure here. The colossal bones of duck-billed dinosaurs and the infamous Tyrannosaurus rex. In 1993, paleontologist Craig Durstler of the University of New Orleans began exploring an area of rugged gullies and deep gulches he would name Dragon's Grave. The site has lived up to its name.
The dinosaurs in this formation are just very abundant compared to most places. The dinosaurs, of course, all date from the very latest part of the Cretaceous, and the top of the Lance Formation corresponds to the extinction of dinosaurs. So, of course, if you go up...
I wonder if that's still held to be true, if we actually have the KPG at the top of the Lance, because I've been told by some people that might not be the case. Yeah. And Jody Fish says, is he from Boston? Who, Dave? Dave, I think, actually is from, I don't know if from Boston proper, but I think he's from the East Coast. I want to say he's from Massachusetts. You can ask him. Craig Durstler is, I guess he worked in New Orleans. But, anywho, yeah. And Crimson Carnotaurus wants to know, aren't the Troodon from the Lance Formation and others of that time reclassified as a different genus? That's kind of a matter of contention. Yeah, our Hell Creek Troodontid has been sometimes called Pectinodon. Pectinodon bakkeri, in fact. There we go. But it's a tooth taxon. So, like Troodon was originally described from just a tooth, I think Pectinodon was also based on a tooth or teeth, or maybe a jaw. So this is kind of if you find troodontid stuff in the Hell Creek, usually it gets referred to Pectinodon. But our understanding of troodontids, especially in North America, is still kind of spotty. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
Dinosaurs left.
The sandstone in Dragon's Grave was laid down 67 million years ago, just 2 million years before the dinosaurs went
Now
extinct.
we know it's just 1 million years. 1 million years.
Durstler and his team are reconstructing the final moments of this great dynasty. The presence of hadrosaur, or duck-bill bones, came as no surprise.
Well, we'll be answering those questions, Salamander and Carnotaurus.
Tiny fossils of an extremely rare dinosaur came to light. The discovery captured the attention of paleontologist Dale Russell at North Carolina State University. A specialist in dinosaur intelligence, Russell has tracked an elusive prey for nearly 3 decades. Dragon's Grave would provide happy hunting grounds.
Look at that. There's a
Everybody's got a different fit in the field.
Gosh.
And Dale Russell's is pretty distinct.
Antlers and hadrosaur.
Not at all. Not at all. It was one of the things I wanted to show you was some of the other special stuff we've been getting. It's 99% hadrosaur, but the other stuff, 1%, is great. Okay, here's the sorts of things that are in that 1%.
Look at that.
You see that?
Ooh, wow. Boy, that's definitely juvenile. Definitely Troodon. That's nice.
Troodon, a fossil hunter's prize. Durstler's collection of tiny Troodon juveniles, including fragments of their eggshells and minute baby teeth, is an exceptional find.
Again, look at how small those teeth are right there.
And minute baby teeth.
Look at those. So that's a dime right here. A dime is our 10-cent piece in the United States, and it's about this big. So these teeth are just a few millimeters long. Super, super tiny. But you can even see here, you could see the size of those denticles on them. Look at those serrations. Look how big they are compared to the overall size of the tooth. Very interesting. What are those for?
Teeth,
you know?
Is an exceptional find. In 1856, the fossilized teeth of a small dinosaur were discovered in Montana.
I think it was a single tooth that was actually named Troodon. That specimen is now in Philadelphia.
The species was aptly named Troodon, which means wounding teeth. Few related fossils were ever found, and for more than a century, Troodon sparked little interest among dinosaur experts.
So the taxonomic history of Troodon is one of the most complex and sometimes confusing of just about any dinosaur. It's really, really crazy. When Troodon was first described by Joseph Leidy in 1856, America's first paleontologist, he thought it was a lizard. All he had was a tooth, and he's like, wow, it looks kind of like a lizard tooth. So he thought Troodon was a lizard, and he gave it the name a wounding tooth. Later on, there would be more troodontid teeth found, and some people argued that, shoot, these look like dinosaur teeth. There's a general consensus that grew that these teeth, with these big denticles like this, actually belonged to a dinosaur. I think people like Edward Drinker Cope argued for that very early on, one of the students of Joseph Leidy. Well, not really a student of Joseph Leidy, but, you know, a successor to Joseph Leidy, in a sense. And then later, similar teeth were found in the jaw of a pachycephalosaur dinosaur. So troodontids, that became the name for pachycephalosaurs until we found more material from pachycephalosaurs and it became clear that these are dome-headed dinosaurs. And then after that, you have Stenonychosaurus discovered, and that was named as a new kind of dinosaur, and then somebody realized the teeth in that matched Troodon, and the teeth of Troodon don't actually match pachycephalosaurs, and so then they were called Stenonychosaurs for a while, like you see in this book over here. I love this as kind of a time capsule for the history of dinosaur science. David Norman's Dinosaur Encyclopedia. We get this out and look at it all the time. But let's see. Let me find you our Stenonychosaurs. There we go. Or Sauronithoidids, excuse me. Like Sauronithoides. So, one species of which has just been renamed Xanabazar a few years ago. Anyway, the point is that the taxonomy, the classification of these critters is it's a complex history. It's confusing. There's a lot going on. And that continues to this day. Some people want to get rid of the name Troodon, and some people want to preserve it. So we'll be talking to Dave about that a little bit later. But yeah. And Troodon is a non-avian dinosaur, little pig pony. It's very closely related to birds, but it's not a bird itself, even though it had feathers. likely had feathers. Its relatives definitely had feathers.
All that would change
Once in
when
China.
Dale Russell came upon the skull cap of a Troodon in a museum collection. The more he studied the fossil, the more it amazed him.
That might be true, yeah.
I sat and I turned
Mongolians,
that
maybe.
skull back and forward in my hands for probably 5 minutes. And then my heartbeat started going up. And I realized that I was seeing something that nobody'd noticed before.
Most dinosaurs' brains did not fill their brain cavities, but the Troodon brain was so large, it left impressions on the inside of the skull.
That sounds like an oversimplification. I don't know. We'll see if Dave has something to say about that, too.
Troodon was every inch the predator, with razor-sharp serrated teeth and large, hook-like claws.
Maybe not every inch the predator, too, because there have been arguments that troodontids may have been omnivorous. So every inch the predator might not hold out to be true. That it might turn out that these guys ate meat and plants. It's pretty certain that they definitely ate some proportion of meat. So meat held a significant portion of their diet, but made up a significant portion of their diet, rather. But maybe they ate plants too? Especially when you look at their hind limbs. Their hind limbs don't really look like the hind limbs of a rough and tumble predator. We'll talk to Dave about that also.
Unique among the dinosaurs, Troodon had an opposable finger that gave it a firm grasp on its prey.
I also wonder about that, whether that thumb was really opposable.
Troodon belonged to a family of dinosaurs called the theropods, all bipedal predators, like Tyrannosaurus rex.
And now we know not all of them are predators either. A lot has happened since this documentary came out in what? The late 90s or early 2000s? Somebody look up when this episode of Paleo World premiered. The title is Troodon, Dinosaur Genius. And Crimson Carnothoris, we were just talking about the taxonomic history of Troodon today and how confusing it's been. Yeah.
But with a skull just 7 inches long, Troodon would have been dwarfed by its giant cousin. Consider their vital statistics. Troodon, 5 feet tall, under 100 pounds. Tyrannosaurus rex, nearly 40 feet tall, over 6 tons.
1995. Thank you, Jody Fish.
They are so interesting because they are so highly evolved, so uncommon, so difficult to find, and so anatomically interesting. This dinosaur may be small, but its significance is very large.
No longer an evolutionary footnote, Troodon may rewrite the book on dinosaur intelligence. What Dale Russell discovered, etched in an ancient skull cap, would challenge conventional wisdom.
I didn't know what dinosaurs was all about until these boys come.
Executive Storm.
6-ton chickens.
Well, because those 6-ton theropods are gone, because of that extinction event, we were able to evolve. So it's unfortunately an either-or there, it seems. We're very lucky that there aren't any more 6-ton theropods running around, or else we never would have evolved, but they are super cool. At least we have their fossils that we can study. Executive Storm, thank you so much for the 53 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for keeping me here on the air for that long. It's a long time.
It was long assumed that all dinosaurs were slow-witted. The logic was simple. Huge body, tiny brain.
Oh, by the way, that's the skull of Dippy, the Diplodocus right there. And, of course, I have to do this because it's sitting right here in my office. Yeah. Here we go. There's Dippy right here. Here's my 3D print of Dippy. They must have put a light inside the skull in order to get the lighting just right there. That's really interesting. But yeah. Good stuff.
Case in point, a 3-ton monster like Stegosaurus had a brain that weighed about 2 ounces. Troodon was about 40 times smaller than Stegosaurus, yet its brain actually weighed more. In fact, when compared to its body size, Troodon's brain was about 6 times larger than that of most dinosaurs. When the ratio of brain to body size is plotted on a curve, it shows a steady rise that begins with primitive life forms and culminates with
primitive life forms. Oh, the weasel words here. Out of all of the Paleo World episodes, this one may have aged the least gracefully. Primitive life forms, and they put a Tyrannosaurus there. Like, by definition, the most advanced of the Tyrannosaurs, because it's the last of the Tyrannosaurs. And then they've got a little shrew-like mammal right here. Oh, it's more developed than Tyrannosaurus? I think this might be supposed to be Morgan-Eucodon, which is from, what, the earliest Jurassic? Whatever. Tyrannosaurus is a lot later in time. And if you're going to make an argument about more evolved, well, shoot, a critter that's later in time, that lineage has been evolving for longer, so if you have to use a phrase like more evolved, it would refer to a later animal, you know?
human beings.
Anyway.
Troodon placed higher on the curve than any other dinosaur. It also outranked the early mammals, our own ancestors. So much for the notion that dinosaur brains had reached an evolutionary dead end.
It was the first time that we realized that some dinosaurs had brains or were unusually large for reptiles, and that these creatures, the dinosaurs, were not a static group. They were evolving, and they were evolving towards higher levels of behavioral complexity.
I wish we had time to talk about this concept of orthogenesis. Maybe we can ask Dave about it. Wish I'd thought of this earlier. But this is something that I actually, discussed a lot in some of his classes back when I took classes from Dave Verricchio during my undergrad at Montana State. Yeah, this idea that like evolution kind of proceeds in more or less a straight line. Well, no, that's not quite orthogenesis. Orthogenesis is more that there's like an end goal in mind and creatures are kind of striving toward that. It's a very like hindsight oriented view of evolution. It's the idea that there's some goal that they're trying to reach. And sometimes it's a very human-centric view. It's like, well, of course everything wants to evolve to look like us because we're the best, right? Yeah. Anywho, an end point. Yeah, as if they're seeking some sort of end point. And that's not how evolution works at all. Evolution is just creatures adapt to their environment from generation to generation. Each generation is a little bit different from their parents. And the ones who are best adapted, the individuals who are best adapted to changing circumstances, those are the ones that survive. So they might evolve in a certain direction or in another direction, depending on whatever the circumstance is at that moment, at that point in time. Conditions change, and fitness changes too. Species evolve to become ever better adapted to their environments, but those environments are always changing. So what is best adapted? That changes too.
Half-plucked turkey and walks like a pot-bellied bear.
Dino Wolf, thank you for the 19 months of support. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Dino Wolf. Excellent. Yeah, let's continue here.
Dale Russell also detected one other feature on the inner surface of the Troodon skull. The brain that left its mark there showed the beginnings of folding. The more complex a brain, the more folded its surface, as epitomized in human beings. the complexity of Troodon's brain was approaching that of some modern birds and mammals.
Shane and Jackie Adventure says, I imagine we could say that for all types of life. Absolutely. Everything is just, as things evolve, they're becoming better adapted to their environments. But as those environments change, they need to adapt to those changes too, you know? So there is no kind of perfect ideal. It's just, you're well adapted to your environment and you survive. That environment changes, you better hope your offspring have got some mutations that make them well suited to those changes, you know? Yeah.
What did a small predator do with all that brain power? It processed information from its highly developed senses, especially vision. With eyes that faced forward,
And there you go, Charlie's Dragon.
Troodon had more refined depth perception than other dinosaurs. The ability to see in 3 dimensions was critical when leaping at fast-moving prey, like small mammals.
And Jesse Benitez says it looks so grumpy, our Troodon right there. It really does, doesn't it? This is kind of like an emaciated view of Troodon. It's so... I don't like the phrase shrink wrapping, but it does kind of look shrink wrapped. Again, if you want a more modern view of what Troodon would have looked like, something more like this. We know they had feathers nowadays. Like, we've got strong evidence that different Troodontids had feathers. All the ones that are well preserved enough to have their external integument preserved have feathers. So we kind of assume that Troodontids in general were covered with feathers like this. So yeah, Troodon would have looked a lot more like this, right here. Much more birdy, because these guys are very closely related to birds. Anywho, good stuff.
With eyes that faced forward,
I know, isn't that it's a beautiful picture there, science
perception than other dinosaurs.
And Menacist, hey, welcome to Paleontologizing.
3 dimensions was
good to have you here.
When leaping at fast-moving prey, like small mammals. Troodon's eyes were also very large, an indication it was probably a creature of the night. 70 million years
I didn't have time to finish the 3D model, but well, no.
was perhaps better equipped than any other dinosaur to stalk the dark.
Again, it's interesting here. In this documentary, they kind of had or rather for this episode of Paleo World, this is an ongoing series. They made, I don't know how many episodes. I want to say like 50 or 60 over the run of the whole series. They had an angle that they were going for here. Like, you know, what's our angle on this? Oh, Troodon. Smartest of the dinosaurs. Hunter of mammals. Ran around at night. Would have maybe caused the extinction of mammals and would have evolved into a human-like form if it hadn't been for that asteroid. That's kind of their overall narrative for this. And it's pretty speculative. But it is based on the work of Dale Russell, and we'll be talking about that with Dave, too, in a little bit.
And small stature. It could have crept into places.
That gives the history of life its very quirky, fortuitous, chancy character. We are literally here only because of the good fortune of dinosaur extinction.
Hey, Danny.
And I'm literally here because of the generosity of K Crew K and their ongoing support. Thank you for the Prime there. Thank you for the 7 months of support. It's because of viewers like you that I can continue to do this. So thanks for supporting this channel. I really appreciate it.
Thick with underbrush, where giant killers like T-Rex could hardly venture. Here, small prey scurried, and Troodon was king.
We'll wing it there, Lenina, I
bit by
think.
bit.
Yeah.
Craig Durstler and his team are
I've already got a
reconstructing the
whole list of
life and
questions for
times
Dave.
of some of the last
Thank you,
dinosaurs
Lenina.
to walk the earth. For Dale Russell, Dragon's Grave provides the first detailed information on Troodon's habitat. Its food.
Anyway, the critter that's here in the Hell Creek Formation, we would probably no longer call Troodon. True Troodon. No, I didn't stutter. True Troodon is from the Two Medicine Formation of Montana. And maybe from elsewhere, too. We'll talk to Dave about that. But we'll fast forward a little bit. There we go. Because I want to make sure that we've got enough time.
If you look for an analogy in
Krabby Liz, thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
in terms of not just what they ate, but in terms of their functional abilities, in terms of their intelligence and so on. The best analog that we can find are coyotes. And that's one reason why Troodons are sometimes referred to as coyote dinosaurs.
And I think this analogy really makes a lot of sense. We've got, in most of the environments where we have Troodon, or Troodontids rather, we've also got dromaeosaurs. One of my favorite streamers. Well, Krabby Liz, I'm glad you're here. Can I ask who that was who sent you? I don't mean to pry. You don't have to share. But I'd love to know. Welcome to the channel. Let's see. Let's think about what would be a good formation to look at? Maybe the Hell Creek. The Cararaptor is a dromaeosaur from the Hell Creek. It's a lot like Velociraptor. Oftentimes, in a given environment where we've got troodontid dinosaurs, we also have dromaeosaurs. The dromaeosaurs tend to be a little bit larger, maybe? Or if not larger, they're at least more powerfully built. They're probably eating larger prey than the troodontids are. So, if this guy, a Cararaptor, if you think of it as a wolf, then Pectinodon, or troodontid, is more like a coyote. It's more lightly built. It's probably not as big. Maybe tackling smaller prey. Maybe it's eating plants every once in a while. I don't think coyotes eat very many plants, but they probably eat more than wolves do. So that might be a good analogy here. If troodontids are coyotes, then dromaeosaurs are wolves. And so I like this analogy.
For an analogy in terms of not just what they ate, but in terms of their
or a fox, maybe summer days,
their intelligence and so on. The best analog that we can find are coyotes, and that's one reason why Troodons are sometimes referred to as coyote dinosaurs. They're cunning, they're quick, they solve problems rapidly, they modify their behavior at the drop of a hat. It seems reasonable to push that for Troodons as well, because in this environment, in this late Cretaceous southern Louisiana here that we have here in Wyoming, you have Troodons as small, nimble, and the most intelligent creatures in the area.
Like a two-legged
good analogy, I think.
Troodon flourished in the rich environment that was Dragon's Grave.
The natural.
Duster's asking about Allosaurus. We also have Allosaurus europaeus from, I believe, Portugal and maybe Spain. And then we've got Allosaurus-like dinosaurs from Tanzania and East Africa, too. I don't know if they're referred to as Allosaurus. They might be. But anyway, if it's not Allosaurus proper, we've got very Allosaurus-like dinosaurs from other parts of the world as well. And Hugin, we'll be talking about the taxonomic status of Troodon in a bit. Whether that name is still good or whether it's not. Should we keep it? It's a matter of contention. And one of the key players in that is somebody we're interviewing in just a little bit. So stay tuned. It'll be like 20 minutes from now.
Natural levee that the Troodons apparently were living on when they got incorporated into the bone bed was certainly one of those supermarket or grocery store environments with all the plants, with all the insects that were there, certainly all the small animals that were available, certainly the duckbill, or possibly the duckbill carcasses as well. It was just a great place to live. It was a great place, certainly, to raise young as well. Because of the slight elevation on the natural levees, it was also a great place for mothers to watch out for danger when they were taking care of the young.
Troodon mothers may have laid their eggs near the banks of the levee, where the carcasses of duckbills piled up.
Can you call it a levee if it's not man-made? Are there natural levees? I don't know enough about geohydrology to say whether or not levees are a thing in nature.
Way, Troodon young would have hatched.
Good restaurants, great schools, says Steely Dan, yeah. This is all speculative here, but it makes sense. Well, look at this guy looks so excited right here. Look at him. Oh boy, that hadrosaur. Oh, I'm gonna eat good tonight.
The adult Troodon probably fed on a variety of fare, plants, insects, and our ancestors,
cool.
The early mammals.
Troodon.
During the Cretaceous period,
welcome.
Mammals were small insect eaters whose sole refuge was the night. Most large killer dinosaurs had poor night vision. Then,
did they though?
Troodon arrived on the scene.
We actually have some reason to think that tyrannosaurs may have had excellent night vision. So, again, this story's probably not as clear and neat and tidy as they're making it out to be here.
Little escaped its acute eyesight, its nimble, grasping hands. The mammals had nowhere to hide. Master of the dark, Troodon may have posed a greater threat to mammals than any other predator on Earth.
Maybe. That's the story here.
The coyote dinosaur
it's a fun story.
Might eventually have slowed the evolution of mammals to a dead stop.
What? I mean, you can slow the evolution of a group of critters if you drive them into extinction. Is that what they mean? That like, oh, Troodon left to its own devices may have driven mammals into extinction. We don't have evidence of this. Like, it's wildly speculative. It's a fun speculation. But science is all about testing. How do you test those ideas, you know? Yeah.
We will never know. For Troodon was suddenly cut down in its prime.
Yeah, Traboom.
This dinosaurian community, in its flush of youth, was also a final expression of the beauty of the dinosaurian world.
And there you go, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Be increased selective pressure.
Represented by this locality, a great extinction swept the surface of the Earth.
Scientists have yet to solve the mystery of the dinosaur's demise. Asteroids, volcanoes, or viruses may be to blame. Only the outcome is clear. By 65 million years ago, the dinosaurs were gone.
66 million years ago. Well, yeah, by 65, they'd been gone for 1 million years. But yeah.
But the story of Troodon does not end here at Dragon's Grave. It launches us into the future, from the dinosaur age to the space age.
Is the space age in the past now? I feel like it is. I feel like that was the 60s and 70s.
The extinction of the dinosaurs ushered in a new era in Earth history, the age of the mammals.
Fair.
The descendants of Troodon's tiny prey now rule the planet. But was the rise of our kind predestined? Or could the evolution of life have taken a different course?
What would have happened if the massive...
Well, no, it wasn't predestined. That's the thing. It's that saying that, oh, Troodon would have evolved into a humanoid form. That is almost taking this predestination kind of orthogenetic viewpoint. This is frustrating, and I'm glad we've got time to talk about
extinction hadn't occurred. Mammals had been suppressed or limited to the small body size all through the Mesozoic. Now we have these small theropods moving in, certainly competing with mammals, certainly or almost certainly preying on the mammals that were comfortable for a period of time. If the extinction hadn't occurred, you can project this one step farther. Perhaps these small theropods would have completely push the small mammals aside, at the very least, they would have kept them from ever getting large.
Yeah, there you go, Trek nerd, yeah. Sometimes I feel like some people would be a lot better behaved, more humble, less haughty, if we had more animals running around today that actively preyed upon us, you know? Maybe we need that as a species, you know? Humble us a little bit.
Natural selection had favored Troodon's acute vision, its grasping hands, and keen intelligence. What if it had continued evolving?
So this is the famous dinosauroid thought experiment, come up with by Dale Russell. This is there's Dale Russell right there in this framed photo, with a Troodon model and a model of the dinosauroid.
Dale Russell would answer that question by projecting Troodon into a hypothetical future where dinosaurs had never gone extinct. He was prompted by a group of scientists interested in the evolution of
And there you
life.
go, Charlie's Dragon. I agree.
But not on Earth.
And Steely Dan, that's on my list of questions for Dave, so we'll see if we get to that.
Experts at NASA were looking into a research project based on a bold proposition that life might exist elsewhere in the universe. They asked Russell to calculate the odds that it might be intelligent. Russell reviewed brain-to-body ratios as they evolved through time. Before the extinction of the dinosaurs, mammals and Troodon had similar body-brain proportions. In theory, both had equal chances of becoming more highly evolved. 65 million years ago.
And again, more highly evolved. It's such a human-centric view of things. I think that's part of why I kind of recoil at this idea. You know, dinosaurs had been evolving for like 170 million years at this point. They'd been around on Earth for 170 million years at this point. And they don't seem to be actively moving toward a humanoid kind of appearance or morphology or even ecology or anything like that. You could maybe squint at troodontids and maybe make an argument that, like, shoot, out of all of the dinosaurs, maybe they're kind of the ones that are, in some strained way, the most human-like. But it really feels like a stretch. It really feels like a stretch. So I don't know, it seems like that dinosaur body plan had been working well for a really long time, you know? You look at a dinosaur like Eoraptor, one of the earliest dinosaurs that we have, and just, here, take a mental snapshot of that right there. Running on two legs, got a tail held out back for balance. It's got two arms held off the ground, may have been able to grasp with those arms. It's got a mouthful of sharp teeth. And then this guy. I mean, if anything, they're becoming more bird-like. But still, long tail held out for balance, running on two legs, claws on the hands, possibly grasping hands, mouthful of sharp teeth. It's just a continuation on a theme. To say that this is significantly more humanoid, or that, like, it was destined to become ever more humanoid, I don't buy it. But I don't know. Dave might have an interesting take on this.
Troodon was full of potential. Given another eon or two, it might have looked like this.
Oh boy. It's fun, at least. It's a fun thing to think about.
Hypothetical creature, humanoid in form, reptilian in biology. Hands like ours.
It's me, says Hunter Do It.
Skin
Does
like
not
a
look like
snake's.
you. I've met you in person, Hunter. You don't look
Brain
like that.
like ours. Eyes of a dinosaur. A dinosauroid mother would have given live birth, as do some species of snakes and lizards today.
That looks pretty green to me, Dr. Irrefutable.
But with no mammary glands, she would have regurgitated solid food for her baby.
Why live birth? Where did that come from?
Created the dinosauroid by calculating how Troodon's skeleton would have changed if its brain had grown to the relative size of our own.
It does kind of look like a Muppet here. I kind of love it. Yeah, I don't know if Troodontids actually have eye sockets that are this big, too. So this right here, you might think that, oh, we found a complete skull of Troodon, and we know what it looked like. We don't have an 100% complete skull of Troodon, not to my knowledge. And the decent pieces that we have don't quite make it look like this. This is a reconstruction based on kind of fragmentary material. Some of the best Troodontid skulls in the world are from Mongolia, and they tend to look more like this. They do have a really big eye socket. See, these guys did have really big eyes, but they're not this big, probably. It seems exaggerated to me.
Troodon.
Almost like it almost looks anthropomorphized, you know? Yeah.
The eyes are focused more directly toward the front than they are in the dinosaur, so it probably would have had stereoscopic vision, as we happen to. The face is shortened. It has hands which it uses as tools and feeding devices rather than a jaw. The backbone is vertical, the pelvis is rotated beneath it, and it is our feeling, especially in view of the tremendous success of our own species and the bioengineering that it represents, which is the wisdom of millions of years, derived from a creature, incidentally, which is like a shrew and four-legged. We feel that this is a expectable, viable body form in our thought experiment, and it's actually a creature that departed from an ancestor which was bipedal, had a hand that had an opposable finger in it, had partly stereoscopic vision, and indeed the dinosaur looks more like us than our own ancestors did.
Yes. I mean, our understanding of evolution is that it's in some ways, a largely random kind of process. Not random, it is directed via natural selection, and to a certain extent other forms of selection too, like sexual selection. But it's based on external factors. That's what kind of randomizes it. It's not purely random. It is directional, but those directions are super arbitrary, based on whatever the external conditions are. So the idea that something like Troodon, if allowed to continue to evolve for another 66 million years, would have evolved to look something like this, I don't see any reason to think that that's the case. It would be kind of like, just come up with this analogy right now. Played a game of Plinko, like this, where you drop a game piece into here like this. That's kind of like evolution in a sense, where even if you're starting off in the same place, there's so many different things that can happen to you, to your lineage, that'll make you go in different directions. So it's like saying, oh, well, this green one up here is going to end up over here, and this red one is also going to end up in the same place. That's not how evolution works. And that's not how Plinko boards work. I hope that's a good analogy. I don't know. Anyway, let's finish this up.
And indeed, the dinosaur looks more like us than our own ancestors did.
Had the dinosaurs survived, a creature like this might have built great cities, created works of art, and gazed at the stars, questioning the meaning of it all. A spark of what we define as human consciousness may have smoldered in a small dinosaur 70 million years ago. fate of Troodon carries a message for our kind. But for a fluke of evolution, we might not be here.
Oh boy.
Scientists with emerald skin would study the bones of ancient mammals, wondering what they might have become.
Yeah. Interesting stuff, you know? Troodon. It's a dinosaur that's, I think, kind of sparked an outsized amount of discussion, research, and controversy. So with that said, it's time to bring on Dave Verricchio here. Let me go ahead and get Zoom fired up. And let's bring him on. Join with computer audio here. Bring my camera over right there. Elgato face cam. There we go. Thank you, Duster 333 for subscribing. Holy cow, I appreciate it.
Protect our fossils.
I appreciate it very much.
If they're removed, America loses them forever.
Please select another video camera in settings. Oh, this is what I want to do. So, start virtual camera. And
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
thank you, Sculpin, for the 100 bits there. I appreciate it. OBS virtual camera. There we go. Excellent. Okay, here we go. Let's see, participants. And let me check my email real quick. Should be there at 3. Excellent. Cool. Well, Dave said he's got a sick kid at home, unfortunately, so he might be a couple minutes late. He was running some errands earlier. Yeah. Yeah. And what's the skull on the wall, asked Duster. I can show you this real quick if you'd like to see it, but this is another Troodontid, so a member of the same family as Troodon. This critter is called Zanabazar. This is why I have 3D prints and not real models. Right here. Zanabazar Jr. It's from Mongolia, and it's, as I understand it, pretty large for a Troodontid skull. It's missing a significant portion of it right here. Missing the jugals and the lacrum, all this stuff right here, but still fairly complete. I think this is one of the most complete Troodontid skulls. Complete non-juvenile Troodontid skulls ever found. It's pretty lovely. Yeah. Zanabazar. I'll give you a link to that. The Wikipedia page for it in a minute here. And there's our Troodontid tooth. There too. Zanabazar Jr. There we go. Oh, and Charlie's Dragon, you already got it. Thank you. But yeah, I wonder where this guy falls out phylogenetically. It is one of the largest troodontids that we have. So right next to Sauronithoides, which makes sense, and then sister taxon to Troodon. Interesting. Very cool. Where's Xenopazar Senior at? Good question. Menacist. Yeah, so originally, Xenopazar Jr. was considered a species of Sauronithoides. This is one of the 2 dinosaurs that were named in the same publication as Velociraptor in November of 1924. You had Velociraptor, Sauronithoides, yeah, and an Oviraptor named in the same publication. Anywho, yeah. Yeah, and let me make sure I'm keeping an eye over here. There we go. Okay, it looks like we've got Dave here. Admit. See if we can bring him on. Hey there, Dave. Can you hear me? It's good to see you. How are things? No worries. I'm really glad you could be here today. Thank you again for agreeing to this. Let me first ask everybody in chat, can you hear me and can you hear Dave right now? Can't hear him, says. Okay, so let's get a... got to add a new source to OBS real quick. Hang on, Dave. Sorry about that. Audio output capture. Zoom audio. Okay. And that should be... Let's see. Should be right there. Excellent. Can you hear us now, chat? Dave, can you say something?
Good day. How you doing? I like the
right.
library.
Excellent. Yeah, we're good. We're good. What's that, Dave?
I said I like the library. That's all.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. Yeah, this is my office here. And then I also have, here, I was telling you about this via email, the big troodontid tooth.
Yeah. That's really cool. It's ginormous. Yeah.
I know, right? And I could probably print it even bigger than this, but yeah,
but that's cool just to show the tentacles.
I know,
I
right?
like
Yeah. Yeah. So we'll be talking about these later. But yeah. There's a Canadian team that made this available on Morphosource, so I was able to snag it off of there. Yeah. I'll get it painted at some point, but anyway, let me pull up my questions right here, and
I was writing them down too.
Awesome. Yeah. So everybody in chat, this is Dr. David J. Varicchio, who's a professor of paleontology at Montana State University, where I did my undergrad, and Dave was actually my undergrad advisor, so he had to put up with me for too many years. But yeah, he's very graciously agreed to be our first interviewee of the year on Paleontologizing. Dave, I'm hoping to do an interview with a colleague pretty much every week for the rest of the year. So
nice.
Thank you for being our first one. I really appreciate it.
Happy to be here.
Yeah.
Happy to talk about Troodon.
Yeah, absolutely. Very excited about that. We just got done watching that episode of Paleo World from 1995 about Troodon as kind of, some background info for everybody. But yeah, could you tell us a little bit about yourself? Like, how did you end up in dinosaur paleo in the first place? What drew you to the science?
I guess, we had a farm when I was a kid. I liked animals in Pennsylvania, so there's lots of rock quarries. So I don't know, some sort of mix of those two. Yeah, I guess I kind of like just the idea of journeying back in time, that you could kind of look at unpeel rock layers, and you're looking at the past. So that was just kind of an exciting adventure into the past.
Gotcha. Did you have a particular interest in dinosaurs as a kid, or just kind of nature in general?
I mean, I certainly not super crazy, but I mean, I certainly had toy dinosaurs and some Pleistocene mammals too. But yeah, I mean, I
Nice.
like dinosaurs. I guess I never really thought about it as a career. Um, for a time, I thought, oh, I'd be a zoologist. But then as I got to high school, I thought more practical. Like, oh, what do people have jobs in? And I was geared towards engineering. I was good at math and physics, so I thought I'd kind of head in that direction. But I still had this interest in geology, so I took intro geology as a freshman, and that was one of the options as an engineer was geology. And so it was like given the choice of field trips where you could like nose around for fossils, or like playing in a lab with electronic gizmo. I was like, no, I don't want to do that. Give me the field trip. So that was sell for geology. And then I don't know how much detail you want here. And then
No, this is great. Yeah.
when I was a freshman, people that were graduating were getting hired by oil companies. But by the time I graduated, those jobs had gone away.
Right.
And it was sort of like, okay, if I'm going to pursue geology, I need to put an effort into it. And it's like, what do I actually want to study? And I debated planetary geology or paleontology. And I kind of like the idea that paleontology, I like the physical aspect that you can hold the rocks and hold the bones, and that just seemed way more appealing than planetary.
It's a lot easier to do field work in paleontology than planetary geology, I imagine.
Yeah,
you don't really need a spaceship for that.
Yeah. Eventually, that'll be really cool, though. Planetary. I mean, the stuff on Mars is planetary paleontology. They're like roving around, looking for signs of life.
Fossils, yeah.
It really is.
Yeah.
It's really like a paleo prospecting trip in a way.
So I think it's pretty well known that you were Jack Horner's first graduate student. How did you get involved with that program and with Jack Horner in the first place?
Yeah. I saw some of his earliest publications were coming out as I was an undergrad, and caught my attention. So this is like 1983. I graduated college in 84, so a long time ago. And so I like the idea of fossil, like looking at dinosaur behavior. So that was exciting to me. I couldn't find where he was, though. I had trouble finding where he was when I applied to grad school. Because he was at Princeton working there, and then he had just started at the Museum of the Rockies in '82. So I'm looking around in '83, and there's not like websites and stuff to go to.
Right. Yeah.
So I applied to UM and Montana State. But it was kind of late in the process. And by that time, I'd already applied elsewhere, and I got accepted elsewhere. And I was like, okay, I went for my master's at the University of Georgia. But I had this picture of Montana. I was like, oh, that's where I'm going next to do dinosaurs.
Nice. Yeah. Well, and one of the most interesting dinosaurs from Montana, I'm sure you would agree, is Troodon. How did you first get involved with Troodon?
I guess I would say mostly what I do in paleontology is more nice cup is taphonomy.
Thanks. It's a long story.
So I like to interpret sites. So that was kind of what I wanted to do as a grad student, is like do that kind of taphonomic interpretation of how did this fossil assemblage come to be? What biological and geological factors produced it? And so Jack gave me this project, Jack's birthday site, which he had found on his birthday in 1988. And so I started here January of 1989. And so started, excavating that the next summer. And initially Jack wanted me to work on hadrosaurs. But then during the excavation, we started uncovering, like, one part of the quarry just had a lot of curious bones that largely were Troodon. So that was sort of my first initiation, was like, okay, who are these bones? And
Right.
So that was
that's in the Two Medicine formation, right? So the duckbill would have been Myosaur.
Two Medicine formation, yes.
Gotcha. Yeah.
The
So that's
site's
up
really
near.
cool. It had 3 different types of hadrosaurs. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say that's up near Shoto, Montana. If anybody in the chat is wondering where that is, so like the northwest corner of the state. Uh, yeah, yeah. What was it like working at Egg Mountain during like the heyday there? Because there must have been a lot of media around. I'm sure if we were to look at an old documentary, because there were a lot of them from that time, we'd probably see a young Dave Riccio there, right?
I don't know about that. They started working at Egg Mountain proper in 78, 79, and
Right,
worked there
yeah.
till about 83. And then the
Oh,
Museum of the
okay.
Rockies established the field school,
Mm-hmm.
and that opened in 88,
Right. I
and
think
ran
that's what I'm
until
thinking of.
2000.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So I did work there some summers.
Mm-hmm.
Some summers I kind of hung out there for a little bit because I was up and doing my own field work, but it was a good place to stop and get a good meal and visit with folks. And then sometimes you'd sort of rotate in when they needed extra help. So I did
Right.
work there in 93 and 94, not 93, 94, and 95.
Troodon.
Mm-hmm.
But so my second introduction to Troodon was during a really wet season. This is 1993, and we weren't working the birthday site anymore, but we were prospecting around there, and I found parts of an adult Troodon associated with these eggs. And at the time, the eggs were called Orodromius eggs. So that was just like, what?
Uh-huh.
And that was the year that the American Museum published on the Oviraptor eggs,
Mm-hmm. In
that,
Mongolia, yeah.
really published on the Protoceratops eggs as not Protoceratops, but Oviraptor. So they had embryos
Right.
inside and said, oh, these are actually Oviraptor eggs. So that
Mm-hmm.
was the same year that we found this adult on top of Orodromius eggs. And it was like, what do we have going on here? Right. So, I mean, ultimately they proved Troodon eggs.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Wasn't there an idea for a while that Troodon may have been a brood parasite and laid its eggs in Orodromius nests? Is that where that misperception came from, you think?
I don't know. I don't know about that. But
Oh, okay.
Jack had, when they excavated Egg Mountain, they had found, lots of these eggs that they initially
Mm-hmm.
called Orodromius skeletons of various sizes. But they
Mm-hmm.
did find some Troodon teeth, and they found a really nice small juvenile Troodon. And Jack, at the time there wasn't much known about Troodon, so it was sort of
Mm-hmm.
an enigmatic animal. It was kind of teeth and it was kind of maybe a theropod, but there really wasn't a whole lot to do with it. Um, and Jack, in just like a news bulletin, was like, "Could Troodon be a hypsilophodont?" So like there was like this
Uh-huh.
weird intertwining of Orodromius and Troodon.
Mm-hmm.
And if you've seen Orodromius bones, they're hollow like a theropod,
Sure.
and the ends of the toe bones have these nice articulations like a
Mm-hmm.
theropod. And
Right.
so it's easy to kind of like misidentify them or think one is the other because there are some anatomical similarities between the two.
Gotcha.
If you're just looking at,
Yeah.
individual elements and stuff. Yeah.
And so for those of you in the chat wondering what Orodromius is, if you're not familiar with that name, it's a little beaky, two-legged, plant-eating dinosaur. What we used to call a hypsilophodont. And now we would call it an orodromine, I guess.
Troodon.
There's a whole family named after that. But yeah. Getting back to Troodon, I know you've done a lot of work on that particular genus, Dave. What makes Troodon special? Why is it important scientifically as a dinosaur?
Scientifically, I think the Troodontidae is a really interesting group. So the group of Troodon and its family members.
Mm-hmm.
For a while, we thought of, John Ostrom published on Deinonychus, and Dromaeosaurids were thought to be the sister taxon to birds.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was like, oh no, it's Dromaeosaurids plus Troodontids were the sister
Right.
taxon to birds. So
Mm-hmm.
Troodontids in there. But now some people are suggesting that maybe it's Troodontids are the group closest to birds.
I have heard that a lot, yeah.
And that maybe birds are actually Troodontids, right? Like if you thought in a cladistic sense, that one ancestry, there was a common ancestor of Troodontids and birds, and they're nested within them. So I think from that perspective, Troodontids are really interesting. And then Troodon's really our best represented troodontid in North America. We really don't have much in the way of troodontid material in North America. We have, a number of animals, species from Asia that have beautiful skeletons, some with feathers. But we've always had kind of this scattering of elements in North America. And I feel like Troodon is the one that we can say, oh, we have a lot of material. So it's in some ways our bridge to those kind of questions in North America. The other aspect I would say is that we have a lot of material from eggs to adults sitting on top of eggs. So that's like a whole lifespan there, and embryos. So that's kind of cool and rare for any dinosaur. So that kind of makes
kind of
special
ontogenetic
well.
information, certainly. Yeah. What makes Troodon special in terms of the history of its discovery? I mean, I know it's one of the earliest dinosaurs found in North America. It gets really confusing for a while. Do you want to dive into that for a second?
It is kind of messy, yeah. So it's Ferdinand Hayden travels out west as a young, kind of just like a young, just got out of his graduate, his college degree, and was like, I want to travel west and explore and be a naturalist. And they're like, okay, we'll send you up on this boat up the Missouri River.
And this is in what, the 1850s at the time, so before the Civil War.
Yeah, he leaves in 1850. Yeah, 1853, and Montana isn't even a named area. It's just part of an unorganized territory when he leaves.
Right.
I think as he's traveling, it becomes the Nebraska territory. But this is like think how early it is. So I mean, there's Native Americans here, but there's few, Western settlements. So Fort Benton is like the biggest with about 100 people. So he prospects around there. He has some American Indian helpers at times. It's fairly dangerous, though. They actually get attacked. He has two of his helpers get killed in an attack. But he collects a number of fossils and then sends them back east to the Smithsonian. And one of those ends up with Joseph Leidy in Philadelphia. He names a variety of animals based on teeth, and one of them is Troodon formosus. So Troodon formosus begins as a single tooth found sometime in 1854, 55 in Montana. And then,
Here's the original illustration of Troodon formosus right there.
Wow.
If anybody's wondering what we're talking about. So it is a single tooth. And how big is this, Dave? It's pretty small, right?
Yeah, not a half an inch at tops. Not really that. Probably like 2/3 of a half, whatever that is.
And he names it Troodon formosus. He thinks it's a lizard originally, right? Almost like a monitor lizard or something like that. Was that his reasoning?
Yeah. The name means beautiful wounding tooth, which is kind of a cool name, I think. Troodon formosus. Yeah, it gets kicked around. I think Cope is the first to say that it's probably a dinosaur. Maybe 10 or 15 years later. Then they name a beautiful pachycephalosaur skull, Troodon validus, the true Troodon.
Ironic.
So yeah, Troodon
that later becomes Stegosaurus, I believe.
What's that?
That later becomes Stegosaurus, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not Stegosaurus, but Stegosaurus. Don't want to confuse anybody in the chat. Like I said, this all gets really complicated, but
and then even like Nopshka thinks that they're armored dinosaurs for a while, and then slowly it gets settled out around the 1930s and the 40s that it's a theropod. And then Phil Curry is the one that kind of, I would say 1985, sort of establishes it as a real animal, synonymizes it with Stenonychosaurus, and says, okay, here's this theropod. Now we know it's a troodontid, and so that's 1985 kind of establishes it as a I'm gonna say tentatively establishes it as a good species of carnivorous dinosaur. Yeah.
Right. So at the beginning, all we had was a single tooth, and that's what led to all this confusion. What kind of material do we have of Troodon nowadays? How many specimens do we have? How complete are they?
Yeah. Well, we have a really good, so from the birthday site, Jack's birthday site, we have a really nice collection of material that includes most of the skeleton from, head to through the tail. it represents several individuals, but none of them are, it was this scattering of bones. So we have bits and pieces of individuals and not, it's hard to pick up one vertebrae and say, does that go to this leg bone?
Right.
So it's a little bit messy. But elsewhere in the two medicine, we have the back end of an adult. That's the one I found on top of the eggs. So that has a nice complete leg and some of the tail elements. There's a large juvenile that Jack found that has much of the skeleton, weird taphonomy. So a lot of the ends are missing on lots of bones. But again, you can kind of use that to unite birthday site elements and say, okay, this leg is about the right size to go this neck vertebrae. And then there's this small juvenile from the top of Egg Mountain. And then Jack also found a clutch of eggs with embryos inside. So that's the Montana material. There is some new stuff being found by Denver Fowler out in the Judith River. There are some things from Canada. There's a specimen that was called Stenocchosaurus for a while. That has a fair amount of material from much of the skeleton. Doesn't have any skull parts. Yeah, and then that's about it.
Yeah, but that's pretty decent. I mean, you hear people talk about Troodon being a dubious genus. It's based on a single tooth, but we'll get into the taxonomic status later and everything. But we do have a fair amount of material of this critter, whatever you want to call it.
Correct. That's what I would say. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Nice. Is there more stuff coming out of Egg Mountain at this point, or is work there kind of halted for the time being?
We're not working there now, but we dug. It doesn't produce that much material.
Gotcha.
Of Troodon.
Ontogeny.
It has eggs, so it's produced a number of eggs. We worked there from intensively from 2010 to 2016, so 7 summers. And I guess we pulled out 3 or 4 partial egg clutches.
Nice.
And isolated teeth, but nothing skeletal. Yeah.
Yeah. Gotcha. What can we tell about the ontogeny of this animal, since we've got a pretty decent growth series, it sounds like?
Yeah.
Are there any surprises in the way that they grew or anything like that?
I'd say we're still kind of working on that. And some of it is complicated by the fact that we don't have individuals all the way through. But I don't know if you know, but there are some things, their feet are big, their lower legs are long and big as juveniles. Their legs are kind of long, they're kind of gangly legged, and get more, their body sort of fills out, their proportions kind of fill out as they get larger. So their linear dimensions kind of grow first, and then they kind of put on mass as they reach larger sizes.
A lot like we see in tyrannosaurs. They kind of do the same thing. Yeah, where they start very, very leggy and then they really bulk up at a certain stage.
So that on a smaller scale. Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously not really bulking up.
Very cool. The nests that we have from Troodon, I know this is one of your specialties. This is something you published on numerous times. What information can we glean from those nests, and can we broaden that out at all to draw inferences about dinosaur reproduction and nesting behavior and stuff like that?
So we have a fair number of clutches, egg clutches. These Jack, the initial discoveries were back in 79 and 80 and early 80s from Egg Mountain. And we found them elsewhere too. So there's egg clutches, and then one of the other reasons I got kind of pulled into Troodon and dinosaur reproduction was that I think it was 94, I was working in Egg Mountain, and on the top of it we had found a patch of bumpy shelled eggs. At the time we thought these were maybe Troodon eggs. And we were working around that, and then found this other set of eggs, which were the Orodromius eggs, which are the eggs that actually are Troodon. So that was kind of happening after I had found that adult on top of Orodromius eggs. And so I was kind of like, that kind of just pulled me into the whole Troodon and Troodon reproduction.
Gotcha.
So I guess I would say there's 3 kind of interesting things about Troodon egg clutches. The first is that it has elongate eggs. You kind of think almost like a pop can, but you sort of narrowed one end so it kind of comes to a pointy end like a chicken egg. And those eggs are planted in the ground, more or less upright, kind of leaning in. So that's kind of a weird feature.
Right.
The second is that those eggs occur in pairs.
Mm-hmm.
And then the size of egg clutches can be relatively large. So you can get 22 eggs or even 24 eggs in an egg clutch.
Which is
And
unusual
that's,
because as large eggs, 24 of them per individual, that seems like too many eggs for one female Troodon. What might that imply, you think?
yeah, so yeah, they are relatively big eggs. And Jack suggested early on that even if he was thinking Orodromius, but it works for Troodon, that maybe they were communal nests, multiple females contributing to them. And if you
Right.
look at the numbers, like the ratio of the weight of all those eggs versus the adult egg, adult mass, and whether you use a reptile model or bird model, you get an egg clutch that's way too big. That's about 3 times bigger than you'd expect for an adult,
Right.
whether you think of them as a bird or think of them as a reptile. So something's going on there. Yeah. And then the egg pairing, we think that reflects this iterative laying of 2 eggs at a time. So there's monoautochronic ovulation is the term for it. Geckos do it. So there are some examples of animals that do it today. So they have 2 ovaries, sort of standard issue in a vertebrate, and 2 oviducts, and they form 1 egg from each ovary, and then the gecko will lay those 2 eggs, and then they kind of then go on elsewhere. It takes them about 3 to 5 days to lay the next pair, and they'll lay another pair somewhere else. So we thought that model worked for Troodon in that's how birds produce eggs one at a time from their ovary and oviduct.
Right.
And so we're sort of hypothesizing that Troodon's ovaries and oviducts function the same way, like a bird's, but it had 2, so it was doing this monoautochronic ovulation.
So the idea maybe is that a male Troodon would dig out a nest and then be visited by various females who would breed with him and then lay 2 eggs at a time in the nest until you've got, how many did you say? 20 or 30?
Up to 24 is our biggest one. Yeah.
Up to 24. Wow. And about how big are these eggs? Somebody in the chat was asking.
Like this. Sorry, I had a model on my desk, but yeah, if you take a pop can, but then you truncate and narrow the bottom end and make the top end sort of round it, and that's kind of it.
Gotcha.
So I think there's 300 cubic centimeters. Is that right?
Okay. I was going to say potato size, but potatoes can vary a lot in size.
Yeah, I think if you were thinking, I think potato, if you're thinking of like a baked potato size, like a big, then you're good. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. I hadn't never used that. That's a good model.
That one's free, Dave. Yeah, use that whenever you want. Speaking of eggs, I remember when I was taking classes from you and just having discussions at DLS and stuff too. You would talk about why eggs are really special as fossils. They kind of straddle this interesting line. Maybe talk a little bit about that.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think egg clutches are kind of really cool.
Yeah.
In that they're both a trace fossil, so a product of a dinosaur behavior, but they're also a body fossil, right? So they're a body fossil in that egg is the home for the developing embryo. It's produced by the adult, so it reflects the chemistry and physiology of the adult. And then it has to function, right? The developing embryo has to live in there, has to breathe through the membranes and the pores in the eggshell. So it has anatomical purpose. You can think about and then pressures if an animal's going to sit on it and stuff. So it has structure.
Sure.
But then as a clutch, that's like the adult is arranging those in the ground. And, there's a meaningful value to how they're arranged. Maybe we don't understand it, but at least there's a purposeful, arrangement of those eggs. And so I think that's really cool to think, to wrestle with. So why is it doing that? What is the purpose? What is the function of this arrangement? And then you can also think about how it did it. Is it grabbing the eggs with its hands or its mouth? Is it
Right.
just squatting down and locating its cloaca in the right direction? Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So I think that's really
Because
cool that
these
way.
eggs are partially buried too. It's not like they're just kind of laid on some straw or something. They're
Yeah.
basically half submerged in the substrate, right?
Yeah. So I mean, you can think about that. I know it's like, did they have to prepare the soil first to loosen it up, and then
Right.
they can push it in loose soil, or do they make a mound of soil and then lean it on there and then add more
Mm-hmm.
soil? So it's interesting to think about like what's going on there in that construction process.
Mm-hmm. Do you suspect that they would have put dried vegetation over the eggs? I know we can sometimes test things like that, looking at the density of the pores in the eggs.
Right. Yeah. So
Yeah.
we
What have we
did
got
look at
there?
that. Yeah. So those animals that have exposed eggs
Mm-hmm.
sitting in a nest, an open nest. We think of birds that way, right? But there are some lizards, again, going back to the geckos that
Mm-hmm.
lay the pair. They kind of just tuck them under some leaves or in a crack and bark.
Mm-hmm.
Those animals usually have low porosity because they're concerned about loss of water, the egg,
Right.
drying out,
Uh-huh.
and not too concerned about getting oxygen in because they're open and exposed. And then
Sure. Yeah.
anything that buries their eggs, whether it's vegetation or sediment, those eggs have high porosity.
Hmm.
Um,
Because you don't
and
have to worry
so
about them
that's kind of the
drying out. Yeah.
dichotomy. What's that?
They have high porosity because you don't have to worry about them drying out because they're buried, but they still need to transfer a lot of gases in between. So you've got to have a lot of pores. Yeah.
Yep.
So what
Yeah.
do we have for Troodon then?
So Troodon is like way, way on as far as dinosaurs go, non-avian
Uh-huh.
dinosaurs. It's like the most avian of all dinosaurs. It basically has porosity like a bird. Um,
Okay.
so
So.
so that kind of argues that some of it's exposed, and then if it's planted in the ground,
Mm-hmm.
it's got to be at least partially exposed for it to really function. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. Do you think that implies that Troodon may have brooded its eggs, actually sat on the nest to keep them warm or keep
Yeah,
the
I
sun
mean, I
off?
think I think there's three arguments for the brooding.
Uh-huh.
One is the porosity. The second is like how those eggs are arranged. And so we have one really nice nest structure.
Mm-hmm.
So not just the clutch, but then this sediment structure around it that
Mm-hmm.
suggests kind of a nest thing. And we tested there like for vegetation evidence, and actually there's more evidence of vegetation in the sediment below where the eggs were than above.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that structure, that nesting trace, argues for brooding. And then we had this adult found on top of them, but the adult on top of them wasn't very nice. It wasn't perched there like a beautiful oviraptor.
Not like Big
It
Mama
was,
over after. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, it was just kind of like laying there, and it had bite marks in it. It had kind of been abused by taphonomic processes after it had perished. So, yeah.
Interesting. Speaking of Big Mama Oviraptor, like I just brought up, I know you've argued that it should maybe be Big Papa Oviraptor, that it may have been dinosaur males who actually brooded the nests. What's your reasoning there, and how might we test that hypothesis?
Yeah, there's a big ante too.
Yeah, yeah. It was found
Yeah,
after, was it the next year that AMNH found that? I forget.
yeah. I think
Yeah.
I think it's a good starting point to think about those names
Uh-huh.
in that we're mammals and we think moms take care of their young because all mammals do. All
Yeah.
mammals nurse their young, so we are directly tied to mom.
Mm-hmm.
And mammals are either maternal care or biparental care, or maybe there's some
Right.
group cooperative system. So, anyways, I kind of feel like that's a good starting point because I think that's sort of a bias in our head that if you see a clutch of eggs and you see an adult on top of them, our first gut reaction, they were just naming it nicknames. I know there's no science to that, but the gut reaction is to call it Big Mama, and we kind of like go, oh yeah, that makes sense. But if you really step back and look at vertebrates in a bigger picture,
Mm-hmm.
there's lots of male care in fish have lots of male care,
Oh
paternal
yeah.
care. Um, and if you think about like where dinosaurs fall, uh, birds have biparental care. There's one group, rat tights have a lot of paternal care, male care.
Mm-hmm.
Lizards may have no care. Crocodilians mostly have maternal care. So they're kind of in this spot where those 4 different strategies are about equally likely, right? There's no favoring maternal care versus paternal care versus biparental care versus no care. If you had to just guess from their phylogenetic position, it could be any of those. So that's kind of the starting point. And you have to kind of like get rid of our mom bias as mammals. So I mean the first thing that we looked at was the clutch size versus adults. And with precocial young that hatch out, the best model is a male system like you're talking about before, where there's one male and multiple females contribute to this large clutch.
Right.
It's hard to test beyond that, but some people have been making some inroads there. So there's at least the prediction of if multiple females contribute to this clutch, maybe the eggs have different signatures. So Tzu Yang in Taiwan has argued that there's chemical differences, like the chemistry between eggs in a pair they're more similar to the next pair.
Huh.
And then is it Josh? He just finished his PhD at North Carolina State.
Oh shoot, I think I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
It begins with a H, I'm pretty sure his last name. But he looked at he had a really cool study. He just had it, gave a talk at SVP on it, looking at so again, going to oviraptors, looking at the egg texture. And he was able to quantify egg texture in a really cool way. And so again, the egg texture of two eggs in a pair is more similar than to the next pair. So I think there's some good evidence there now that we do have these communal nests laid by multiple females. And then it's a question of like, well, does that system work with could still be a biparental system like ostriches have that. Yeah, tough to say. I guess we'd have to find more, convincing evidence that these oviraptors that we find on top of them are male versus female. And that's always been a challenging question to sort out.
Right.
To the gender of a dinosaur skeleton. We haven't really done that yet. People have argued this way and that way, but I don't feel like we have a good handle on that yet.
Yeah. Right. I know the only thing that seems at all convincing for figuring out sexual dimorphism in dinosaurs is like looking at medullary bone. So for everybody in the chat who's maybe not familiar with this, female birds, when they're about to lay eggs, they'll start to put down a layer of bone in the medullary cavity. Basically, like it's almost like where the bone marrow might be, and the interior of the long bones. And then apparently they kind of draw from that. They take calcium out of that reserve in order to form the eggshell. Stop me if I'm getting any of this drastically wrong, Dave. But there's an idea that maybe dinosaurs were doing this too, and that we might be able to find medullary bone in dinosaurs, famously in the B. rex Tyrannosaurus specimen. It's been claimed that we have it there. But I've heard some people are kind of skeptical of that idea. Do you have an opinion on that, Dave? Is that?
I'm one of those skeptical people. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think you can put that aside, the B. rex aside. Okay. There's an oviraptor from southern China that we look at that had one egg inside, kind of just in its pelvic canal, and one egg just external to it.
I never
like it had died.
What's that? It was gravid, potentially. Like
it was gravid. Yeah. I think probably those eggs, when it died, it was forcing those eggs out as it bloated.
Kind of like with those ichthyosaurs that are giving birth, same thing, where it probably happened after death that the embryo actually comes out. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. But we looked at the histology there, and we have looked at the histology of adults on top of eggs. And in none of those have we found medullary bone. So the gravid female didn't have medullary bone. So that sort of makes the argument that oviraptors probably didn't have medullary bone. So when you turn to the adult on top of the eggs, it doesn't have medullary bone, but that's just doesn't say much. It sort of is not a
right.
It sort of fails to falsify that it's female, but could be male, could be female. Yeah.
Do crocodilians have medullary bone today? If we're using the EPB, is that
Yeah, they have denser bones. They don't really have a
Right.
good marrow cavity.
Uh-huh.
And so they do have erosion rooms. They
Right.
see that where they're drawing, they have this thicker wall to the bones, and
Uh-huh.
they do sort of corrode out interiors in the egg-laying process. So they sort of
Huh.
have erosional spaces. So there might be a way
Uh-huh.
eventually, maybe when we understand histology better, maybe we can pick out the subtleties that we don't see so far,
Right.
that we're not recognizing so far, is what I mean.
So could it be that medullary bone is like a weird special adaptation that birds have for flight, since just about everything about birds today is optimized for flight? They went through this evolutionary bottleneck. They were, even flightless birds evolved from flighted ancestors. So like birds are just weird, and that's one adaptation that they have for reducing weight in their bodies since they've got really thin bones. Could it be just a special weird bird thing that we shouldn't expect to see in dinosaurs?
Yeah, I mean, I think I would say yes.
Okay.
I mean, our
Yeah.
bones are really thin. They really
Uh-huh.
just don't have room to, since they're so thin-walled, you
Yeah.
really can't remove the bone tissue to make eggs from those walls because they're too thin already,
Sure.
right?
Yeah.
Whereas the croc, alligator bone is this thick-walled thing with very little hollow space to it, so you can
Right.
remove stuff out of there without consequences. So I think the medullary bone does make sense in birds and flight.
Uh-huh.
Um, I mean the walls of the bones in a Troodon or a Oviraptor, they're more avian than alligator-like.
Sure.
But they still have some thickness to them. They're still not quite as far as an
Yeah.
ostrich, even some of these bigger animals. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Interesting. Okay. Well, cool.
Isotopes, maybe there's isotope. Yeah, I feel like we have to really sort out dimorphism first
Right.
and say, okay, how do we identify? Can we pick out um, a female Troodon from
Mm-hmm.
a male Troodon from an adult skeleton? And that's been challenging.
Right. I mean, it seems really
Harris,
challenging for dinosaurs in general. Like,
yeah.
should we even expect them to be sexually dimorphic in their skeletons? Because most modern birds don't seem to be, with a few rare exceptions, like maybe the
Yeah.
spurs on male turkeys or something. But apart from that, even like I think people like Kevin Surya were looking at the width of the pelvic aperture in a bunch of different birds, and it's like there doesn't seem to be a difference between males and females there with representative samples. So I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's tough. It's tough. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Harris, you remember Harris Bokenheide from I don't know, maybe he didn't overlap with you, but he was a grad
Yeah, I don't
student
think
of
so.
mine, just finished a couple years ago, and
Nice.
he looked at bone histology in Troodon.
Uh-huh.
Um, and he kind of found two trajectories in
Mm-hmm.
bone growth. And again, it's a small sample size. We're talking like 5 or 6 individuals,
Yeah.
but two individuals had relatively accelerated growth,
Uh-huh.
and the other four were kind of a slower. So they kind of were like on different paths.
Huh.
Um, and you do see that in alligators where the dimorphism is really just a size-based thing. Males are just bigger than females and have a
Right.
different growth trajectory as you
Uh-huh.
I'm sort of graphing size versus age here is what I'm doing here. I don't know. And
Uh-huh.
so Troodon falls into that. It doesn't mean that the big ones are necessarily male.
Mm-hmm.
Those could be the females, but there is some
Sure.
suggestion um, of diverging growth patterns. And there are a few elements, and again, we don't have lots of elements that I kind of wondered about that earlier too. That we have in the collection of humerus upper arm bones for Troodon from the birthday site.
Mm-hmm.
Um, there are some that are the same size. There's two that are the same size, but one has this really juvenile look to it,
Uh-huh.
whereas the other one has this very adult form. All the articulations are really well formed and the bone is really dense. And
Hmm.
the other one, same size, doesn't lacks that. But
Uh-huh.
that morphology occurs in smaller individuals. And so I think that one is actually on its path to being big, that's growing fast and it hasn't matured yet. And so it's going to be this one sort of maxed out or near maxing out, the one that all the fine articulations, and this other one is still hasn't gotten there. So for
Gotcha.
me, that suggests at least that there's individuals of different sizes,
Uh-huh.
But it kind of opens the doors like, oh, could that be a male versus female or female male and a size variation? Yeah.
That's really interesting. I've never thought about that before, but yeah, and that maybe that goes to explain kind of these weird vicariances that we see in dinosaur histology. Like you might have two different individuals from the same bone bed, and they've got it seems like different growth trajectories, even though we assume they're the same taxon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. Huh. That's pretty cool, Dave. That's pretty cool.
There's a student at University of Alberta, I think, that's been looking at metatarsals from troodontid from Alberta. And she also has found two different trajectories as well. So that's kind of cool. Harris didn't look at, he was looking at tibia and femurs, and she was looking at metatarsals, but they both kind of found similar patterns in their assemblages. So and then it's kind of nice just to have independent, people not working together to find similar patterns. So I feel like there's probably is a general pattern out there, which might argue that maybe there's a size difference between males and females in Troodon.
Really interesting. Really interesting. Well, so thinking about that, trying to take that out a little bit further, I know in some groups of birds, especially like birds of prey, the females tend to be larger, and then in most species, I think the males tend to be larger. What's it like for ratites and tinamous? I know like in ratites and tinamous, the male broods the eggs, all the females come and lay their eggs in his nest.
Yeah.
Are the males or the females larger in ratites or tinamous? Does it vary by species?
I think it generally tends to be males bigger, is my thinking.
I think that's the case for ostriches at least, but I'm trying to remember.
Ostriches are for sure. Yeah, I think emus and rheas and cassowaries. That's my guess. I could be wrong. I'd like to check on that, but that's my thing. That's what I think. Or there's not a whole lot of difference, or that they're kind of comparable in size. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. The one adult we have with the eggs, I would say is a smaller adult. So that could argue that if it's a male, then that maybe females potentially could be bigger. I don't know.
Do you have histo on that specimen? Do we know if it was full grown or not?
Yeah, it was a pretty mature individual. Yeah.
We got EFS on it?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, for everybody in the chat wondering what we're talking about. So EFS is an external fundamental signature or external fundamental system. I've heard it both ways.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's like where the growth lines in the bone start to get so close together, it like shows a slowing of the growth rate as the animal's reaching its adult size. This is how we tell how old a dinosaur was at time of death, how mature it was. You count the growth rings after you cut open the bones. Kind of like dendrochronology, kind of like looking at tree rings to figure out how old a tree was before it got cut down.
Yeah. I think this doesn't have an EFS, but it does have close spacing of the growth lines at the periphery, and finding sort of losing their vascularity. So it's almost there. It's almost there to growth is not done all. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Cool. Before I start asking you about the quagmire that is troodontid taxonomy, I want to ask how much time you've got. How are you doing right now, time-wise?
Yeah, I got time. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Always time to talk about Troodon. Yeah.
Awesome.
I was just thinking about another feature about ontogeny that's interesting.
Yeah.
Is that we've had some students looking at Heath Caldwell and Emilio Bendel have been looking at emu skeletons and how they fuse when things fuse up in emu skeletons. And one thing cool about Troodon is that the sutures between the body of the centrum invertebrate and the arches occur really early, so that they will be half grown, and that will be completely fused. And then that fused vertebrae will continue to grow much bigger.
Sure.
And that's a pattern that you don't see in something like a Tyrannosaurus rex or a hadrosaur, where usually those two parts of the vertebrae fuse really late. But they found that pattern in emus. So emus hatch out, and those things fuse up relatively like half growth, and then they continue to kind of expand on the complete vertebrae after that. So that's kind of a neat pattern. I don't know if it means anything. And then the sacrum, right, where the pelvis attaches, those vertebrae do the same thing. The arches attach to the centrums, but they don't fuse together until it's a late, basically to it's an adult. And we also see that in Troodon as well. Yeah. So it's just kind of weird patterns of fusion people use to identify adults versus juveniles, where Troodon kind of matches that in birds. Yeah, so it's kind of neat.
Very interesting. I guess that's further reason to be a little bit leery about using skeletal fusion as an indicator of maturity. I've had the idea drilled into my head that, like, never trust skeletal fusion. It'll steer you wrong. I was having a conversation with Kevin Padian about this a few months ago, and he's like, yeah, I don't know why people do that. Look at crocodilians. They'll fuse and unfuse parts of their skull seemingly at random for no reason. And I don't know. Yeah.
But I think the post-Cranian crocodiles has a predictive value.
Okay. Huh.
I mean, I guess I would say it takes some nuance, is I would say, to understand how fusion works. Because I think you could look at these juvenile troodontids and consider them adults based upon that fusion.
Troodon.
But now if you like say, oh, but we've been looking at the wrong model. If you look at the emu, you go, oh, but the sacrum hasn't fused. And then you say, oh, like the adult sitting on top of the eggs, its sacrum is fully fused. And we've done histology to say, yeah, it's an old individual. So I feel like, oh yeah, you can confidently say if the sacrum and Troodon is fused, it's mature. That's like the last thing that happened for those vertebrae to come together.
Gotcha. Okay.
So yeah, I think we just need to have a better understanding of the modern variability in fusion, and then maybe we can apply that better in the fossil record.
That makes a lot of sense.
Excuse me.
So you were mentioning some students up in Canada doing some work on troodontids. So let's just dive into all the confusion and turmoil in troodontid taxonomy. Can you walk us through Troodon versus Stenonychosaurus versus Latinovenatrix, and you hear a lot of people nowadays saying that, like, oh, Troodon, it's a wastebasket taxon. Like, we shouldn't be using that name anymore. What's your view on this as somebody who works extensively on troodontids and has dug up a lot of Troodon in the field?
Yeah. Well, I guess I would say Troodon, it is a problem. So as we said before, it was named on that single tooth. So the type specimen, I'm impressed that you have a framed image of that.
I change out the background every day for our streams, Dave. This is every single day different stuff. I want to keep things as interesting as I can, you know.
Oh, nice. I like that. So we have that single tooth, and it went through all this chaos, and people calling it a lizard or a pachycephalosaur or an armored dinosaur, hypsilophodont. Yeah, so it's messy, and that's ultimately, like, if you're trying to identify things, you have to go back to that single tooth and how diagnostic is it, right? Stenonychosaurus was named in 1932 on largely a foot. So that's the type specimen for Stenonychosaurus, is a foot. It has the metatarsals, it has toe bones. There's a couple other partial elements to the hand and things like that. That's the type specimen for Stenonychosaurus.
So I think you said that, was it Curry who synonymized Stenonychosaurus and Troodon at one point?
Yeah, so he had found jaw bones. So there was another animal named also in 1932, Polyodontosaurus grandis.
Right.
So Polyodontosaurus is like the many-toothed reptile, a many-toothed dinosaur, but it didn't have any teeth. It was a dentary.
Oh boy, yeah. Okay.
So it was a dentary with lots of sockets. And then so they had been collecting material, a lot of this from the Dinosaur Provincial Park, scattering the material. And so Phil Curry had some jaw elements that had teeth. He thought the tooth matched that of Troodon. He thought some of this stuff went to frontals that went to some Stenonychosaurus related specimens and thought, oh, that's all kind of one animal, and we can synonymize it based on the tooth.
Right.
People have been finding teeth. I guess the problem with troodontids is that they have a lot of variability through their dentition. So the
Yeah.
tooth changes from front to back drastically. The anterior dentary teeth are very different from the middle dentary teeth. Premaxillary teeth are different from the maxillary teeth. So there's complications there that any one tooth, it's just kind of hard to tell where it goes in the jaw. And kind of the grab basket aspect was, people find teeth in Alaska or Texas or Mexico, and they have those big serrations, and they're troodontid teeth for sure. But since in North America we only had this one named animal, they just kind of called it all Troodon, and some people were like, "Oh, is that?" It rubbed people the wrong way to think of an animal ranging that far geographically, and then sometimes temporally as well.
Sure.
But I mean, we didn't really have another name, so it's like either you call it Troodon or you call it troodontid, which is fine. Sort of a matter of choice. Yeah.
Huh. Do you think that the
I
genus
think
name Troodon is worth keeping? Would you fight to keep that in common usage?
Yes, we are fighting to keep it in common usage. So we have a paper in press where we're saying, oh, here's this two medicine stuff. We'll just call this Troodon. Here's a sampling of it. And then we also have the petition to the ICZN.
Yeah.
So we submitted that in December. Sorry, I got caught. So that's been there for a month.
Explain to the viewers what the ICZN is for anybody who might not be familiar with.
So the ICZN is the International Committee on Zoological Nomenclature. So it's like the ruling body of names, of scientific animal names. Yeah, and so they kind of keep track, at least nowadays, of new names, and they're sort of like the judge of the ultimate judge on names. So you can petition them and say, I don't like this name, or for the most part, scientists are supposed to kind of work things out for themselves.
Kind of works by a general consensus, loosely,
Yeah, they but the ICZN sets up the rules, says you have to follow these rules. If people don't like the rules or don't follow the rules, then maybe that name falls out of usage or whatever. Yeah. So we petitioned them. So there's the type specimen for Troodon formosus. It's a single tooth. We're saying, oh, that's bad and problematic. People said, oh, well, let's use Stenocosaurus. And we're like, if you don't like the tooth, there's no reason to like the foot, because the foot is really badly damaged.
Right.
And so actually, one of the identifying features of a troodontid is that they have this pinched third metatarsal and a very narrow second metatarsal. So it has this very distinctive aspect to its metatarsals. But if you look on the 1932 drawings, they draw them all the same thickness. And that reflects how bad the specimen is. So if you looked at that, you'd say it's not even a troodontid based upon those metatarsal. So it kind of takes some teasing of the specimen to say, oh, it does have these features. But it doesn't really have any diagnostic features either. So so it's kind of like we could replace Troodon with Stenocosaurus, but then we kind of have the same problem. We have another bad specimen as our type specimen.
Right.
So our solution is to say, we're going to put the solution is we're saying, here's all this stuff from the birthday site. It's different ages. It's most of the skeleton, though. There's skull parts and tail parts and leg parts and arm parts and vertebrae in between. Let's make that the type specimen, and and we can go from there. So that's nice. We want to call that Troodon formosus, and then people have things that they think differ from that, then they can name something new. But if we have this quagmire of what Troodon is, then we're always kind of on squishy ground. So it's like, let's establish this, and then we have good reason to say, is Stenocosaurus different or not? Is Latimonatrix different or not? We can go and say, okay, we can at least compare it to this material and judge from there.
Gotcha. Yeah. And you said that paper's in press right now. That's exciting, Dave. Holy cow.
Yeah, it's kind of like we're describing some Troodon material from the two medicine and kind of saying, oh, this is what we want to do. Petition the ICZN. That's the paper that's in press. And then petition is actually in the hands of the ICZN. So they're weighing what happens next to it.
So they're going to rule upon that at some point in the nearish future, you know.
Yeah, the process is that they would publish it in the Bulletin of Zoological Nomenclature, and then there's like this long period where people get to comment on it.
Oh,
so you can write in and say, you know, I study blah blah blah, and here's why I like this, or I study this, and here's why I don't like this, or here's where I think they're going to be problems. And so they kind of like, it's there for the scientific discourse, and then after usually years, they will then make a decision.
Interesting. I didn't realize it worked like that nowadays. I've read Gould's essays about naming and stuff, and I want to say there was a different process back then, deciding on whether or not to keep the name boa constrictor, for instance. That's kind of a famous case, but that's cool. It's neat that it's kind of a democratic process in that sense. Like it's consensus based. I didn't realize that. That's really cool.
I mean, the idea is that the names have a practical value, right? If they're not, if they don't work in a practical sense, I mean, we have this material, we think it's one species, we have to call it something, right? So it's like what works for the community. Yeah. If it doesn't work for the community, then yeah.
Gotcha.
You can see there might be issues. You know, it could be that there's two species together. We talked about different growth trajectories.
Sure.
Could those be two species? But you have to start somewhere, I guess, is where you go.
Yeah. No, that's really cool. That's exciting. I look forward to reading that soon. Yeah, I'll keep an eye out for it. Send me a copy if you remember. I'd appreciate that. Yeah. So when we're talking about Troodon versus Stenotosaurus versus Latin Venatrix, do we have any kind of way to distinguish them? Are they morphologically or stratigraphically distinct? They look different, or are they from different times? What separates them except for geography?
So Van der Ries and Curry published the paper on describing Latiminetrix, and they have that as higher stratigraphically within the dinosaur park formation from Stenotosaurus.
Okay.
So they're throwing out Troodon in their paper and saying, oh, we'll use Stenotosaurus. And they kind of say, oh, the two medicine stuff could be the same as Stenotosaurus. But they kind of leave that as like to be determined. So they kind of argue that there's stratigraphic separation between those two. The challenge with the Latiminetrix material is that the most diagnostic stuff is the frontal, right? So the top bone in the skull. But they're not really associated with other material. So the association is kind of saying, we're going to take the stratigraphic zone, here's a frontal from it, here's a pelvis from it, and kind of construct an animal from it. So there's not really a good, there's specimen that has lots of elements.
Gotcha. Yeah. It's the material's kind of scanty.
Yeah. Cullen, there's a follow-up paper by Cullen et al., and they questioned whether the frontal was really diagnostic. They kind of felt that if you compared it to the Stenotosaurus frontal, yes, you could say this is here and Latiminetrix is here, but then there's all this stuff in between, and I'm just thinking about some kind of morpho space that kind of blurs the lines, and it's sort of difficult to say.
Gotcha.
And I guess we, like Jason Hogan has been working with me on the Troodon material. I guess our interpretation is that we want to establish the two medicine stuff as Troodon formosus, and then feel like that then makes the debate a little bit more concrete when it comes to Latiminetrix. You know, is that a real thing or not?
Sure.
Because then you can find a specimen and say it has this feature, this feature, this feature. How do those compare to the two medicine Troodon formosus stuff? Is it the same or different? So, I mean, I guess we're open to Latiminetrix. Could be a real thing, but needs more material that's associated. You know, we're not. So I guess we're not really ruling that out. The stratigraphy question is interesting. So, the two medicine stuff really is time equivalent, though, to Latiminetrix.
Is that what was in your new paper that just came out?
I don't. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really get into that, but
Okay.
yeah, there's that paper there. Yeah, I can talk about that too. But
Mm-hmm.
so it could mean that those two animals, if there are two separate animals, just coexisted and are separated geographically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. But I guess I feel like you got to let the specimens sort themselves out.
Yeah, yeah. Kind of let the morphology do the talking at a certain point. Um,
Yeah.
yeah. Could you talk about that new paper a little bit? The importance of
Yeah. So
biostratigraphy in the
it's
campaigning
Rogers et
now.
al. It's actually going to be
Uh-huh.
2025, although it's been out for a couple months,
Right. Yeah.
digitally. But I think the actual publication date is going to be 2025. So it's Ray
Gotcha.
Rogers. He's a geologist at Macalester College in
Mm-hmm.
Minnesota. I feel like he's the major driver of this paper.
Mm-hmm.
He's done all the legwork, measuring sections in the Two Medicine and the Judith River, and
Mm-hmm.
he's gone everywhere and walked everything and measured everything geologically in those formations.
Uh-huh.
And then Ramazzani provided these radiometric dates. So it's sort of like Ray is saying,
Right.
here's these sections, here are these
Uh-huh.
ash beds, gave and then got these dates.
Really good
The
dates too, from what it seems like. You've got Tim's for that. It's really precise. I mean, it seems like that's going to be kind of the gold standard.
Yeah.
It's
The
exciting.
the cool yeah, the cool part is that it's like one lab doing all the dates.
Uh-huh.
It's a bigger project. So this is just one part of it because they did Comparowitz Formation and the Judith
Mm-hmm.
River, and they did Dinosaur Park Formation up in Canada, so
Uh-huh.
that we can then kind of correlate across the Campanian, from Alberta down to Utah. They may even gotten farther south
Huh.
um, through these papers, through these series of papers.
Uh-huh.
So the Two Medicine paper. Ray invited me. He had Jack Horner on there, kind of
Mm-hmm.
as the paleontologist to put in specimens that we thought were important, so we kind of sort them out in a temporal
Mm-hmm.
sense. So Jack had already um, recognized like zones within the Two Medicine, like a Maiasaura zone, where Maiasaura was the main hadrosaur. You go above, then you get Procerolophus and Gripposaurus and
Right.
other taxa. So he had kind of recognized these things, but actually it was kind of neat to have radiometric dates and then Ray recognizing sort of geologic features, sedimentological features that could then also pin those down. That might be easier for paleontologists walking the field to say, oh, I'm now in this member versus the other member. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Cool. Well, if you were to boil it down to a take-home message, something that's new and interesting about dinosaur biostratigraphy from this paper, what would it be? What was surprising about it to you when everything was synthesized at the end?
Yeah. I mean, I guess I would say it puts numbers on everything.
Uh-huh.
And it definitely is zonations through the whole formation.
Yeah.
I think it leads to the opportunity. So Zach Hannenbaum is a grad student of mine now working on orodromines that had been lumped together. Any orodromines from the Two Medicine was considered Orodromius maculae.
Sure.
And
Yeah.
he'd been finding some subtleties like, oh, these specimens seem kind of different
Uh-huh.
from these specimens from a different locality. And now with that stratigraphy, it's like, oh, that's because they're a
They're from
million and a
different
half
times.
years younger.
Yeah.
And kind of opens up the idea that, oh, it could be a different animal,
Uh-huh.
So I think that we'll get a better understanding of evolution of dinosaurs through the Two Medicine.
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to sort of lumping them together, either in these broad zones that Jack had, but now you can really kind of refine that into saying,
Right.
okay, what's happening here?
Uh-huh.
One of the surprising things is there's this lake interval
Uh-huh.
that occurs that Ray says you can identify throughout the formation, and things sedimentation slows down, so it's kind of a compressed in the time period where there's not a
Okay.
lot of sedimentation, but it spans like a million plus years.
Hmm.
So it's kind of a compressed interval. Ray doesn't really have a good explanation as to why that's happening geologically, but Egg Mountain sits in there.
Uh-huh.
And then going back to like something I haven't talked about, but the taphonomic interpretation of Egg Mountain, it fits really interesting well with the stuff that we dug up there at Egg Mountain. So it's kind of a cool story there. But so I don't know. I'm kind of excited to see how things fall in. It just gives us this better
Right.
framework
Uh-huh.
for all sorts of stuff. So Troodon, our best specimens are kind of narrowly placed high in the formation.
Uh-huh.
we have the small juvenile and embryos from Egg Mountain. So they're 1.25 million years earlier. It's possible that maybe there's evolution, maybe it's not Troodon formosus. We just don't have adult material to go with those.
Gotcha.
At the ontogenetic level that they are at, we can't really make any distinguishing features. But one day maybe a Troodon will show up, an adult Troodon will show up down there, and you go, oh, it's changed or evolved or whatever. It's not quite the same. Could be. Yeah.
Interesting. That makes me wonder too. Speaking about the validity of Troodon as a name, do we have a good stratigraphic sense for where Hayden collected the original, Troodon tooth? Do we have any idea where this thing is from?
He just
or
says
when
near.
it's from, I should say.
Yeah, it's in the Judith River. He just says near the Judith River proper. But that doesn't know whether it means like, is it in the Missouri River and near the, yeah.
I don't think he included a section in the publication, so yeah.
We don't have any field books for him. He doesn't have any field books. I think there was some instance where a barrel of specimens in his field books fell off the back of a boat and was lost. I don't know if it's possible to find those. I don't know. It's like one of those.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Go ahead. Oh, I say Van der Riest and Curry were like, that if you're going to name a neotype, it has to be like from the nearest spot to that. And we think, the two medicine's close enough,
Sure.
if with the neotype, it kind of says that the tooth and its location they're like whatever. They don't matter anymore. They're really not part of it. We've been calling this stuff Troodon. We go with that. If someone finds new material in the Judith River and it looks different, then they name a new taxon. It's not
right.
So it's sort of shifting the name to a different material that's more meaningful than just a tooth.
I like that, and I like how it's. I don't know. I believe pretty strongly that rules should exist to serve people and not the other way around. And I kind of feel like this is a good example of that, where the name Troodon is already in really wide use, and getting rid of it entirely, I don't know who that really serves. But that's my opinion. So.
Yeah. I mean, and basically, I kind of followed Curry 1985 for 20 years and published on this as Troodon and Troodon. And then I was kind of like a little upset that they're like, oh, now he's going to throw out the name. I'm like, what? Like, I understand why. Like, it's if everything goes back to this single tooth, you can't really do anything with it. So I understand why that's an issue. So I feel like the neotype is a good way to maintain stability, keep the name. That people, there's lots of people, not paleontologists that know that name. So it'd be good. I think it's valuable to keep it.
I agree. Yeah. Best of luck with the whole ICCN thing. Yeah.
I think most people will look at it from the way you do, that it's sort of a practical solution. There might be a couple of people really close to it that might want to do something different. But in general, I think like if you're a supporter of Latavinatrix, it makes it easier for you, because then it's like, okay, now I know this is Troodon. It's just like, okay, now I can compare it to it. So I think it makes it better. Then with Styracosaurus, which is this ugly foot, it's like, it's like the bad tooth or the ugly foot. They're both bad. So it's like, okay, now we have something concrete. Yeah.
I like that a lot. Yeah. We were talking, before we brought you on today, we watched that old Paleo World episode about Troodon, dinosaur genius, and all that. So I want to ask you a few things about that. I don't know if we can call it popular culture, but in kind of like popular paleontological media, there's this theme, this running theme, this meme almost, of Troodon being a hyper-intelligent dinosaur, smartest of the dinosaurs. Really, really big endocranium. How much of that, in your view, as a troodontid researcher, is legit, and how much of it is kind of overhyped? Did Troodon actually have an abnormally large brain for a Maniraptoran theropod, or does it just have a really good press agent, so to speak?
I think the question there you said was, does that have a really big brain for a Maniraptoran?
Yeah.
And I guess I would say, if you step back and say among dinosaurs, yes, it has a big brain. It's probably not that exceptional among Maniraptorans, though, right? I think you're getting the brainiest. I don't know, whatever. What word am I looking for? You're getting bigger brains as you get towards birds, and the brain shape is taking on a more avian configuration as you move towards the bird ancestry.
Yeah.
And so I think that's kind of the important point. And there's been a number of people done, like Larry Whitmer, the folks at the American Museum did some scans and stuff too. Blanking on her name. To show that, we're getting these features that are, bigger cerebral hemispheres and other attributes that are looking more like a modern bird brain. Yeah. I think there's been some interesting work though, right? Because and again, going back to our mammal bias, we have giant cerebral hemispheres, and our brains tend to be bigger for body mass than they are in birds.
Right.
But we've now found that bird brains have actually packed in more neurons.
They're just more efficient. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like a better computer, a smaller computer. And so people are rethinking like, bird smarts, thinking about, there's these crows, various corvids that use tools and that seem to have some really good smarts. And so from a mammal bias, the brains aren't as big, but they do have these packed neurons. And so it's hard to say how smart a Troodon could have been or not. I don't know from our perspective now, but I think there's potential that in the shape of the structure, but then potentially even like how it's packed, it may have had these higher neuron density as well in a more avian fashion. Yeah.
Gotcha. And that's really difficult to test from just a fossil. Looking at the endocranium, determine the number of neurons in
Neurons,
there.
yeah.
It's tricky. Okay, well that makes sense. So I guess the verdict is Troodon may be a little bit overhyped in terms of its smarts. Nothing against Troodon in particular, but just other dinosaurs were probably not quite as brainless as they've been made out to be.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think those papers from Hobson did one in like 1980s. He had a couple papers on dinosaur brains. Where armored dinosaurs are pretty small and sauropods are on the bottom end there too. Ornithopods, though, start to show some fairly large brains, some like hadrosaurs and other things. And then tyrannosaurs, and at the time they were coelurosaurs, small-bodied theropods, had the biggest brains, and some of those are Maniraptorans today. So I mean, they kind of were laying down some of that general patterns of braininess.
Gotcha. So when we were watching this episode of Paleo World, of course, it gets into Dale Russell's Dinosauroid thought experiments, which today we look at it. I don't know. I can be kind about it and say it seems quaint. What's your hot take on the whole Dinosauroid thing as somebody who works on troodontids? Yeah.
I guess I think it's a good thought exercise. It's not really science in the way of testing anything, but it is one of those things where forces you to open your mind a little bit and think about what are the possibilities. There was a Dale Russell volume that was put out. He passed away a few years ago, and we wrote a paper about Troodon in there, and kind of went off a little bit on a tangent. In some ways, as a salute to that dinosauroid. So we talked about tool use in modern birds.
Sure. Yeah.
And like, could Troodon have used a tool? And would we recognize it in the fossil records? So that's kind of out there. I'd say it's pretty far out there. But I guess there's like,
I mean, yeah. And it's thought provoking. Like, if we had a little bit more time, if I'd started when I was hoping to start today, we would have watched that clip of The Troodontid from Prehistoric Planet, narrated by David Attenborough. I think Darren Naish, it may have been his idea to have the Troodon start or spread a forest fire. In that episode, have you seen this clip, Dave?
No.
Yeah, it's up in Alaska, I think. But there's a forest fire and there's a Troodontid running around, and then it picks up a burning stick in order to spread the fire further, in order to flush some mammals out of hiding so it can eat them. There's several birds today that do this kind of thing. But I wonder if that's directly referencing your paper here. It very well might have been, because it seems to me like oftentimes Darren Naish, for this series, he would, take a particular publication and kind of run with it in order to have it be based on something, so it's not entirely speculative.
Yeah.
You should check it out. Yeah, I think you'd get a kick out of it. Yeah.
So I mean, we have these mammal accumulations from Egg Mountain that look like regurgitates, like that someone ate mammals and spat them out.
Wow.
We have two examples. One has 3 skulls of Alphodon. They're about 85% skull material, and largely it's the tooth-bearing portion. So it's like maxillas and dentaries and not much else. And the other one has 11 individuals.
And they're just in a mass like that?
The 3 one was in a mass. The other one, Egg Mountain's hard rock, and we found it jackhammering. So it was more, we don't really have any geometry to it. So we have, I mean, at the time I called it the dinner plate because it was sort of an area about this big, and all this material kind of came from there, and I couldn't really reassemble anything. But also, again, it has that same high proportion of skull material and mostly, tooth-bearing elements. And they do have some acid etching, so it probably came out of, came
Very
from some.
cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's practically a done deal then. It was a regurgitate. If they're acid etched, really interesting. Wow.
Yeah. So I mean, they're kind of cool. It kind of matches raptorial, diurnal raptors kind of produce pellets that are concentrated like that. So we don't know whether they really belong to Troodon or not. They could belong to Troodon. That was kind of a suggestion of Dale, kind of going back to Dale Russell.
Yeah.
That Troodon had these big eyes. It has relatively weak jaws. It's got these funky teeth. It doesn't really have big, bone crunching kind of jaws. He thought maybe it was, kind of like a nocturnal or a crepuscular kind of hunter. It has delicate, legs that could be hunting around for small prey. And, mammals might have been of it. So that's sort of a possibility for these specimens.
That's really interesting. Yeah. And I remember in one of Denver Fowler's publications talking about the hind limbs of troodontids. I remember watching a talk that he gave about this once. He said they have very fast feet. So the articulation of the pedal phalanges, I think I've got like the ginglymoid condition. So they seem really flexible and just kind of really agile. Not like heavily built like in dromaeosaurs. And so
they kind of go away from the ginglymoid.
So do they? Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
I was getting that mixed up.
Like a dromaeosaur, Deinonychus toe bones have those big, like knuckly,
that huge articular surface on it.
Yeah. Whereas like some of the ones in Troodon are like a paint roller, like it's just a smooth surface, and it matches really well with things like ostriches that have it too. So I don't know what the so one might be more resisting prey,
torsion,
and the other one is more just, although you can't really twist it and torsion either on the rollers, but I don't know why. Maybe it's more efficient. I don't know. Yeah. Going back to the idea of being fast. Yeah. Anyway, I mean, those two groups both have the retractable claw.
Yep.
But the rest of the foot is really kind of functionally very different. The Deinonychus or Velociraptor metatarsals are kind of short and squat when you compare it to something like a Troodon, which is almost like a bird cannon bone.
And like you were talking about earlier, they've got that pinched metatarsal 3. It's almost like it's almost arctometatarsalien, right? Like in Tyrannosaurs and ornithomimids, where those metatarsals get squished together.
Yeah, it is arctometatarsalien. But the weird part is that instead of having sort of a symmetry like you'd see in a T-Rex between the 2 and 4, the 2 is really narrow because it supports the retractable claw. So it's sort of like this weird, I don't know, they're funky. They're really, really distinctive.
That
Anyway,
is
I was
really
bringing
interesting.
that up because the Dale Russell, he
Yeah.
proposed this mammal hunting, and we were like, oh, this could be mammal hunting evidence in Troodon at Egg Mountain, which is kind of
Uh-huh.
cool. Yeah, and then we kind of went off onto that. Could it use tools, and did it have the grasping? He kind of said that may have had like opposable
Right.
thing.
Yeah.
And we don't really see evidence for that. It does have like the weird intersection, like the
Uh-huh.
one kind of intersects with the other one, but I don't know whether that means you could grasp. I don't know how that functions, sort of.
And I've wondered whether Deinonychosaurs, whether they could actually move their digits 2 and 3 independently, because in birds those are stuck together like this.
Uh-huh.
And I don't know if anybody's really looked at that recently, but maybe that's a project that I should do soon. Trying to figure out in Dromaeosaurs and Troodontids where their
Yeah.
digits 2 and 3 actually stuck together and only the digit 1, the thumb, is free.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure how you go about testing that, but it's something that's been on my mind recently.
Yeah. You might look at modern animals that have lost that independence.
Uh-huh.
There's like the weird marsupial toes. The feet are kind of weird. The two,
Uh-huh.
I don't know which ones go together.
Huh.
Might be the digits 3 and 4 kind of
Uh-huh.
are linked together. And then I think maybe some of the tree kangaroos get into weird digit stuff as well.
Interesting. Huh.
No.
I'll look into that. Yeah. Thanks, Dave. Here, going back to our Troodontid teeth. And how are you doing on time, by the way? I don't want to keep you for too long.
I'm good. I got nowhere to go other than talk about Troodon.
All right. Well, we really appreciate it. Can we get some appreciation for Dave in the chat too, everybody? Yeah. These big denticles on Troodontid teeth like this, I've heard these suggested as possible evidence that they were maybe omnivorous. What's your take on that? Like, could this actually indicate some degree of herbivory?
Troodon.
And might that help explain the weird anatomy of Troodontids in general? They're not like these, big bruisers of predators like Dromaeosaurus, where you're talking about their kind of stockier limb bones, and they kind of seem, like they're better built as predators than Troodontids, potentially, of larger prey.
Yeah.
What's your take on the denticles, first of all?
On the denticles, they're weird. It's amazing that like a tooth like your type specimen, right? The tooth is only half-inch long, but the denticles there are bigger than you'd find on a T-Rex tooth, which is crazy. Which a T-Rex is way bigger. Yeah. So there's some function. There are a number of Troodontids that lack denticles or have reduced denticles. But some things like Xanabazar and Sornithoides, those have kind of very similar teeth to Troodon. I don't really know. There was Will Abler did these experiments where he made tooth models, and like he made casts of theropod teeth, and then he took off the serrations. So he had some with serrations and some without, and then he had like like a steak, and he would stick this tooth in it, and then he had weights to see how much force was needed to like cut through the steak. And so he actually did, tested the denticle, worth in terms of force, and found that having denticles, they're easy to cut through. And Troodon was in there, and those denticles in Troodon make it better at cutting flesh.
Interesting.
That's point one, right? And then Tom Holtz did these comparative studies and said, it looked kind of like more like an omnivore, where some plant material would be involved.
Right. Were you
and then if you look at the
paper
whole,
too?
No.
No, okay, that was a different one. Sorry.
Yeah, and then if you look at the whole dentition as a whole, Troodon has added teeth, so it has about 130 some.
So many tooth rows.
Teeth.
Yeah.
At one time. So it's added lots of teeth,
Uh-huh.
and then in some ways you can think of those big denticles as almost like cusps, like it's adding cusps that point up, right? You have those nice curvatures that you just showed. And among mammals, there's very few mammals that add teeth and add cusps to the teeth. One example is the bat-eared fox, and it primarily eats insects, and all those extra bumps are kind of good at breaking down insect
stuff.
So I don't really know. So I kind of feel like there's an insectivory, an omnivory with herbivores, efficiency for cutting flesh. All those are kind of in there. So I'm fine if it has a more omnivorous diet that's like a little bit of anything. Probably small game is probably its feature, is what I would say. But it might have been eating plants as well. Could be eating some insects too. I kind of feel like we need a better, like a thorough functional analysis of the whole dentition to really grasp of things. Because like any tooth, you can kind of go the next tooth or a couple teeth down and it looks quite a bit different.
Right.
And then you could study that tooth and it might tell you one thing and then this tooth might tell you a different thing. So I think we need kind of a broader perspective on it, which might be challenging to do. But there are some methods out there these days that are looking at dentition. So like mammal dentitions that like Greg Wilson is doing those kind of studies. So maybe something like that has to be done.
Has anybody done any isotopic work on enamel and troodontid teeth?
We have some stuff unpublished from Egg Mountain.
Cool.
And it actually, it turns out like it should be like the ultimate carnivore.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And I kind of wondered if that could be because the level of what it's eating. So if it's eating mammals that are largely insectivores, that it could be, it could have the appearance of like being a super top predator, as opposed to like if you ate Orodromius or Maiasaura,
who's eating plants themselves.
Eating plants, you would look like less of a carnivore than Troodon, which would be like, I'm the ultimate predator, even more than Tyrannosaur. But meanwhile, I'm eating mammals that are eating insects. So yeah, so we haven't sorted that out. We haven't published that yet, so I don't know. That's one idea I have.
That's exciting though, yeah.
Something to go. Your teeth.
What's that?
Oh, I don't. There was something I wanted to get back to, but now I'm fuzzy as it was. Yeah.
But if you remember it, please interrupt.
Yeah.
But it's interesting also that they seem to, at least compared to dromaeosaurs, they're evolving from the same ancestor. Troodontids seem to be reducing their tooth size, increasing the size of the denticles, and also increasing the tooth count in the mouth, which is interesting. I know there are other groups of theropods like, I think it's abelisaurs, things like Majungasaurus. They tend to decrease their tooth size, it seems, and then increase the number of teeth, and maybe that has something to do with like they could replace their teeth more rapidly because they're eating tougher stuff or something like that. But yeah, Majungasaurus has got really small. You know what? Hang on just a second. I can show you. Let me grab it.
Cool.
Yeah, they tend to have really small teeth compared to, compared to the size of their skull. And that's been commented
I like
on
it that
before.
you can whip out a skull of a Majungasaurus.
That's why I have these. Yeah, it's all for science outreach, But yeah, I 3D printed that, by the way. Yeah, that's opened up so many doors for me, being able to just print specimens. It's fantastic. I'll see if I can paint this up and send it to you, by the way, Dave. Sorry, I got that email from you like 8 days late, so I'll do that, and maybe the Zanabazar skull too. Am I saying that right? Is that how you pronounce it?
I don't know. Yeah, I said it, and then I was like, I don't know if that said it right either.
Yeah. Theropod formerly known as Thoraornithoides.
Saurothorides. Yeah, I think there's still Saurothorides still exist. I think they split one. One is Saurothorides mongoliensis, and the other one is Zanabazar something.
Zanabazar Jr. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Because it came later after that one. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Kind of a goofier question. Do you think Troodon would make a good pet?
I think probably not.
Yeah.
Maybe unless you hand raised it from infancy.
I'm just kind of picturing like a 100-pound raccoon walking around your house, getting into everything. It's a little too clever to be to be trusted. Yeah.
I kind of think of them as like a magpie, and
shoot, yeah.
Kind of crafty and and a little like I feel like magpies they're not too intimidated. They're kind of like I got a handle on the situation. Yeah, I feel like,
Yeah.
so maybe Troodon be nice until it's like age 2 or 3, and then at that point you gotta get rid of it or something.
Oh boy. Didn't Jack have a pet magpie at some point? I feel like that was in the last couple years before I left Montana, but he was like
Yeah,
hand raising some
yeah,
magpies.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I had a
it's pretty
friend,
funny.
and they got one, like a nest got destroyed or something, and they had one in
Hmm.
it, and it learned to yell. It like mimicked their mom yelling at her sibling who lived in the basement to get up for school, and it would imitate that cry, like, "You gotta get up!" And it's like,
Oh boy, yeah. Imagining a Troodon doing that is pretty funny. Um, Shoot.
I could see the hind limbs of Troodon being to cover more ground. That
Huh.
it could be, like sorry, like I think Kristen Janis had a study where she was looking at limb proportions through time between um,
Hmm.
carnivores and herbivores. And
Hmm.
herbivores always had these like really elongate limbs. And she
Right.
kind of argued that it wasn't just for predator avoidance, but efficiency in feeding, that they have to feed constantly. And so they just
Oh.
need, like they just need to
Hmm.
be more efficient in their locomotion because they're going to be out there grazing a big chunk of
Right.
the day. And so it's a balance between escape, but also kind of efficiency of locomotion. Oh, I
That
know
is
what
really
I was going to,
interesting. Yeah. Yeah.
going back to feeding. There is
Uh-huh.
this really cool, this is Michael Ryan described the site of baby hadrosaur bones, and there's like 30 some troodon teeth associated with it and nothing else. Um, and that,
Huh.
so I kind of feel like, that sort of fits with the idea of them feeding small prey, like baby
Uh-huh.
hadrosaurs, mammals, kind of the small end of things is where they
Right.
might be feeding. Yeah.
Interesting. Could that be, well, I don't know. We're getting speculative here, but the fact that you've got Troodon and Maiasaura at the same nesting site at Egg Mountain, do we know that they were actually there in the same horizon?
There are some Troodon teeth with the Maiasaur nests.
Okay.
Yeah. There's
Yeah.
some there's some hadrosaur bones at
Mm-hmm.
at Egg Mountain. There's sort of two ways to use Egg Mountain.
Yeah.
There's like the one which is just this hill. That's
Uh-huh.
like the
Oh,
the
I see what you
strict,
mean. If we're
and that's
using
Egg
the
Mountain
term
proper.
Egg Mountain, yeah. Yeah.
But a lot of times when we are back in Bozeman referring to I'm gonna go up to Egg Mountain,
Uh-huh.
it kind of just means that general area.
The Willow Creek
It's kind of
anticline.
the Willow Creek Anticline, yeah.
Yeah.
So it depends on how you want to use it. And now that we have radiometric dates, there are some, a better handle on the temporal arrangement of things up in the Willow Creek Anticline. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
but there are hadrosaur eggs um, at Egg Mountain, and even some
Mm-hmm.
hadrosaur baby bones there. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah. Do we have a better understanding of the taphonomy of Egg Mountain, by the way? I remember reading some stuff written in the 90s, around like 94, that there may have been a big pyroclastic flow or something like that. That might be the Camposaur bone bed site. Um,
Yeah. I got a leg cramp.
oh, sorry.
Hang on.
We've been doing this for a while. So yeah, feel free to pace around for a little bit or something. But yeah, let me just say for anybody.
Yeah. So I mean, there's
Okay, go
the
ahead.
big Maiasaur bed,
Uh-huh.
which was like a big mud flow,
Yeah,
uh,
okay.
a debris flow.
Uh-huh.
Um, there's a lot of charcoal in there and soot in the
Mm-hmm.
bone bed, and so it looks like um, probably there was a big fire first. This happens in
Huh.
California sometimes. You get these big fires
Right.
come through,
And then that destabilizes the
destabilizes the
hillsides. Yeah.
soil. Yeah, and then
Yeah.
then a mudslide happens afterwards. So I think that's the best interpretation of how that happened. So that's
Gotcha.
not at Egg
Okay.
Mountain proper,
Uh-huh.
right? That's a different horizon. So Egg Mountain proper, Jack first thought it was an Orodromius nesting colony,
Mm-hmm.
um, with site fidelity and colonial nesting.
Uh-huh.
And I don't think, and that was with the Orodromius eggs, but now we know they're Troodon eggs.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I haven't really seen that. But I've seen evidence of all sorts of things nesting there, different
Mm-hmm.
vertebrates, tons of invertebrates that are digging down the soils. So I think
Right.
it's just a good environment to preserve nesting behavior of anything, invertebrates and vertebrates.
Gotcha.
And then these radiometric dates says that that interval has really slow sedimentation rates. And so I
Oh,
think
yeah.
that
Okay.
adds to it too, in that we're not having a lot of deposition, so these things are kind of like over printed on themselves. You know, it's just like there's just lots of it
Gotcha.
because we're not depositing lots of sediments as
Uh-huh.
well.
Huh.
Yeah.
And you said that we don't really know why there's that low sedimentation rate. You can't directly tie that to just like sea level rise or lack of accommodation space in the basin or something like that. It's got to be something else.
Yeah, you have to talk to Ray on that one. But
Okay.
it occurs about when we get the transition from sea level regression, the seas going out,
Uh-huh.
and then seas coming back in. So it's just about that change time, that between regression to transgression.
Gotcha.
And I don't know if that has to do with it, if there's
Uh-huh.
that whatever mechanism, locally. I mean, I think some of those are sea level rises are more global control.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I have to talk to Ray if the dates, yeah,
Hmm.
match up with global changes, or if there's like local basinal kind of controls on sea level rise and fall. Yeah,
Gotcha. Okay.
yeah.
Well, cool. Yeah. I'm excited to actually read the paper. I haven't had time to do it yet, but I've been looking forward to it. Jim Kirkland called me
Yeah.
yesterday. We were talking about some stuff, and he emailed me the paper. He's like, "Dan, you got to read this." So people are excited about it,
Uh,
Dave. You should be proud. Yeah.
uh,
Uh,
I was happy that I got to be part of it. Is how I look at it.
yeah.
Ray,
Yeah.
Ray I think is the one that could be proud about it. I'm glad that I could contribute to it. That and say these specimens are important and kind of get involved that way. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. Um. So we've heard how you pronounce the name Troodon. You don't say
Yeah.
Troodon. Um.
Troodon. Yeah. Troodon. Yeah.
Um. Since this is a genus that you work on, what other pronunciations have you heard? Are there any particularly amusing ones or anything? Um,
No, I guess I haven't really heard too many. I mean, some people want to make a double O, like a Troodon,
yeah, yeah.
Troodon,
I've heard
opposed
that
to
a lot too by
O.
professionals, troodonted researchers. I've heard them say Troodon.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, it used to have the umlaut on there, right? The
yeah,
little, I don't know if it's not the umlaut, but those two dots. And that was to emphasize that it was two different syllables, that it
right,
wasn't
yeah.
Troodon, but it was Troodon. Yeah.
I still
Yeah.
see that in certain places, and then what's funny is in certain publications, well, I think it's the New Yorker. They'll put those little two dots over double O's in other words, like the word cooperate. They'll put it over that,
Oh,
and
really?
it
Oh,
seems so pretentious.
oh,
But
oh,
yeah, like people do that in other words in the English language too, which is really interesting. I think.
oh. I
Yeah,
hadn't seen that,
yeah,
but that's what it is. It really is
yeah,
just a pronunciation guide more than
hmm
anything, those two dots. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And then that was was that done away with officially? Did they get rid of the double dots over the double O's?
I mean, I think as part, it's not really part of the official name to have those.
Oh, so somebody threw that in at some point as a pronunciation
Yeah.
helper, and then it just
And then
kind
they
of took
decided
off.
that we should do it. Yeah. Yeah. A
That's
pronunciation
really
helper.
interesting. So it's not like there was an ICZN ruling saying you cannot do this now or anything like that.
No, but I mean, they say you can't have them.
Oh, okay.
So it may have been that they tried to conform to
Uh-huh.
the rules. I don't know when the first ICZN came out. I
Hmm.
don't know. We're on like third or
Interesting.
fourth issue.
Yeah. Um, yeah. For anybody in chat who's wandered in who's not familiar with the full thing, you could almost call it a meme in this channel here where I don't know. I sent you the video, Dave, Tradoon. Um that there was
Troodon.
a video that we were watching at one point with this woman talking about it was kind of a clickbaity dinosaur video. She was doing her best. Don't mean to make fun of her at all
Troodon.
whatsoever. She's given us a wonderful running joke. But yeah, she's talking about some dinosaur names. She doesn't really have a background in dinosaurs, and she She pronounces the name Troodon Troodon, and I just about fell out of my seat laughing when I first heard this, and it's just become this running gag ever since. But yeah, everybody in the chat, I'm sure, would they'd really love it if you could say Troodon real quick, Dave, and then if we could clip that if you're up for it. I don't mean
Moses. You want Troodon for Moses? I don't know. It sounds like Dragoon, like some kind of soldier or something. Yeah.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah, with like some sort of halberd or like big goofy weapon or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. It sounds better with her accent. I liked her. I think that
she does have a very classy accent. It's yeah. It kind of gives her an air of authority almost. That only takes her so far, I guess. But yeah. Anyway, another kind of slightly goofy question to kind of round things out here. So famously, Jack Horner, who was your graduate advisor, you were his first graduate student. He was the paleontological consultant on the Jurassic Park trilogy, the first 3 Jurassic Park films. And the character Alan Grant is kind of based on
Troodon.
Jack. There's a long-standing rumor, Dave, that one of the characters in the film Jurassic Park 3 is actually based on you. Can you?
I don't know who started this rumor. I don't know. Yeah.
So,
Jack,
you don't know anything about this?
Jack would say I'm not his first grad student.
Oh, really?
I would say I'm his first grad student. Yeah, Ray Rogers.
Okay.
Ray Rogers went to the University of Montana.
Right.
While Jack was at Montana State. But Jack kind of he basically did all these projects with Jack. So he did bone bed taphonomy with Jack. And so Jack will say that Ray is his first student. So I'm really his first student at Montana State.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So I don't know if Ray's the model for that. I don't know. You could ask Ray.
I've had some people very confidently tell me that the character Billy in Jurassic Park 3 is supposed to be Dave Verricchio, but I don't know.
There's one. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it has. I worked on. I was on the field crew with Paul Serino.
For Suchomimus, famously.
Suchomimus. So I kind of came out around then, and then there was one point where I'd found the Troodon on top of eggs, where I was kind of worried about land ownership and conflict with commercial collectors. That I don't know. So I was collecting eggs, which made me think about the Billy puts the eggs in his backpack and then gets into trouble. And so I was thinking about Jack. I kind of had to call Jack up because I was worried I was in trouble, collecting these eggs. But anyway, I don't think it has anything to do with me, to be honest.
Okay. Well, shoot, thank you so much, Dave. I really appreciate this.
Sure.
I should probably let you go before any more leg cramps set in, and I got to go to the bathroom pretty quick here too. But
that sounds good. Yeah.
Thanks again, and thanks very much for being our first interviewee of 2025. Hopefully, we'll have many more. Good. But we're off to a good start here. Thanks again, Dave. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it. Any love for Troodon, I'm happy for. So.
Troodon.
All right.
See you around, Dave. Thanks.
Cheers.
All right. Here we go. Go ahead and close that up. And, well. How lucky are you, Chad? Exclusive interview with Troodon expert Dave Verricchio. Holy cow. I've got to go run to the bathroom in just a minute here. I will be right back. Let me put this back up on the wall in the meantime, too. I'm going to run a quick welcome video for any folks who might be new here. If you've just waltzed in, welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, which means I work on dinosaurs. I study them, I publish on them in the scientific literature, I dig up dinosaurs, and I stream full-time here on Twitch nowadays. This is how I make my living, believe it or not. Some of us got to get creative nowadays to make ends meet as scientists, and this is the way that I've been able to do that. Thanks to this remarkable community and all of their support. So, supporters, you know who you are. Thank you very much. And holy moly, Rumbumbler. No, hang on, Inachu. Rumbumbler, thank you for the 2 months. Inachu, thank you for the 20 gift subs. Extraordinary. Thank you so much, Inachu. Really appreciate that. Very, very much. It's because of the generosity of good folks like Inachu that I can continue to do this full time. I appreciate that tremendously. And Kendall Waster Gray just got a gift sub thanks to Inachu's generosity. Welcome, Kendall Waster Gray. Started to do this for worthy streams. Thank you for deeming us worthy, Inachu. It means a tremendous amount. Really appreciate it. Yeah. Raziel Ball says, Inachu making sure Danny eats hot food this month. Oh yeah. Think how much ramen I can afford with those proceeds. Good stuff. Anywho, so I can go use the little paleontologist room. We're gonna call forth a good friend of mine, somebody we like to call Previously Recorded Danny, for a minute here. He's gonna tell you for a couple minutes about who I am, what a paleontologist is doing here on Twitch in the first place, what this channel's all about, all that good stuff. And also explain some of my background from Montana, too, where Dave Verricchio works. So without further ado, he's sneaking up behind me right now. But Previously Recorded, Danny, take it away.
Well, thanks, present day Danny. Well, if you're new here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You might be wondering to yourself, where's the video games? Well, my name's Danny Anduza, and I'm a paleontologist. I don't really do too much in the way of video games, I guess. I work on dinosaurs. But how does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, I'll tell you. It all started when I moved to Montana right out of high school. In my first week there, I started working in the Paleo Lab at Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was probably the greatest dinosaur museum on the planet. If you've ever seen any of the Jurassic Park movies, then you're more familiar with that institution, and with my old boss, than you may realize.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said that the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately he didn't get eaten.
It was in that program that Jack Horner built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. I learned a lot of that from Jack Horner's last graduate student, this guy, Denver Fowler, who would go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in North Dakota. Under Denver, I did nearly a decade's worth of fieldwork, digging at hundreds of sites in the Upper Cretaceous, excavating literally hundreds of dinosaurs. Here's just a few highlights. In 2012, I discovered the world's oldest specimen of Chasmosaurus, hopefully soon to be published as a new species. In 2017, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
I've also been lucky enough to help collect another very important specimen, the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. And much like my fieldwork, my research is also centered on dinosaurs. Some of that deals with new genera and species, like this guy, Trurarchuncus, a bizarre little theropod from the very end of the age of dinosaurs, who was just published in July of 2020. I've got a few studies in the works right now, some of them focusing on dinosaur biogeography, and some others on behavioral functional morphology, basically looking at bizarre features of dinosaur skeletal anatomy and trying to figure out why those features evolved. And one of my current projects involves spinosaurs. But I can't really talk about that until it's closer to publication, so don't ask me about it yet. Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A
couple years ago, things were definitely on the decline in Montana. So I packed up and moved back to the West Coast. And I have been so much happier here. I've also realized that I have very little patience for the soul-deadening bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I've moved my career in a different direction. And lucky for me, it happens to pay a lot better too. I kind of stumbled my way into a job in early childhood education. I get to make a real difference in kids' lives and help instill a love of nature and a burning curiosity for the world around them. Then coronavirus descended, and the school shut its doors. But I wasn't about to let a global pandemic stop me and my students. We just moved online. 1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush, because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things, like velociraptors' jumps or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. Having made the jump to teaching remotely, it was only a short leap from there to Twitch. I started streaming in May of 2020, and it's been tremendously rewarding. Now, it's my belief that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about your science is one of the most important things a researcher can do. Twitch is kind of an ideal medium for that. This is my passion, and now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that? It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you can help out by continuing to watch, or if you can afford it by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful. So, for my regular viewers, thank you for sitting through that again. And for everybody who's new, welcome. We've got a fantastic little community going here, and we'd be really happy if you'd join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and wrap this up and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you. Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. Thank you to everybody who is here right now. I appreciate you. Also, huge thanks to Dr. David J. Varicchio of Montana State University for coming on for that interview. I'm looking forward to this, and it's an excellent way to start our interview series this year. As I was talking about, this is one of my big New Year's resolutions for this year. In fact, it was number 1, have consistent guest appearances. So we're off to a good start. Oh yeah. We're gonna probably get into some fossil news and just kind of whatever people are curious about for the rest of today's stream. And then later on, hopefully I'll be raiding into Ios to help out with her partner push here. Let's see. Oh, hello, sweetie pie, you're back. Let me give Sweetie Pie some treats, and then we'll take a look at that clip that I was talking with Dave about, the troodontid arsonist from Prehistoric Planet. Sweetie Pie, my goodness. What are you doing there? You want some treats? Is that what you're up to right now? Is that what you desire? We'll make it happen. We'll make it happen. It's come to collect your payment.
Did we talk about Pegomastax? We did not, Hugin. We should talk about that today. I kind of forget what that critter is. The name sounds really familiar. Look at those. Is that now what you wanted? Oh, right here. Good stuff, sweetie pie. Eat them up. Eat those dental treats. Good for your teeth. Inachu says, does Hawaii have any dinosaurs? No, the Hawaiian Islands are actually far more recent than the age of dinosaurs. So Hawaii does have birds. Birds are dinosaurs, but birds they flew over from other continents to the Hawaiian Islands. The Hawaiian Islands are only about, what, like 3 million years old? Something like that? They're really, really young. The last of the non-bird dinosaurs, by contrast, died out 66 million years ago. So I think dinosaurs predate the Hawaiian Islands by at least 60 million years, something like that. Anywho. And this is very true, Diagonal, yeah. Volcanic deposits are less likely to contain fossils. Hawaii is mostly volcanic rock. Yeah, there's that. Fossils are usually found in sedimentary rocks. And when I say usually, I mean almost always. But, yeah. Let's look up that Troodontid clip from Prehistoric Planet, the one that I was telling Dave about right here. There we go. It'll help if I turn the sound on, huh? And the closed caption. So this is from the series Prehistoric Planet on Apple Plus TV or whatever it's called. Yeah, just a few years ago. This is a beautiful representation of one of these dinosaurs, like Troodon. Here it's just called a Troodontid. We don't actually have a genus and species for this critter, but think of it as Troodon, and, you know, for all the intents and purposes that matter, it might as well be Troodon.
Most animals flee from the flames. But for some, the disaster creates opportunities.
That's your old job, Inachu. Oh, boy. Oh, did you ever have to contend with dinosaurs spreading the fires?
This 6-foot-long dinosaur, a Troodontid, is one of the smaller members of the theropod group.
Ooh, that sounds tasty.
Give it acute sight, even in this smoky gloom. And for its size, its brain is one of the largest on the planet. It is the most intelligent, adaptable, and successful hunter in the Arctic. At the far's edge, Troodontids gather to prey on animals that are trying to escape the flames.
So this is a dinner bell for our Troodontid here.
Anything that spreads the fire creates more opportunities for the most ingenious Arctic hunter of its time.
Mammals, and there we go.
Success.
That is speculative. We don't know that they did this. Certainly not. It'd be really difficult to test that kind of thing. But the neat thing about Prehistoric Planet is that there are often modern-day counterparts. Examples of critters like this. Critters exhibiting similar behaviors in the modern day. Oh boy, this is not really clickbaity looking thumbnail for this. This is how birds use fire. Yeah, they don't shoot fire out of their limbs or whatever that is supposed to be portraying there. But here we go. This is probably going to be the same narrator. Yeah, with David Attenborough. Here. This is in Madagascar. So here's a modern animal actually exhibiting very similar behavior. Yep. These birds of prey that love snacking on big arthropods like that. So they know that in areas afflicted by fire, they can find prey more easily. And then some of them get the bright idea to help spread that fire further, as you'll see. Oh, even catching other birds. Eating some insects on the wing. Voltmog, how are you doing? I feel like it's been a while. How are things? Oh.
So I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Miss Caprical, thank you for the 9 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Tier 3 is nothing to sneeze at. That's some serious support right there. Thank you, Miss Capri. I appreciate that. Let's finish this out. Oh, I guess these guys aren't actually spreading the fire, but we do have examples of birds doing that. Here we go.
Thanks to CuriosityStream for sponsoring this episode of SciShow. To learn more, go to Curiosity.
Yeah.
It's no secret that birds can be pretty smart. You've probably heard of birds using tools or solving puzzles, but in Australia, they take things to the next level. There, some birds are said to intentionally start fires, making them the only animals besides humans known to do that. Most animals don't like being near fire. The standard instinct around flames is to drop what you're doing and run. But some birds of prey do just the opposite. If they spot a wildfire, they'll actually fly towards it.
We didn't start the fire, says Fall Machine. Sure. Maybe Billy Joel didn't start the fire, and maybe those birds in the previous video didn't start the fire. I suppose these birds here don't start the fire either, but they do spread it.
Figured out that fire causes little critters to panic and flee, making them easy targets. As long as the birds are careful not to get burned, a fire can mean an easy meal. This incredible behavior is called fire foraging, and it's been seen in predatory birds around the world. But in Australian tropical savannas, some birds seem to take this strategy a step further. They're known as firehawks.
And I also want to make clear, before we get into the firehawks, that this is not a new idea for non-bird theropod dinosaurs. I just remembered this right now, but we've got another example of this in paleo art from, what, like the 80s? In William Stout's book, The Dinosaurs, which is right here we go, right here. He's got some coelophysoids exhibiting this behavior. Let's see if I can find that here. But there's just a whole band of them just going nuts during a fire, catching up all kinds of critters. Let's see, there we go. Fire. Yeah, catching all kinds of animals, fleeing the flames there. So it's pretty well known, I think, that modern creatures sometimes do this. And it's been speculated that some dinosaurs might have done it too. This is speculative, but it makes sense based on the behavior of animals alive today. This book was published back in 1981. That art may have been done in the 70s, potentially. But yeah, and you've never seen this book before? Oh, Petrodactylus. It's so good. Holy cow. William Stout's The Dinosaurs. There's an updated version that you can get called The New Dinosaurs. I think a new forward and a new afterward. It's, oh man. As an artist, Petrodactylus, this is right up your alley. Excellent stuff. Some of my favorite dinosaur illustrations have come out of this book. Kind of exploring different topics. Picturing it, dinosaurs as living animals. It's really fun. It's really fun. Yeah, and William Stout has had a huge influence on my own artistic style. And I was really pleased to be able to meet him in person at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting at the end of October. I'd love to bring him on for an interview at some point. Let's see, I think this was it the first day of SVP? There we go. Me and William Stout wearing a Cryolophosaurus shirt. He's done a lot of artwork of Cryolophosaurus. One of my favorite dinosaur paintings of all time is a William Stout piece on Cryolophosaurus. It is gorgeous. That one's overexposed, but maybe if I click it, I can find a better one. We'll go into search. I have it printed and framed in my office. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Hang on just a second. I can't seem to find it. It might take a minute, but I don't have it up on the wall yet. Doing some renovations in here pretty soon, so stuff's kind of askew at the moment. So imagine this, but prettier. Not as washed out. But yeah, just a gorgeous piece. Really nice. Cryolophosaurus was the first dinosaur ever named from Antarctica. It was a big deal in the early 90s, mid-90s. All through the 90s, I guess. Yeah, really cool critter. And William Stout has done a lot of Cryolophosaurus art. Anywho, let's see if I can find you a copy of that book for cheap, if you're interested in it. William Stout's The Dinosaurs. There you go. You can get it in like-new condition for $10.99, or in good condition for $8.89. There you go. Yeah. Here we go. Here's William Stout talking about his work.
Hi, I'm William Stout, and I'm an artist. I work in a whole number of different fields, but my very favorite thing of everything that I do is painting murals of prehistoric life for natural history museums.
Yeah.
I got interested in dinosaurs when I was 3 years old. My parents took me to see my very first movie, the original 1933 King Kong.
King Kong.
And
Oh, yeah.
I think it did damage at a genetic level. I've been nuts about dinosaurs ever since. One of the things I bring to the table as a paleo artist is imagination. I come from a film and fantasy background, which worked against me in the early days. It made me suspect in a lot of paleontologists' eyes. They thought I was going to create inaccurate images. I tended to take a more conservative approach in my reconstructions than my fellow paleo artists because of the suspicions. But one of the things I wanted to do was I didn't want to do static pictures of dinosaurs, just straight portraits. There have been so many of those being done that I figured the public was pretty familiar with what dinosaurs look like, and so I thought it was more important to show their lifestyles and to inject a little drama into their lives, the way you would if you were watching a nature documentary.
So when we went to San Diego, to the Natural History Museum there, we saw this mural. Let me find that VOD for you real quick, just to prove to you that I was there. Pretty cool. We do find this fairly... Can't get that. Let's talk ankylosaurs. Let's look at it. That one looked like Brachychampsa back there. And then we've got what looks like Borealisuchus over here. Yeah. It's got one of my favorite paleo artists, probably had the biggest influence on me personally as of the inquisitive baby lamia does illustration of the turtle there too. And then we've got a mosasaur chomping down on an ammonite up there also. Really nice. Just a beautiful piece of art. And here it is right here. There's those same crocs. There's that same mosasaur over there.
I've always been interested in telling stories being done that I figured the public was pretty familiar with what dinosaurs look like, and so I thought it was more important to show their lifestyles and to inject a little drama into their lives, the way you would if you were watching a nature documentary. I've always been interested in telling stories, and these murals are a way to tell stories. And when you tell stories, you engage the public.
There you go,
They're not
Petrodactylus,
just
yeah. It's
looking
well
at,
worth it.
Oh, this is what a Tyrannosaurus looks like, and then they move on. They get involved in what the Tyrannosaurus is doing and the world that the Tyrannosaur lives in and the animals that it interacts with and the plants and everything. So that's my approach.
Good stuff. And there you go. Excellent institution. There is a link to that video. And yeah, the reason why we're talking about William Stout is I thought of this illustration from his book, The Dinosaurs, about fire. We've got all these coelophysoids. They're, chasing prey that's fleeing the flames. Just like we have in real life here.
hawks because they're said to fly into active fires, carry away a burning stick in their beak or talons, and then drop it into dry brush to start a totally new fire. There's a lot we don't know about this avian arson. It's never been reliably captured on photo or video, but the stories trace back generations. Around the world, there are human cultures that have lived alongside native wildlife for hundreds or thousands of years, and these cultures can be a valuable source of what's called indigenous ecological knowledge. And a 2017 study set out to collect this local knowledge. Most stories identify 3 species as the arsonists: black kites, whistling kites, and brown falcons, though there may be other birds that do it too. And the team found that at least 12 different ethnic Aboriginal groups reported first-hand knowledge of fire spreading in these birds. They're even in some of their religious ceremonies. One account goes as far as to suggest that early Aboriginal people may have learned the trick of fire foraging by watching the birds. The study also collected observations from non-Aboriginal people, including modern-day firefighters. As you can imagine, birds that can start fires could be a real pain if your job is to control blazes, so local firefighters are often on the lookout for the birds. One firefighter reported an instance where he spent an afternoon putting out 7 different fires started by kites. And another witnessed a group of birds start a fire that burned so out of control that it damaged a local cattle station. In total, the study found accounts of fire spreading from West Australia, Queensland, and the Northern Territory, a total area of thousands of square kilometers. So it may not be video footage, but it's pretty comprehensive ethno-ornithological evidence, that is, cultural knowledge of birds. But the behavior still hasn't been scientifically observed and documented, so the researchers aren't done yet. They plan to conduct more interviews, set up field experiments, and equip local rangers with the tools to catch the birds in the act. And all that will hopefully reveal how often the birds start fires and how firefighters can best plan around the behavior. And it may even help researchers figure out how they learned to do it in the first place. Everything we currently know about firehawks comes from people paying attention to nature. Their inquisitiveness allowed them to make remarkable observations of these incredible birds.
Pretty neat stuff. Here's a link to that video right there from SciShow. They do good stuff. Fighting the fire and the firebirds, says Dr. Irrefutable, yeah. And Diagonal says it's like the snake species in the southern U.S., where scientists discovered how they nest after decades of research, but locals knew about it long before. Yeah, this is why, as scientists, if we can enlist the help of local people, sometimes that can save us a lot of time and a headache. Because often folks in the local area know about this stuff long before we do, you know? That reminds me of, when we were talking about Egg Mountain with Dave. Oh, hang on. Holy moly, Inachu! 50 gift subs, holy cow.
It's the last time I'll play with a dinosaur.
Thank you so much, Inachu. Holy moly. That's 70 gift subs from you today. Splendid. That is phenomenal. I really, really appreciate that, Inachu. Thank you very, very much. I can afford it. All my bills are paid, says Inachu. Thank you for being so generous with what's left over there. I really, really appreciate it. That helps me pay my bills. And it helps me afford to pay interviewees on our channel, too.
And authentic, because though they died out so long ago,
thank you, Chaotic Time Traveler,
so we know just what
for the
they
17
were like,
months.
and can even sculpt them into still, or rather extinct, life.
I really appreciate that, Chaotic Time Traveler. Thank you, thank you. 17 months is a long time. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. Yeah, holy cow. Inachu, thank you very, very much. It's, I don't know. For each of our interviewees, I want to do about one every week for the next year. A $50 honorarium for each interviewee, for each interview. That's a lot of money for me, but this really helps me afford it, so thank you. And thank you, Lenina.
180 gift subs in the channel.
I appreciate that, Lenina. Thank you for gifting the gifter. Thanks, Lenina. Yeah, there you go, Inachu. You won't have to worry about any ads for the next month. Thank you, Lenina, for that, that's thoughtful of you. Turnabout's fair play. Yes, indeed. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Now, I'm trying to find...
1,000 bits can make a wonderful difference in promoting the appreciation
Miss Caprikel, thank
understanding
you.
of fossil science here on Twitch.
Phenomenal. 1,000 bits.
Trend.
Thank you for contributing to that hype train. And Mark Melvin, look, this is a tinamou bird, like we were talking about with Dave. So their closest relatives outside of tinamous are rheas and ostriches and cassowaries and emus. The males are the ones who sit on the nests. Here's a male calling right now, getting very excited about those 10 gift subs.
Get out of there, it's gonna
A little too excited.
Mark
Shoot.
Melbourne is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Thank you, Mark Melvin. Oh, I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. Good stuff. And the females are bigger in tinamous. That's really interesting, Charlie's Dragon. I looked it up. Interesting. Huh. Closest relatives are C4 and pipe bombs. Not quite, but I can see why you would think that in the zoo. Excellent. I'm trying to remember where that clip was. Multiple clips. Was it here, perhaps, talking about Egg Mountain? And talking about these discoveries? It's not in this one. It's gotta be episode 3, I betcha. Episode 3. Nature of the Beast. Yep, there we go. So when we're talking about nesting, we're talking about sites like Egg Mountain, as we were discussing with Dave. I better show you this. There we go.
Economizing in bulk. Here in the hills of northern Montana, paleontologist Jack Horner is studying the smallest versions of these creatures with the help of a band of volunteers.
So, shall we go to work?
When he was 7 years old, Horner found his first fossil bones on his family's Montana ranch. He's been hooked ever since.
I don't know if Jack's parents actually had a ranch. I know his dad operated a gravel pit, like a gravel mine. I don't know if they had a ranch.
Well, get up here and tell me about it. Well, what is it?
It's a bone.
What kind of a bone?
A tibia.
From what?
A hadrosaur.
Is it from a baby?
No.
No, right.
From an adult.
So you know it's an adult duck-billed dinosaur,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
And did it live here?
Yeah.
Did it die here?
No.
How do you know?
Because, if it died here, then you'd see all the rest around it.
That's right.
So it had
So
to
it's
come
been
down.
scattered around, right?
Yeah.
Thanks for being here, Dr. Irrefutable. Appreciate you. So, speaking of locals, this is Marion Brandvold, who, we'll get to her in a second. Holy cow! Miss Cal, 25 gift subs.
It's the last time I'll play with a dinosaur. Dinosaurs.
That'll do it right there. Holy moly. That exceeds our goal for the day. We're at for the week, rather. 154 out of 150. Thank you, Ms. Caprikel. Thank you very, very much. Thank you, everybody who's contributed to this. You're putting food on my table in, like, a direct, material way, so thank you for that. I believe that deserves some applause here. everybody. Thank you, thank you. I hardly know what to say. Thank you very much for that. It means a tremendous amount. Thank you so much for your support. It's big gifts like that that not only help me pay the bills and allow me to continue streaming like this 4 days a week, but also allow so many people to watch without having to worry about ads. You're also supporting this community at the same time too, and that's no small thing. Thank you for that. I really sincerely appreciate that. Thank you very much for your support. It means a lot. It really does. I hope you can take PPS over. I don't know if I'd be a very good administrator, Inachu, but thank you for your support, Inachu. This program is made possible by viewers like you. Thank you. And Witch Hyena, or is it Witch Yena? I like Witch Hyena better. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. What you were doing, is that important to support? I appreciate that more than you know, Miss Capri Cal. I really do. Thank you for helping make it possible. Shoot. Again, it's such a privilege to be able to bring science outreach to all of you full time. It's a dream come true to be able to do this, you know? When I was a kid, growing up watching documentaries like this one, this is something to aspire to, you know? Being a paleontologist, going out and digging up fossils, publishing on them, helping figure out what life was like back in the Mesozoic. That was a dream of mine, but the idea of communicating that to people, sharing it with everybody, that was the dream too, you know? That's how I learned about this stuff in the first place. The what? I'm sorry. What was that? Again? Nivi, I'm sorry I didn't hear it. The who? You gotta repeat that one more time. Nivi, thank you so much for the 13 months of support. And, sorry, what was that again? The what? The who?
Paleo dance, paleo dance, paleo dance.
Thank you, Nivi, for the 13 months of support.
A long time ago.
Appreciate you.
They were terrible lizards, don't you know?
More trend.
Miss Capri Cal, thank you for the 1,000 bits. We're approaching a level 8 hype train here with 10 seconds left. Holy moly. Thank you, everybody. That's nuts. I really appreciate it. Again, it was media like this that really helped foster my fascination with fossils. It's a very alliterative sentence. When I was a kid, and being able to share this with all of you and share fieldwork with you, like I've been able to do for the past 3 summers, that's been a dream come true. It's because of the generosity of this community that that's possible. If I weren't getting paid to do this, I would not be able to afford to do it. This is how I make my living, and I feel like the luckiest guy in the world. So, thank you for that, everybody. Seriously, it means so much. Let's continue this here. Let's talk about the importance of local knowledge and yeah.
But it's not just professors and students who find bones.
Yep.
Marion Brandvold runs a rock shop in Bynum, Montana. That's why she's out here prospecting, looking for rocks, especially rocks with fossil bones. One day in spring 1978, she came across something she'd never seen before in that area.
It wasn't this. This is a deer bone right here.
I come on down off the hill, and right close here were some big bones. And I thought I've walked here before, but I must not have done. So I'm kind of excited about them, but then there was this odd little round place. Now it looks a lot different today. It's not anyway near the same. And on the top were quite a few scattered small bones. Okay, them small bones were different than anything I had seen up in this area.
Anybody have a guess as to what those small bones might be? Any guesses? If you know the story, you know the story. But, anybody got any ideas?
Troodon.
Mammals? Very small rocks. Is that a Monty Python reference?
That same year of 1978, Jack Horner took the summer off from Princeton University to go bone hunting with his friend Bob Makela.
Makela is how you say it, but yeah.
As usual, one of their stops was the rock shop run by Marion Brandvold. They'd heard that Marion needed help identifying some fossil bones.
So we got to looking around, and she had a lot of fossils in there, and a lot of them were misidentified, so we started identifying stuff for her, and she seemed to be real pleased about that.
They asked me if I had any other bones that they could look at, and I said, well, we just found some little bones up on the hill. I said, we don't know just what they are.
I looked at it, and I'm sure I had a surprised look in my face. Turned to Bob, and I said,
Bob, do you know what I'm thinking? Bob says, yeah, I know what you're thinking.
I was really excited. Bob and I were both really excited, but we were in a rock shop, and in rock shops they sell things, and so we were trying really hard to sort of contain our excitement.
And I thought to myself, something's here I got to know about.
And Bob picked up a little dentary with teeth in it, and he looked at it, and his mouth fell open, and he said, "You're right, Jack. This is a baby dinosaur."
And I says, baby dinosaurs? Yes.
So this is one of the first times that anybody had ever found the bones of baby dinosaurs. Baby dinosaurs, hatchlings, or embryos that small. This might be the first time.
We were very excited.
12 years later, every square foot of these Montana hills is the object of intense scientific scrutiny.
So this is Egg Mountain, near Choteau, Montana. This is where Dave Riccio got started too. We were talking all about this during the interview.
When we first came here, there was a good little hill here, and it was...
Patrick Crusader jokingly says, before that, they thought dinosaurs were born adults. You'd be surprised. I mean, talking to some dinosaur paleontologists, you almost get the impression they think that. Oh, juvenile? No, it's got to be a new species, you know? Anyway.
On the surface of that hill that Marion had collected the four little parts of four skeletons. And when Bob and I came out, we began carefully excavating into the hill and began running into hundreds of other little bones. So we very carefully repaired down on the top of this hill, just excavating centimeter by centimeter, and we eventually found the remains of 15 baby dinosaurs. And then after examining them and deciding that they were all the same species, we came to a final conclusion that we were looking at a dinosaur nest.
Exciting stuff.
Horner's discoveries opened a window onto the daily lives of dinosaurs. Until then, there was nothing to show that dinosaurs were any different from turtles and frogs, whose approach to their eggs is lay 'em and leave 'em. But here, Horner found evidence of dinosaur nesting and other kinds of social behavior.
Like parental
Out
care.
here we can see a number of the myosaur nests. There's one, the 1978 nest, where the steel spike is. And about 30 feet this way, the little hill, another one is, and then about 25 feet off to the right is another one. There's 7 confirmed nests that we found out here, and possibly another one. As we began to find these things, we realized that first of all, the dinosaurs were apparently nesting in colonies, but we also realized that the nests were 25 to 30 feet apart, which is the length of an adult myosaur. So it appears that the colonies were relatively dense, very much like some bird colonies where the distance between nests is equivalent to the body length of the animal.
We'll show some clips in a few minutes of a pelican rookery, a pelican nesting colony, where you can see that the nests are basically one pelican's length apart from one another.
On a windswept Montana bluff, the tents of Horner and his team are laid out like giant dinosaur nests.
And those are not tents, those are teepees right there, because this is one of the windiest places you will ever encounter in your life. Near Choteau, Montana, at Egg Mountain, the wind is relentless, and they resorted to using teepees because that's the only thing that can really stand up to those winds. You could sleep in your car at night, I guess, but if you get a regular tent made of nylon or sometimes even thick fabric, those winds just tear it apart. Yeah, but the native people who lived in this region, they figured this out a long time ago. Teepees are the way to go.
Of Horner and his team are laid out like giant dinosaur nests. Here, hugging the ground, Horner can begin to deduce what these remains of eggshells and hatchlings really tell us.
In order to find these little baby dinosaurs and eggshell and things like that, you literally have to get down just as close to the ground as you can to see the things. What we have here, it's a place that we found embryonic dinosaurs.
Look at all those flecks of eggshell right there. So eggshell, 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 eggshell. Just all over the surface.
Associated eggs, and some we believe are hatchlings. So looking at dinosaurs that are 16 to 18 inches long, and the pieces, like their vertebrae and their toe bones and things like that, are literally microscopic in size.
Back at the Museum of the Rockies, some of the larger fragments of bone from Montana have been laid out for Horner to examine. They turn out to be the remains of a colony of dinosaurs belonging to a species that had evolved broad, flat bills, like ducks, to take advantage of low-growth vegetation.
This right here is the adult duck-billed dinosaur skull, the dinosaur Maiasaura, and this individual we believe is approximately 4.5 years old. And this is the skull of the individual that is about 3 weeks old.
Here was proof beyond a reasonable doubt that dinosaurs cared for their young. They nested. Putting all his research together, Horner creates a picture of life in a dinosaur nursery.
Yep.
We can get some really interesting clues about the behavior of dinosaurs when we look at some of the evidence from the nesting grounds. They really couldn't do much moving. They certainly couldn't get up and run around. It's possible that they could stand and walk a little bit, probably very wobbly. But it's very suggestive that they could not leave the nest and get their own food. And so all of this information together leads to the conclusion that the mother dinosaur, or a parent dinosaur, brought food to the young.
And all this evidence of caretaking and nesting led Horner to name these dinosaurs Maiasaurs, good mother lizards.
Yep. And so this is the same site where Troodon was found too. So the possible neotype Troodon specimen is going to come from Egg Mountain. I don't think we really knew about that at this point. This is what, from 1992? I guess we would know about it at that point. Maybe it's still being worked on. I don't think they've... No, they do feature Troodon in this, don't they? I'm getting ahead of myself. Here we go. Really cool animation style here. It's unique.
This social behavior of dinosaurs, caring for their young, nesting in close proximity to each other, suggests the behavior of other social animals such as birds.
Yep.
Horner, who has noticed some striking behavioral similarities between the two, has come to Bowdoin National Wildlife Refuge in Montana with
Very good
refuge
diagonal,
manager
yep.
Gene Sipe to learn more. Both birds and dinosaurs made nests to protect and incubate the delicate eggs. Further study of the nesting habits of these animals has led to some interesting insights. Horner has evidence which shows that the dinosaurs used the same nesting sites year after year.
We call that nest site fidelity. Like
These finds call to mind pictures of a surprise.
And look at those really awkward young pelicans just marching around like that. See how short their bills are. Much shorter than in the adults.
Surprisingly social animal, a reptile that lived and traveled in organized groups.
When we find the eggs,
Ontogeny.
these dinosaurs would actually push their eggs down into sediment. And we can tell that there was at least a bowl-shaped depression that they were in, but we can't tell whether there was a mound.
The eggs just hatched in from the sun,
well, we think they may have covered the eggs with vegetation, so that you know the rotting of the vegetation would have provided the heat for incubation. And
So that's in Maiasaura. These animals, Maiasaura here, they're too big and heavy to sit on the nests. They can't incubate them. They'd crush the eggs. So in order to actually incubate the eggs, one idea is that they would have put rotting vegetation on top of the eggs. So kind of like think about a compost heap. If you've ever been around a compost heap, it generates a lot of heat. The decomposition, the breaking down of all the matter in there generates heat. Could be an excellent way to keep some eggs warm. So, yeah, since these guys couldn't sit on their eggs, too heavy, they're probably doing that to keep them warm.
the eggs just hatched in from the sun,
well, we think they may have covered the eggs with vegetation, so that you know the rotting of the vegetation would have provided the heat for incubation.
Patrick Crusader says, are there any birds that do anything similar today? I don't know if there are any birds that use vegetation like that, but we do have rocks that do that. Again, birds went through this weird evolutionary bottleneck where only a few species of birds survived the KPG extinction event. There were probably some birds during the Mesozoic that had that kind of vegetation mound style of nesting, but I don't know if any birds today do that. We do have crocs that do that. Ones like the black caiman of South America. Back to Attenborough here. And bush turkeys do it. Oh, okay. We'll take a look at that too. There's that nictitating membrane like we talked about yesterday. Is this a broad-snouted caiman, Alexander Morrison? She eats them. No, she doesn't actually eat them. Yep. So she'll sometimes just scoop them up right then and there. And thanks, Charlie's Dragon. I will see you later. Thanks for being here. This baby is unhurt by this. Those teeth, they're not the sharpest teeth around. They're kind of conical. If you just do a light touch, you're not going to puncture that baby. And she didn't. And she will fiercely guard them in that pool. There's more eggs that are unhatched. Yep. It's kind of gently. How cool is that? And there's the baby. There's the hatchling. How cool is that? So yeah, using what we call the EPB, the extant phylogenetic bracket, there's something that we're not sure about with regard to dinosaurs, something that's difficult to glean from the fossil record. In order to organize our thoughts about this, in order to try and, if we have to guess, in order to make a guess that makes the most sense, we can look at dinosaurs' closest living relatives, crocs, who are kind of like cousins to the dinosaurs, and birds, who literally are living dinosaurs. We can figure out what we know about them, or we can learn it through observation or experimentation with these living critters and apply that to dinosaurs. So yeah, does that make sense? So here, Jack is doing that with pelicans.
And then Apparently the babies had just sort of popped the top off the egg after the vegetation was removed, and they climb out.
Horner believes that hatchlings stayed in groups within the colony, just as some ground nesting birds do today, fed and protected by the parent animal.
Yep. So it appears that these dinosaurs probably lived in little pods or groups, the babies, and were probably cared for by a few adults.
And it appears that the adults would also defend them.
Yep. Defend them against whom? What do you think, chat? Who's going to be coming after these nestlings here? Crocodiles? No, not quite.
Species of hadrosaurs probably could have made sounds to threaten predators or alert their young, and may even have banded together to repel threats from meat-eating theropods.
Like Troodon. And watch out, Troodon. Wrecked.
Dinosaurs reached their peak in the late Cretaceous period, as far as we can tell. It's at that point where we have their greatest diversity. It was also a time when we at least see dinosaurs living in large nesting colonies, feeding their young, at least some of them.
Throw a dinner.
We also have good evidence that they were communicating with one another, and after nesting, we have very good evidence that they traveled in gigantic herds or flocks.
And there's another troodontid right there. You can see that raised digit 2 claw. That's supposed to be a troodontid.
If you want to call them that.
Yeah, good stuff. So yeah. And malleefowl also incubate by vegetation mounds. Cool, Miss Caprica. Let's look for that. See if we can find footage there. Huh.
We're looking at a female mallee hen just laying her egg now. You'll notice she pushes the wings and that right out against the side of the wall because the egg is really large and the bird struggles to get the egg out. It's a male up the top waiting for it to fill the nest in as soon as she's laid.
An earthen nest.
Dad showed it to me when I was 5 or 6 and I'm 74 now, so I've been watching it all this time. The nests just get bigger and bigger because they keep raking mulch in and that breaks down and makes them more soil, and they just keep building the nest up higher and higher. I estimate they shift a tonne of sand a day for 11 months of the year, and they knock off because they have to open this nest to test the temperature.
No, but this is still really interesting, Miss Caprica, because maybe they're not using vegetation. And maybe there's relatives. Maybe there are other megapode birds that do use vegetation. But these guys are able to actually build an earthen nest out of dirt and then incubate their eggs that way, which is just as relevant and interesting.
How many eggs do they lay after all this work?
20 or 30, one every 3 or 4 days.
Wow.
And then they take 50 days to hatch. The chicks never, unless the parents are there working the nest, the chicks never see their parents. They can fly within an hour of hatching.
Wow. Okay, so they're what we call precocial. So there's precocial and altricial young. Precocial young, like the same root word, precocious, they can get up and run the day they're born. You know, think about like a baby chicken, baby chick. They can't fly yet, but they can get up and run the day they hatch out of their egg. As opposed to like a baby robin. A baby robin is born pretty much helpless. Yeah, their eyes aren't even open for a good while. And their parents bring food to them in the nest. This is what we call altricial. Precocial means you're precocious. You can get up and run early age. Right away. Altricial means that you're essentially helpless. Not born underdeveloped, but like a lot of that development happens after you hatch. Altricial. We didn't really talk about this with Dave, but troodontids are known to be precocial. We've got evidence that shows that they probably didn't stick around in the nest. They could probably run almost immediately after hatching. I think part of that is their limb bones seem well developed, even like in the embryo, in the egg. Contrast that with Maiasaura from our documentary. Their limbs are not well developed. I think it might just be cartilaginous at their limb joints. They weren't running around right after they're born. They were in the nest kind of like baby robins, you know? With these malleefowl right here, apparently they can fly the same day? That's nuts. So they're super precocious.
One every 3 or 4 days. They lay, and then they take 50 days to hatch.
50 days. So a 50-day incubation period. That's a long time to be stuck in the egg. But during that time, the baby is developing to the point where, what did he say?
Chicks never, unless the parents are there working the nest, the chicks never see their parents.
Yeah.
They can fly within an hour of hatching.
They can fly within an hour of hatching. That is super precocial. That's crazy. That means that they've got flight feathers. Like, fully developed right out of the egg.
And they can, a mallee hen can fly straight up like a helicopter and roost in the trees. No, they're an interesting bird. I watch them all the time because they're better in the Weather Bureau. When all eggs are hatched, they dig the nest out and leave it open. And then 6 weeks before a rain, they come and scratch all the leaves and sticks back in so that when it rains, that's what hatches eggs, stuff breaking down.
Ah, so they do use vegetation to insulate their eggs. That's really interesting. And apparently they've got a sense for when it's going to rain. And that rain, that moisture must provide good habitat for bacteria that'll break down the vegetation, generate heat, warm the eggs, help incubate them. That's so cool. That's so cool. And Kay Flith, I'm sorry I missed your question. Thank you for reposting it, Lenina. My 6-year-old daughter has a question. What types of materials would Maiasaura make their nests out of? That is an excellent question. We're not totally sure, but it seems like, well, we do know that they constructed the bottom part of their nest out of dirt. So they would have had this almost shaped like a bowl, a depression that they scooped out of the ground. We don't know whether they used their hands for this or used their feet, but they managed to kind of scoop out a nest in the ground. There we go. Kind of like this. It had raised edges and then a bowl-like depression in the center. So this is dirt right here. And then maybe to build the top of the nest, they would have put plant material on top. Sticks, branches, leaves, whatever they could get like that. Maybe. They probably did that. They probably had some kind of vegetation on top. But the problem is, vegetation like that, they would put it on it because it would start to rot. It would start to decompose and generate heat. But because it's decomposing, there's nothing left, you know?
No expense.
Miss Capri Cal gifted
And thank you,
a
Miss
tier
Capri
1
Cal,
sub
for
to
gifting
Envoy
Ungoy.
1.
I appreciate
They have given 467 gift subs in the channel.
Because that stuff, that organic matter, plant stuff, because that degrades, because it decomposes, it doesn't fossilize. And so we can guess that it was there. It was probably there, but we don't have it anymore. It's gone. But it was probably there. Does that make sense? So to answer your question, the nest is made out of dirt for the bottom part, which we still have. That got turned to stone after a long time. There was probably vegetation on top, but we don't have that vegetation anymore. It's gone. Hope that makes sense. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue with this video right here.
I've only ever seen them wrong once.
This is so cool. So a Maiasaur nest would look a lot like this. It would maybe be a tiny bit bigger than this. But yeah, like an earthen mound. Just almost like a crater of dirt right there. Raised around the edges and scooped out in the middle.
And that was because that nest I just showed you, the big nest, the male there was killed originally. This is the second male that's been killed there now. But he was killed and she got a new mate. And I think he was a bit keen. He started building a nest when it wasn't going to rain.
You're a bit of a guardian for these mallee fowl. How many nests do you watch?
Well, I did have 3 nests that had the birds quiet, but I've only got 2 now because the one nest, I'm not sure what's happened. There was feathers everywhere, but I don't know whether both.
And Kay Flaith says, she says, thank you. Did I answer her question? Excellent. Thanks for watching, and thank you for your question. I appreciate it. I love getting good questions like that. And Cosmological Kev, hello to you too. Welcome back. Yeah. Really looking forward to the Crystal Palace stream. Did you get to see that? Did you get to see the VOD, Kev? Welcome back.
Both of them were killed, or only one's been killed, but they don't seem to be working the nest anymore. So I haven't been able to work out what has happened to them. Well, I just hope that they can survive. But where these are now, the foxes, there was hundreds of fox tracks there, and I got onto Parks, and he got them up there, got a bloke up there to poison them, and now there's only one set of fox tracks wandering around up there, so hopefully they've got... But the problem is the foxes know that the young hatch, and they sit around the nest all the time.
So these guys, foxes, of course, are not native to Australia. They were introduced, and they have just... I think they've caused the extinction of several native Australian species. Foxes are bad news for Australia. And these guys, as I understand it, are severely threatened. Let's look them up on our Tree of Life real quick. And also show their conservation status. Is it mallee fowl? Mallee fowl? I don't know what the proper pronunciation is for that. I'm not from Australia. I don't speak Australian. Not well, at least. But yeah, vulnerable. Oh boy. It's not endangered, but vulnerable. Mallee fowl. Thank you, Sir Yogi Wan. Thank you.
Waiting to get them. They reckon only one young out of a nest survives to adulthood. And not too many people ever get to see them, so...
So you haven't seen a chick yet?
No.
In 60 years?
No, never seen a chick.
Wow.
He's hoping 2021's your lucky year.
Yeah, well, if I've got more time to sit there and look at the nest, I might be right.
How does it make you feel when you finally do see a chick?
Oh, well, I'll be... if I ever see a chick, I'll be wrapped, because that'll be I've been a full cycle and seen it all.
Salute to this guy. Here is a link from ABC Australia. When he said, "I'll be raped," does he mean like I can die happy? Is that what he means? And this is really cool. Take a look at this. This is a time lapse of 2 mallee fowl, presumably a male and a female, building that earthen nest. Super cool. Yeah. I love this. That looks like maybe that same nest too. I wonder if he set up a camera here. This is his time-lapse camera. Oh! Oh, shoot. By the way, did you see that monitor lizard there? No, not a monitor lizard. A bearded dragon? Huh. He's like, what's going on? Yep. I like how he's just sitting there for like an hour while they're buzzing around doing their thing. Good stuff. He's going in and out. That almost looked like a monitor lizard. Was that the bearded dragon again? That is a monitor lizard. Look, totally different species. Some sort of goanna or something? Australian monitor lizard? Parenti, maybe? But yeah, they are well known to raid nests. They love eating eggs. Monitor lizards. Holy cow. Yeah. In fact, wasn't there an animated film? What movie was that? George C. Scott voiced one of the characters. I think he was like the antagonist, and then he had like a monitor lizard sidekick. What movie is this? I don't think I've ever actually seen it all the way through. Rescuers Down Under. Okay, maybe. Monitor lizard. Yeah, here we go. Oh boy. This is some great physical comedy. Anyway, yeah. It's based on reality. Monitor lizards love eating eggs. Yeah, that is very much a thing. Oh, here we go. There's a Komodo dragon doing just that.
Destruction of the active volcanoes.
All right. So leatherback sea turtles laying their eggs in the sand. Lizards like this, they are very effective nest predators. So I really hope that that's not what's going on in this time lapse here. With the, yep, could be. I don't know. A lizard like this knows that when birds are digging around in the dirt, it's like, ooh, there's going to be eggs here. There's going to be eggs here to eat. So, given that these critters are at risk of extinction, I really hope they're able to have, keep their nests safe. Anywho, really interesting, these earthen nests like this. Let's see if... There we go.
Conservationist has recorded some extraordinary vision of the vulnerable mallee fowl. The bird, known for its eccentric nesting habits, is reclusive and camera shy, which is why 82-year-old David Wells has spent untold hours patiently recording their movements.
These moments are worth more than gold for David Wells. His motion cameras have captured rare footage of mallee fowl chicks hatching.
I've had a real liking for mallee fowl from when I was a kid because I didn't understand what was the difference between a mallee fowl and a wild turkey.
Mr. Wells built his own nest cameras over 2 decades ago to record the eccentric behaviour of this vulnerable species.
And now that I've retired, I look for something that would keep me occupied instead of sitting watching the TV.
Moving almost
Good for
2
him.
tonnes of
Holy
sand
cow.
daily, the mallee fowl's mighty feet are made for digging. The birds are about the size of a chicken and one of 3 Australian species that nest in the ground. Fussing
There's the
about
baby.
in their sandy, crater-like nests,
I'm so glad that he was finally able to see the chick.
just got onto the internet and got onto...
Mallee fowl wants a husband.
Yeah, or something like that anyway, and she had one within a fortnight. He's got his
Wow.
stuff, he's still pretty suspicious.
The thing with their colour and their patterning makes them perfectly camouflaged to hide in this sort of area, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I could say to you, there it is there, and you can't see it until such time as it shifts. You know, they're absolutely perfect, and they're experts at standing dead still.
Do you think this is a bit of a haven for the mallee fowl compared to other areas that they're really under threat?
Well, I don't know, there used to be a lot in the big desert. We used to know where they were in the big desert. But then when the fires were there in 2003, the birds were all flying over us and heading this way. and then suddenly a lot more nests appeared up here. So I don't think that they've gone back to the big desert yet.
How far away is that? They would have travelled quite a distance.
Yeah, probably 30 kilometres.
So malleefowl can fly?
Yeah, and the interesting thing about a mallee hen, it can fly like a helicopter.
Patrick Crusader says, I can definitely understand their love for these birds. Me too. Just, there's something about them. They're so industrious and devoted to building this nest and maintaining it. You just want to root for them, you know? Just want them to be successful.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about a mallee hen, it can fly like a helicopter, straight up like that. And it roosts in the trees at night time so the foxes don't get them. But normally they won't fly unless you really frighten them. They'll just run off into the bush. And then they're so good at camouflage, they just stand there. You don't see them anymore. We're looking at a female mallee hen just laying her egg now. You'll notice she pushes the wings and that right out against the side of the wall. The poor bird, when she's laying an egg, it's like giving birth to an elephant. And then she's exhausted. By the time she lays eggs, she can hardly get out the nest.
Poor thing. Oh, well, the dedication of a mother.
Yeah. It's a male up the top waiting for it to fill the nest in as soon as she's laid it. I estimate they shift a tonne of sand a day for 11 months of the year.
A ton of sand per day. That's astonishing.
And they knock off because they have to open this nest to test the temperature.
How many eggs do they lay after all this work?
20 or 30, one every 3 or 4 days.
Yeah.
They lay,
wow.
They take 50 days to hatch.
There you go, Raziel.
The nests just get bigger and bigger because they keep raking mulch in, and that breaks down and makes
you can
some
lift,
more
bro.
soil.
Want,
and they just keep building the nest up higher and higher.
Is it the breaking down of the compost that keeps the nest warm?
Yeah, it's the warmth of the material breaking
there we
down
go.
hatches the eggs. The birds don't sit on the eggs at all.
But out here in the desert it gets pretty hot, so that's why they dig it out?
Oh no, if it's going to get too hot they put sand on so that the heat can't get in there. Even if the egg, if it's too cold, they scratch it off in the morning and then...
And think about that. Like, this requires so much... I want to say attention to detail. These birds have got to be able to sense the exact temperature and be able to know when to add material and when to remove material from the nest based on what the ambient temperature is. And if they don't do that, they're not passing their genes on, you know? It's such a crucial thing to get right. And they've been doing this generation after generation for who knows how long. Probably for millions of years. They've had ancestors who did this too. It's really interesting.
They scratch it back in before evening, before the sand starts getting cool. So that's how they regulate the temperature.
So it's like geothermal incubation.
I dare say you could say that. Yeah.
They're pretty intelligent birds then, aren't they?
Oh, it just blows you away that they know how to do all this from
astonishing.
Birth. The young can fly within about an hour of hatching.
Yep.
It's really putting us humans a little bit to shame, isn't it?
Very cool. Very cool. There's a link right there to that video too. Good stuff. That's so neat. It's really cool to see the different nesting strategies of birds today. And to think about how the nesting strategies of dinosaurs would presumably be even more diverse than that. Because again, birds go through this genetic bottleneck at the end of the Cretaceous. There's only a few species that survive, and all of the birds that are around today are the descendants of those species. But, you know, big bottleneck right there. People found this helpful the last time we were talking about it, but a genetic bottleneck is when you've got like a big population at the start and then something happens. Most of them die out for some reason. They don't reproduce. So the offspring are all the descendants of those few survivors. So all this diversity that existed before, in this case, the blue circles, the blue squares, the green triangles, the red circles, they don't make it through. At the end, all you've got are yellow squares, orange squares, these kind of light green dots. That's it. This is like birds at the end of the Cretaceous. So, at the KPG boundary, at the end of the Cretaceous period, something like 94% of bird species went extinct. When that big asteroid hits and wipes out 100% of the non-bird dinosaurs, the birds almost went completely extinct too. The avian dinosaurs also almost completely gone. There's something like 94% of them disappear from the fossil record. It's extinct, they're gone, they're wiped out. And so this was a big bottleneck event. And all of the birds that are around today, all 9,000 plus species, are the descendants of those few survivors. And so if we think about all of the nesting behaviors of birds today, well, the big diversity of different reproductive habits, ways to build nests, numbers of eggs that you lay, all that stuff, even all of that diversity is still the result of this bottleneck. Think about the non-bird dinosaurs and the birds that lived during the Mesozoic that got wiped out. Think about how many more different reproductive strategies, nest building techniques, egg morphology, all of this stuff. How much richer that diversity was back in the Mesozoic. It's fascinating to think about, you know? But yeah. And Cosmological Kev says, do we suspect that dinosaurs would be that diverse in how they cared for their young? I think it makes sense to think about that, yeah. Yeah, you've got a lot of different kinds of dinosaurs that clearly did not sit on their eggs to keep them warm, you know? Think about critters like, you know, like stegosaurs, for instance. You know? This animal right here is not sitting on its eggs to keep them warm. Stegosaurs, like we were talking about earlier, probably didn't have the biggest... Well, they didn't have the biggest brains. They probably weren't the smartest around. What kind of nest did they build? Did they put vegetation over them? Did they build nests at all? Did they just kind of lay one egg here and one egg there? They probably built some kind of nest. We don't really know. Maybe they did care for their young. They did fiercely guard their nests. Hard to say. But they certainly didn't sit on their eggs. They're way too big and heavy for that. And then you look across the diversity of Dinosauria. Look at all of these different shapes and sizes of different dinosaurs. They're different ecologies, they're different diets. Think about just trying to imagine all the different reproductive strategies of these vastly different animals. Mind boggles, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Rhacodactylus says, I suspect they used space heaters. Maybe. Somehow I doubt that. Anyway, this is really, really cool representation of the morphological diversity of dinosaurs here. From little tiny theropods like this to the gigantic sauropods to the big ornithischians like the ceratopsids and the stegosaurs. It's cool to think about. Anywho, hello, sweetie pie. How are you doing? And Fish says, are they one of the species with a hindbrain structure? So that idea has really fallen out of favor. There is this old idea that maybe Stegosaurus had a second brain in its hips. It's, yeah, we don't really have any reason to think that that's the case. They do have what we call a sacral plexus. Oh boy. It's garbage AI art here. Dog water. Ah, that's disgusting. Let's go ahead and block that site so I never have to see that again. Anywho, you don't see a lot of good visual representations of this idea, though. Oh, and my goodness. Well, Lordy, thank you for bringing this here. Watch out, sweetie pie. Yeah, right here is great. Thank you so much, Lordy. Wow. I'm having an extra long stream today, so, yeah. Lordy just brought me pizza for dinner. Thank you, Lordy. Appreciate that. Good stuff. Well, I was getting really hungry, so this is excellent.
As a kid, I learned some...
This is interesting. Here. From Vox Creative. Huh. I don't think I've ever seen this video before. Let's take a look at this.
Thing about the Stegosaurus that stuck with me. Nature made up for the tiny first brain in its head with a whole second...
And is he trying to look like Alan Grant from Jurassic Park in this video? Is that the idea behind this getup?
with me. Nature made up for the tiny first brain in its head with a whole second brain in its hind quarters, which makes me sad to tell you. Butt brain is a lie.
Up until I started working on this video about MailChimp's marketing automation, which is like a second brain.
That the Stegosaurus had a second brain in its butt that did all the things that its first brain didn't want to bother with.
Stegosaurus, 25 feet long, weighing 4 tons. A versatile sort of chap.
And while Stegosauruses are objectively not the best dinosaur,
I really studied them.
You love dinosaurs. We had to buy dinosaur books. We had to read dinosaur stories. We had dinosaur shirts, and we had dinosaur birthday cakes.
I know it sounds weird, but there are a lot of people who believe this.
There are Quora pages, pretty robust searches for Stegosaurus braintail, and myth-busting blogs.
Like hilariously in Pacific.
Matt Wadle. Sauropod expert. Yeah. Here. We'll bring him on for an interview at some point, if we can. Yeah. Matt's a good guy. He does a lot of work on sauropods. Why are these all super small? There he is there. Yeah.
Stegosaurus braintail and myth-busting blogs.
Like hilariously in Pacific Rim, one of the scientists says that they have to have a second brain to run the back into their bodies just like a dinosaur.
This is Dr. Matthew Weedle. He's a paleontologist that wrote one of those blogs.
Stegosaurus did not have a second brain in its hindquarters.
And as you start to uncover more of this false tale passed down throughout the ages, you kind of start to wonder, maybe humans need second brains more than Stegosauruses did.
The earliest mention of butt brain I could find is from a true legend of paleontology, also a weird legend. O.C. Marsh. In 1877, he discovered a partial skeleton of a Stegosaurus and started theorizing about the weirder aspects of its anatomy. Like many herbivorous dinosaurs, the Stegosaurus's brain case was really...
Oh, those are not dinosaurs there.
Anatomy. Like many...
These are some kind of, synapsid. Yeah. Might be moss chops or something, like a dinocephalian on the right. Anyway, not dinosaurs here. These are from before the dinosaurs, from the Permian period.
Any herbivorous dinosaurs, the Stegosaurus's brain case was really small. The famous line is that it's around the size of a walnut, although it might be more like a lime, while its sacral cavity, where its spine meets its pelvis, was 20 times bigger. Marsh speculated that this most suggestive fact might be what he called a posterior brain case. A pair of German paleontologists took that suggestion a lot further. They proposed Stegosauruses had a second sacral brain that automatically operated all the basic functions of its back half.
Which is exactly what MailChimp's second brain does for your business. Turn it on and let it do all.
By then, the idea had caught on in popular culture. You can see it in this poem from 1903.
Yeah. This poem was featured in John Noble Wilford's book, The Riddle of the Dinosaur, which, when I had to memorize a poem in school, I would often pick this one because it was like the longest poem I could find about a dinosaur at the time. Sweetie Pie, now is not a good time. There's a pizza up here. I don't want you to knock it off the desk. Okay? Not a good time, Sweetie Pie. Hey, listen to me. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it, sweetie. Here. Don't do it.
The creature had two sets of brains, one in his head, the usual place, the other near his spinal base. Thus, he could reason a priori as well as a posteriori. But even as early as 1917, literally a century ago, paleontologists were debunking the sacral brain using the meanest words that paleontologists can possibly use. While my mom couldn't find the exact dinosaur book.
And what was this? I still feel, despite the contention of the German writers, the sacral brain, which should not be called by such a term, possessed no unusual function whatever, but only the normal one of transmission and reflex action by unusual degree, that to invoke any new and unknown function as a reason for its relatively immense size, especially when connected with a digestive efficiency, is not justified by the evidence at hand. Yeah, basically saying the idea is ridiculous. Forget about it.
Paleontologists can possibly use. While my mom couldn't find the exact dinosaur books that led me astray, the notion of the sacral brain has been passed down in documentaries and at least some children's books. There's even one that was released in 2013.
But if butt brain didn't exist, why did Stegosaurus have that huge cavity?
Whatever that chunk of tissue was doing, we don't think it was a second brain. It's a glycogen body, like the one the birds had, or it's something even more mysterious.
But we don't even know what...
It's not right here. It's not above the vertebrae. It's basically like an embiggening of the sacrum. So it's the vertebrae that are inside the hips. It's sandwiched between the ilia. So it should be right here. Not right there. Right here.
But all that glycogen does in chickens, so it's difficult to know what it did in a dinosaur.
Not that having a second brain is such a bad thing. Even in 1903, in that poem, people desperately wanted one.
And while nature couldn't deliver on a second brain, thanks nature, MailChimp did by building one that automates the back end. A metaphor.
Just not one in your butt.
Yeah.
God to help name 3 dinosaurs. So in 2014 was a Quillops, little ancestral horned dinosaur. Sort of a Triceratops ancestor, but back when they were
I might print an Equilops
size of cats.
one of these days. Yeah. Matt Whittle also named Sauroposeidon and Brontomaris, I think, whose name means thunder thighs. Great name. Sauropod dinosaur. Anywho, yeah. And Feister says, so is it an empty cavity? Is it filled with something? It's not a cavity at all. Well, not really. It's just the vertebrae are kind of expanded right there in the sacrum. And it might be like a particularly fatty part of... You know what? Let's find that blog post by Matt Wadle. Here we go. Yeah. The dinosaurs have a second brain to run their back ends. This is from 2019. Yeah. Yeah. So this is a great blog, by the way, if you're interested in sauropod dinosaurs in particular, your long-necked, plant-eating dinosaurs. SV Pat was great. Yeah. Oh boy. So I finally got to see the Discovery Channel's new series, Clash of the Dinosaurs. The show follows the common Discovery Channel MO of cutting between CGI critters and talking heads. I'm one of the talking heads, and I get a lot of airtime, and I suppose I should be happy about that, but I'm not for reasons that I'll later explain. Here, you can read this whole thing here if you'd like to, but I think one of those reasons is this. Anyway. So the glycogen body is a lumbosacral expansion of the spinal cord. Oh wait, no, hang on a second.
There have never been more dinosaurs.
Hargroft, thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah, the sharp expansion of the neural canal over just a few of the vertebrae in birds. So it's over the neural canal? I thought it was an enlargement of the vertebral centra themselves. Huh. Oh, anyway, the sharp expansion of the neural canal over just a few vertebrae in birds does not house a second brain or even expansion of the neural tissue of the spinal cord. It contains the glycogen body, which is not made of neurons and has no brain-like activity. The sacral cavities of non-avian dinosaurs replicate precisely the qualities associated with the glycogen bodies of birds, so there's no reason to expect that they contain anything else. That we don't yet know what glycogen bodies do, even in commercially important species like chickens, may make that an unsatisfying answer, but it's what we have for now. Interesting. Apparently it's used as a balance organ? Wait, what? Birds have balance organs in their butts. Why is no one talking about this? Fascinating. We should bring Matt Wadel on at some point to talk about this. Yeah. Huh. Well, here, looks really intriguing. I'm going to give you a link to this so you can read it at your leisure if you would like. But I need to eat this pizza before it gets cold and before I fall over from lack of food. So, yeah. You know what, let's pull up, here. Another documentary here. And this will be good because it'll also get us into talking about Spinosaurs a little bit, which is a group of dinosaurs that I work on. But Dave Verricchio, whom we just interviewed earlier in the stream, shows up in this documentary. This is from the late 90s through National Geographic. It's called Colossal Claw. Take a look.
Quite clearly, we're looking at a predator that would have gobbled up anything that came its way.
The first effect it has on me is just like, wow, this seems bizarre.
This would not be an animal you would want to run into in a dark alley.
It's a fearsome animal with jaws so long and claws so big, it looks like it came from another planet.
I don't know about that.
And it did. Planet Earth. Some 100 million years ago.
All right. The drama. Yeah.
Paleontologist Paul Serino spends a good deal of his life looking for remnants of that lost planet. He has an amazing knack for finding them. At 40, Serino has made more significant discoveries than most paleontologists make in a lifetime.
True.
This expedition to Africa's Sahara Desert has been no different.
1, 2, 3.
In his first 2 months in the field, in temperatures often over 120 degrees, he and his team unearthed the titanic remains of a never-before-described sauropod dinosaur. Now, as the last of its massive bones are prepared for shipping back home, Sereno sets his sights on finding something more. He's looking for an ancient predator, and he thinks he knows where to find it.
In the Sahara Desert, which Mayor of Space says means desert. And you can take that to the bank, where you can use the ATM machine.
From the desert town of Agadez in central Niger, the expedition pushes south, then east, deeper into the desert.
Put in your PIN number, says Steely Dan. Yeah. Make sure you put in your PIN number.
With an armed escort as a precaution against bandits, they drive some 120 miles and millions of years back in time. Their destination is an extremely remote region where few people ever go, and where the fossil beds are legendary.
Go this way? Okay, go this way.
A place known as Gatafawa.
A now famous fossil site, Gatafawa. Yeah. Well, by the way, Dyson Dinosaur on this channel has done some field work, I think in Niger with Paul Sereno. I don't think he's not in this documentary, but I think he's in another one. He is in one that might be coming out soon too, as I understand it. But yeah, really, really cool fossils to come out of here. Where would I rather dig, Danny? Niger or Argentina? Well, inshallah, I might be digging in Argentina at some point. We'll see. So, in the interest of, being content about where I am in life, I'm going to say Argentina. But Niger would also be really.
The sand, I think it would be a good place. I think we should put the big tent.
Here, they will set up a base camp from which to prospect.
So it'd be nice to have it by the bigger.
Hey, Jeff, are you doing something important over there?
But within moments of arriving, nearly everyone in the crew is already.
There's Dave right there. That's Dave Barricchio.
Finding fossils.
Or is that a foot bone?
It almost looks like a ornithopod foot bone.
Nice too.
You hear his voice?
Or is that a foot bone?
It almost looks like a ornithopod foot bone.
Nice too. Very nice too.
With fossil bones scattered everywhere, restraint is in short supply.
I'd prefer to try and locate. Look at this. It's unbelievable. I'd prefer to try and find Didier's site and then break up at that point. It would be nice to be able to find Didier's site. There's bone all over the place here. Look at this. I'll take it up and put it in my pocket.
Maybe it's over there.
Sereno's first objective will be to return to sites that his French colleague, Didier Duté, visited and marked on a scouting trip earlier in the year.
Everybody go to prospecting.
But it's hard to get anyone to focus on Didier's sites because it seems like they're finding dinosaur bones with every step they take.
Oh, wow.
This is one of them.
There's Dave right here again. Yeah.
Seems like they're finding dinosaur bones with every step they take.
Oh, wow.
This is one of them.
Together, Tyrannosaurus maxilla.
We've got,
look at that thing.
We've got a Rhinoceros, we've got Pterosaur, we've got a sauropod and a theropod. 5 minutes. Beautiful bones.
It's like they're working in some kind of bizarre dinosaur mega mall. The selection and variety of fossils is overwhelming.
Yeah, this is a piece of Tyrannosaurus.
And the prices aren't bad. Normally, paleontologists have to pay with sweat and dig for their finds. Here, many of the bones are simply right at the surface.
Yep.
We've got, wow, look at those ribs, beautiful.
They've also found a pelvis, vertebrae, and lots of other bones that belong to a predator. They think it's some kind of spinosaur, a type of high-spined dinosaur known for its toothy jaws.
So there's Dave again right there, doing the brushing. Plane shifters, phytosis of the Sahara used to be overgrown with plant life, right? At multiple times during its history, yeah, before it was the Sahara. Yeah. So during this time, this is what, the El Raz Formation, I think? Yeah, there we go. Would have looked something like this. So just, would have looked almost kind of like the Everglades in Florida. Sort of like that. Very wet. Lots of plant life all over the place. Oh, that's not the right image. But here we go. Well, that's the Chem, but kind of similar. The El Raz, I think, might have been even wetter and more lush. But, yeah, teeming with crocodiles, with fishes, lots of dinosaurs, some of which seem to have been semi-aquatic. Would have been a very wet place. Not like that today, but this was, you know, what, 100 million years ago? Yeah. The El Raz Formation here. 125 to 112 million years ago. Okay. So that would be what? Aptian or Albion? There we go. Linear time. Yeah. Probably Aptian stage of the lower Cretaceous. Yeah, cool. And Sarcosuchus, yes indeed, Miss Capri. Yes indeed, Super Croc herself, lived in the El Raz Formation. Yeah. And Sir Yogi One says, would they have had megafauna like in Australia? Not like in Australia, because we're not talking mammals, we're talking dinosaurs. And other big archosaurs like that, like crocodilians. Things like, like Super Croc. Sarcosuchus. Here we go, like this.
In these desolate sands, a dragon has been sighted.
It's just enormous.
A monstrous reptile from the ancient past.
That is just amazing.
Perhaps the largest crocodile ever to walk the earth. Now paleontologist Paul Sereno begins a quest to understand this creature.
Some muzzle.
And hang on, Novoraptor TV says Troodon, isn't that a nomen dubium? We just talked extensively about that earlier on in the stream with Troodon expert Dave Verricchio, my old undergrad advisor. And he's got a paper in press right now trying to name a neotype specimen of Troodon. I think basically Stenonychosaurus and Latenovenatrix would get sunk into Troodon potentially, but Troodon would be the valid genus name. So anyway, it's an ongoing thing. We talked all about the taxonomy and the nomenclature and all of that. I wish you were here. It would have been really cool for you to see. But yeah, anyway. And now we're talking about, well, we were watching this old documentary. Here's Verricchio right here. He was part of the crew that dug up Suchomimus. In fact, he may have actually discovered Suchomimus. We'll see if they catch that moment on film here in this documentary. But then somebody was asking me about, what was this environment like at the time? And so we were talking a bit about the El Raz Formation. We were talking about Sarcosuchus. And now, wasn't there a Sarcosuchus that we saw in Rob Gaston's workshop? I think it was Sarcosuchus. Let's check. Let's go back to the VOD here. Here we go.
Finish mine with like smoothing compounds so it gets rid of the print lines.
Yeah.
But you're also losing detail.
Yeah,
when you do
exactly.
that.
You're smoothing it down.
Yeah.
And it's that sharp detail, that little micro detail that catches all the color.
Yep. There we go.
Wow. This is just so...
Sarcophagus.
Yeah. Look at that. So this is Sarcosuchus imperator from the like early Cretaceous of Niger, I want to say?
Yeah.
It lived alongside Suchomimus, Spinosaur.
And I think they find bits and pieces of it across North Africa. I know there's some Moroccan material, so I think it's not too uncommon to find bits of this animal all through that region of Africa.
So did you take the cast skull and then sculpt the flesh on top of it?
Gary would have, yes.
Oh,
exactly.
okay, yeah.
So this is a one-to-one, and yes, exactly to your point. He takes a cast of the skull and does all the flesh work on it. The beautiful handmade glass eye that he did.
Gorgeous. So lifelike.
Yeah.
And again, this is life size. I want to really hammer that point home for anybody.
Out of the ground is a slow process.
Novoraptor TV, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah.
Watching, and there've been a number of times that really big crocodilomorphs like this have evolved. Sarcosuchus is just one of them.
Yeah, we have a Dinosuchus skeleton that's almost equal in size. Yeah, it's around 30 feet. Skull's almost the same size. So yeah, really would have been cool to see, envisioning a sandbar with 3 or 4 of these things laying out on it.
Really amazing.
Here, try and give you a sense for how big this critter would have been. There we go. So yeah, like that. A stupendously large crocodiliform. They're big. They were big. One of the biggest crocs ever. Freshwater or saltwater? Maybe both. Fish. They may have inhabited kind of brackish water. They may have, like the saltwater crocodile, been able to travel long distances at sea, maybe from island to island. The El Raz Formation in Niger seems to represent kind of like a brackish setting. So mangroves and swamps and shorelines and lakes and rivers and deltas and all kinds of stuff. Let's see if there's anything in here about the what kind of environment it was. We do get hibernant sharks in the El Raz Formation, but there were a lot of freshwater sharks during the Mesozoic. Jay Beautiful, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Yeah, lots of different fishes. And, yeah, multiple crocs. Some of them probably more terrestrial than others, like Ripasuchus here. Spent a lot of time on land. This guy probably did too, Anatosuchus. So yeah, the crocs were all over the place at the time. Various dinosaurs like Lurdosaurus, who may have actually been kind of hippo-like in its habits. That's the word on the street right now, is that these guys, they've spent a lot of time in the water. They may have been really bulky and almost hippo-like. Other ornithischians like Elrazosaurus and Uranosaurus. And then a lot of theropods too, including Suchomimus. Anyway, let's get back to Suchomimus here, and we'll see how many more glimpses of Davorachia we can catch in this. And Novoraptor, Dinosuchus actually goes extinct before the end of the Cretaceous, it seems. So, while Dinosuchus is, I think, an alligatorid, it's a member of the alligator family, I don't think it left any descendants. I think the understanding is that Dinosuchus went extinct and alligators evolved from a different ancestor. From the same family.
Jaws and massive claws. But unless they find some of those signature bones, they can't claim a major discovery. And so they just keep looking. Then, On their 5th day, paleontologist Dave Verricchio makes an astonishing find.
Wow.
Yes. Yeah. So here they're saying Dave found it. That he discovered Suchomimus. We should have asked him about that. I guess we can next time. Hopefully we'll interview him again at some point. But yeah.
Then, on their 5th day, paleontologist Dave Verricchio makes an astonishing find.
Wow, this is great, Dave. That's a big-ass claw. This is a real nice
It's almost a foot long. And
it almost looks like... This looks like a cast. I would not be shocked if National Geographic actually just had a reenactment for this part. Because it looks too perfect. If this had happened the previous summer, they have the claw, they made a cast of it, and they do a reenactment right here, I wouldn't be shocked if that were the case, you know? Yeah. Especially since if this is the actual Discovery Day, I don't know, they've got the lighting absolutely perfect for this. It almost feels staged, but also it's going to be a long time in between the actual Discovery Day and the unveiling of all of these, you know, the fully reconstructed skeleton at the end of this documentary. We can ask Dave about that next time, maybe. If and when we bring him on again. But this feels staged. Like they're doing a reenactment. Yeah. Paleontologist slaps hands, 2 cheeks, looks amazed. There you go, Fish. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Eagle Motorsport says, have there been any T-Rex skeletons discovered recently? I'm sure there were. They usually don't get announced until long after the initial discovery. These things usually take years. Chances are somebody found a T-Rex skeleton this past summer, and we just haven't heard about it yet. It usually takes a while before the news actually breaks on that. So yeah. Yeah.
Ancient gaffing hook that's probably from the hand of the predator they've been hunting. Even more amazing, the claw isn't locked in stone. It isn't even buried. It's just sitting on the ground like some insignificant piece of paleo trash.
Well, this is the thumb claw for a Spinosaur dinosaur. So that's actually like the last bone of your first finger.
The ungule, yeah.
So it had a really huge set of claws.
I forgot how prominently Dave was featured in this. This is great.
And where there's a claw, they hope there'll be more critter.
You know, a couple more finds like this, maybe we can assemble the whole animal after a while.
Now that they know they're on the trail of a Spinosaur, they're dying to find the most telling part of the animal, the skull. But this dinosaur megamall closes at dark.
Attention Mount shoppers, the store is now closing.
The team works long hours, not only because they love what they do, but because out here there really isn't anything else to do.
It's very true. We do tend to work really long hours in the field. I wish I could kind of show you that throughout the whole day, but normally I keep the streams, you know, at about 2 or 3 hours. Just because it's hard to get too much work done when I'm streaming at the same time. But, yeah, I know this feeling.
But because out here, there really isn't anything else to do.
Popcorn appetizer coming up.
The nearest Starbucks is more than 2,000 miles north of them in London. The nearest movie theater, a 3-day drive. After 9 weeks in the desert, popcorn is a real highlight.
Ooh, it smells good. Did you like it with the cheese? You go for plain, you like with cheese?
There are a few other diversions.
Well, I know, but like some of them are like long and they're like tucked in there.
I just want to get rid of these guys down at the bottom.
How many days growth is that?
Whole time. I don't know.
2 months?
Let's talk 2 months. This is the weakest.
Weeks or months.
50 days.
This is the weakest facial hair crew you've ever seen.
Though
Big Green. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here.
Their lack of facial hair is troubling. Spirits are surprisingly high. The frequent discoveries and relatively easy excavating make this location a bone hunter's Valhalla. And it just keeps getting better. The day after Dave discovered the claw, Hans Larsen makes another remarkable find.
Sweet.
It's the jaw of the Spinosaur.
Nice.
And the whole thing's about this big. It's nice. When I first saw it, I figured, no way, that this can't be a Spinosaur, because like we don't know of a good Spinosaur skull ever in the world. And so I was like walking around trying to find ways to say, well, it's not a Spinosaur, it's just like a funky piece of crocodile.
Funky because, up to this point, paleontologists knew that Spinosaurs had long snouts, but the piece of snout bone they found is over 2 feet long and extremely narrow. It's their first clue that this may be an entirely new kind of Spinosaur.
Pretty cool.
Let's dig it up.
Pretty unbelievable. It's about time. How many crocodiles? And this thing looks just like a crocodile.
I want to get in there.
These are the kinds of discoveries that we were hoping to make. To get, really good material, articulated material, cranial parts of the skull, parts of the skeleton of the new dinosaurs in this area, because any skull that we find would be a big contribution. So it's really a tremendous discovery.
Before they can excavate their prizes, the inhospitable Sahara gets a little meaner.
How's your tent, John? Huh?
Yep. Oh, man.
With
I've done field work in Wyoming, and Montana, and Nevada, and Utah, and I've been in some sandstorms. I've never been in a Sahara sandstorm. That has got to be crazy. I've done fieldwork in places where there's a bit of sand, and when the right speed of wind picks up, it just throws it directly into your eyeballs. That's got to be nothing compared with this,
With only a week left in the field season and over 4 tons of bones to remove, they can't stop working, even at the risk of being sandblasted.
The weather conditions were horrible, but if you can imagine a windstorm with like sand in the air, and then your eyes open, just like sand is like pelting your body 24 hours a day. That's exactly what it was like over there. So it's tough, really tough.
The sand blows everywhere, like a fine, gritty mist.
Yeah.
It's even worked its way into the National Geographic camera, where it wreaks havoc on the pictures. For the Sereno team...
Is that film distortion or digital there? Do we have any videography experts in the chat?
Gritty mist. It's even worked its way into the National Geographic camera.
That feels like digital distortion.
Where it wreaks havoc on the pictures.
Yeah.
For the Sereno team, the blowing sand makes an already tedious task more difficult. After each bone is chiseled out of the rock, it still has to be covered with a protective layer of plaster for shipping. Not everyone is cut out for such work.
So we call this field jacketing. You build a field jacket around this. Those of you who were here this past summer, who were here for the fieldwork streams, you saw this. It's probably like half of our streams we were doing jacketing like this. So you became very well acquainted with this process. But for those of you who are new, this is what we call building a field jacket. So in order to get the bones safely out of the ground, we encase the top of them in a protective cocoon of plaster-dipped burlap. And then we dig around it, we flip it, and then we jacket the underside of it as well. So we've just got this, like I said, a protective cocoon around the fossil to keep the whole thing from crumbling when we bring it back to the laboratory. Dinosaur fossils are often extraordinarily delicate. It's got to make sure that they are, cradled in place on all sides. It's just perfectly wrapped up in this nice cocoon. A field jacket.
Plaster for shipping. Not everyone is cut out for such work. Who, other
Thanks
than
for being here, Alexander Morrison. I'll see you around.
would toil 10 hours a day at hard labor in a sandstorm with a bag on their head?
Good question. Here.
Such work. Who, other than a paleontologist, would toil 10 hours a day at hard labor in a sandstorm with a bag on their head?
We are a little crazy sometimes, you know? Yeah. And Helix says, do they wrap it in regular cloth before the plaster? So you need a layer of what we call separator over the top of it first. I can show you from one of my clips from, let's say, what did we do last year? Here. Jacketing. 1 year ago. Here we go. Say, you know, the Sternbergs or Barnum Brown or something like that. You can often here. This is the layer of separator. I think I described that here. And Fish says, has the technology for jacketing changed much over the years? Maybe a little bit. Nowadays we use paper towel instead of newspaper for our separator, but apart from that, it's not really changed, no. Yeah. Better quality burlap, I reckon. No, in fact, Rhacodactylus, much of our burlap is poorer quality because burlap is just harder to find. It's used for fewer applications nowadays. So sometimes the burlap that we get is just garbage because it's like looser weave. The quality of manufacturing is worse. Yeah.
It is kind of like paper mache, make away. Yes, indeed. Yeah. And Cephalon wolf, for different people, it takes different lengths of time to be able to tell what's rock and what's bone. Took me a good while to explorator.
Shoot, I pressed the down key instead of the... Pressed the wrong key here. Here we go.
The Cephalon wolf, for different people, it takes different lengths. It comes with experience.
Here we go.
This is how we apply the separator to the bone. So I've got water in this basin. You just go like this with a soft brush, and you kind of dab it onto the surface like that, and it gets it to stick. Other kinds of separator that people use might be aluminum foil, which can get expensive. It's a lot pricier than buying lots of paper towel.
Yep.
Price is a key consideration. They would use a lot of newspaper, which is actually kind of cool because if you ever find like a historic dinosaur quarry site, say, you know, the Sternbergs or Barnum Brown or something like that, you can often you can date it based on the dates on the newspaper, which is pretty cool. A lot of crews have gone back and done that, especially up in Canada. Darren Tankey was working on that, trying to relocate some of these old Sternberg and Barnum Brown quarries, and had a lot of success using clues like dates in scraps of newspaper that he would find in the old quarries there. They didn't always take the best notes back then, so you kind of need to do some detective work to figure out, you know, which quarry belonged to which crew and that kind of thing.
Anywho, yeah, this is plaster jacketing like I was doing last year in Wyoming. Did a lot more of that this past year too. So, yeah. Anywho, good stuff. And that is via Starlink, Novaraptor. Yeah. I just got the new Starlink, the little one. And I'm excited to bring that out to the field this year. It'll be a lot lighter to carry around, which I'm, Let's, get back to our documentary here with their jacketing.
That's to make me think that this is fun!
Yeah.
To cut down on sand in their diet, lunch is served inside the Cafe Land Rover. Nice atmosphere, but they're running out of time. A week later, with the bones packed up and the skies clear, they're on the road home. It has been a remarkable expedition. They now have the most complete skeleton of a predator from this period ever found in Africa.
Nice. nice.
Though they managed to excavate nearly every bone they needed, they're leaving Niger with only a dim sense of what this new type of Spinosaurus really looked like.
It's not a Spinosaurus, it's a Spinosaurid. So Spinosaurus is a different genus. This is going to be, well, spoiler alert, it's going to be Suchomimus.
That will change here, in a basement laboratory at the University of Chicago, where the animal will get back on its feet for the first time in 100 million years. But first, the bones must run a gauntlet of drill and pick-wielding students.
That's an air scribe that you're seeing right there. This is a saw, another air scribe. An air scribe like this it's like a tiny pneumatic jackhammer. It's got a little tip that goes, you hook it up to an air compressor. The air compressor blows air through this. That tip vibrates really, really quickly. It's almost like the needle on a record player. And so use that to kind of vibrate the little bits of rock, what we call matrix, off of the surface of the bone.
Students.
And yeah, they should be wearing eye protection. You're right there, 1528.
Over the course of the next 4 months, each of the hundreds of pieces of bone will be painstakingly cleaned in what can only be described as a dental hygienist's nightmare.
We're still unveiling bones each day, and we're in the process of unwrapping our Christmas presents. We're going to take those bones, we're going to make replicas of them. At the same time we're doing that, of course, we're working on the science. We're putting it together, we're measuring it, we're reconstructing it first in 2 dimensions, but once we get those replicas, we'll begin to assemble it in 3 dimensions as a skeleton.
As they do.
Nazoon says that first one sounded like a mosquito. That is what an air scribe sounds like, just a bzzz, like that. It's continuous. You get used to it after a while, or you give up. It's not for everybody. This is really intricate work. It's very precise. It's very time-consuming. Some people find it tedious. I really enjoy fossil prep, though. I've done a lot of this in my life, and it's, yeah.
They'll confront a predator with remarkably powerful forelimbs.
Look at those forelimbs.
Complement of tools for killing prey.
So that's nuts. So we've got Radius and Ulna right here, incredibly robust. And that humerus is just crazy. For a theropod dinosaur, that is an incredibly robust humerus. That upper arm bone is just... it's nuts. And at the end of this month, I'm going to be flying out to North Dakota. And Denver Fowler and I are going to be finally finishing our paper on the feeding ecology of these dinosaurs, the Spinosaurids, and the robustness of those forelimbs definitely does factor into it. It's, yeah.
We haven't prepared out, but we do have the first finger, and it shows that this would have been sitting at an angle to the other digits, and it would have helped the animal grasp in that fashion. This would have continued in life with a horny sheath out to about here. You'd have been dealing with an enormous sickle-shaped claw that, when it closed and clamped, would have grasped something pretty firmly. This would not be a nice animal to run into in a dark alley.
Definitely not.
To bring that big, nasty claw back to life, Paul is working with sculptor and paleontologist Stephen Cherkis.
I mean, this... yeah, we saw this in person, this model right here. At the Dinosaur Museum in Blanding, Utah. There we go. That's pretty cool. This would have been summer of 2021. Let me see if I can find that spot. There we go.
And check this out. This is a baryonyx claw right here. I have a cast of this, or rather a 3D print at home. I'm very familiar with this specimen.
He didn't actually use a Suchomimus cast, apparently. It is a baryonyx cast. I recognize it.
This is the one at the British Museum. So that's the bony core right there. And if you go around the side, there it is reconstructed with the keratin on the top. So birds are kind of the same way, where they've got a bony core to their claws, but that doesn't show you how big the actual claw would be in life. That's really neat. I love that.
Cool stuff. And there is that Suchomimus model right there, which I think they'll also feature in this documentary here. Yeah.
This, if anything, is remarkably conservative. In actuality, it could be just gross.
There's the artist there, Stephen Cherkin.
Yeah.
Most paleontologists think modern birds descended from predatory dinosaurs, so they use the claws of modern birds as a guide to what this claw might have looked like.
Do you keep birds' feet around?
Doesn't everyone?
Yeah.
They're just remarkably similar and very valuable.
Yeah, I have a dried emu foot up in.
While birds provide a model for the claw, the snout and skull of the animal break the mold. They've never seen anything quite like it.
I mean, the most impressive thing about this is that the skull is maybe 8 inches, 10 inches high, and almost a meter long in the snout. And there's no dinosaur with this proportion. There's no dinosaur that comes close. This is
Baryonyx comes very close, apparently, but yeah.
Absolutely.
And not... Paul Sereno knows what he's talking about, but like, yeah. With the exception of Baryonyx, yes.
Exciting.
And that's so unique.
In addition to length, the front of the jaw is loaded with a frightening array of large teeth that form a kind of hook.
And that hook at the end is sort of expanded like a little oval
a terminal rosette
of especially long and recurved teeth. That's why we think it was eating fish.
The jaw is surprisingly reminiscent of a modern fish eater. The gharial, a kind of crocodilian which today is found only on the Indian subcontinent.
Yep.
Gharials can grow to over 20 feet, have lightning-quick jaws, and are tenacious hunters.
They are supremely cool animals. We can look up the gharial on our Tree of Life here. There we go. Fish-eating crocodile, Gevialis gangeticus, the gharial. And what is this right here? Sponsored by Danny Anduza, Paleontologizing on Twitch. This was a gift from the community here, from the moderators. I think Lenina pulled this together here. Yes, indeed, Lenina. Thank you. Everybody who pitched in for this. Makes me really happy. The gharials are one of my favorite animals. And from the community, yeah, says Lenina. Thank you, everybody. It's an honor. Yeah. Yeah, pretty darn cool. Gharials are one of my favorite critters because I was studying them for this Spinosaur paper. And here, take a look at this. I love showing this off. I love showing this off. This is going to be new to some people here, but most of you have seen it already. My 3D printed gharial skull right here. It is pretty impressive. It's big enough where it doesn't really fit in the frame. So do like this. Check that out. Yeah. Very cool. A critter that feeds almost exclusively on fish, it seems. Really, really neat animal.
Indian subcontinent. Gharials can grow to over 20 feet, have lightning-quick jaws, and are tenacious hunters. But now, imagine an animal 14 feet longer something that stands 11 feet tall and wields a set of eviscerating claws. It makes the gharial seem about as threatening as a French poodle.
I'm still trying to imagine it because...
Very cool. And you sculpt yourself all these 3D printed... No, Plane Shifter, that's not a sculpt. This is, I got this online, here. On Sketchfab. Oop, wrong one. There we go. This is from the I think Natural History Museum in Vienna? Yeah, Natural History Museum, Vienna. There it is right there. So I downloaded it for free from Sketchfab and then printed it. There is a link. I typically don't sculpt the things that I 3D print. They're usually scans of various fossils. Like the iguanodon hand that I have. I grabbed that off of Sketchfab right here. Yeah. If I'm gonna sculpt something and print it, it's usually not an osteological model. It's usually not bones. It's usually like a fleshed out reconstruction of a dinosaur, like Troodon over here. Here's a print that I did. I sculpted this myself, and I did it live on stream. This is Troodon prairiensis. This is the first dinosaur, the first new genus or species of dinosaur that had my name on the author list. Denver Fowler led this project. He's first author on the paper. Troodon. Here we go. The name means Captain Hook. There we go. References, Denver Fowler, first author, and who's this jabroni? Wow. Yeah, here's a link to that publication right here. Anywho, yeah. Just saw you sculpting the other day on stream, so I thought maybe... Yeah, so we were sculpting a Troodon model. And if I've got time soon, I'll finish that up and I'll print it and I'll send it to Dave Verricchio as a thank you gift. But, yeah.
What you doing?
Anyway, and how's Velia holding up? She's doing fine, Timmer's Crutch. Yeah, thanks for asking. And Demon Prince says, what benefit does the long snout provide? It seems to be more like an evolutionary burden to fuse the bones in at the tip in order to elongate the jaw. Oh, for a gharial like this? So gharials, like other fish-eating crocodilians, ones that specialize in fish, or things like champsosaurs or phytosaurs, this morphology has evolved again and again and again and again because it works really, really well for very quickly swiping through the water, either laterally or vertically. Having jaws that are really, really long and skinny like this means that they offer minimal resistance when you're swiping through the water, you know? Imagine, like, what's easier to swing through the water really quickly? Picture you're underwater, you're at the bottom of a swimming pool. You've got a baseball bat in one hand. Maybe not a baseball bat. Maybe a big piece of PVC pipe that's like this thick. You've got that in one hand, and then in the other hand you've got a rapier. One of these really skinny swords. Which one of these is it going to be easier to swish through the water? The narrower one, of course. So the narrower it is, the less surface area it has, the easier it is to swipe it through the water really quickly. Does that make sense? Yeah. So that's why you've got this morphology that evolves again and again with these really narrow jaws. This actually looks really thick because it's like a mature individual, but this is still much narrower than in, say, an alligator. You know, alligators have got really broad snouts, and alligators, they do eat fishes, but alligators are more generalists. So are animals like mugger crocodiles. So these guys have got kind of broader snouts, like an alligator, and they're more generalists. They'll eat fishes, they'll eat birds, they'll eat turtles, they'll eat whatever walks down to the water's edge to get a drink. Whereas your gharials, they've got super narrow snouts. Like that. Much easier for swiping really rapidly at fishes. Because these guys are primarily piscivores. They feed almost entirely on fishes. So they're kind of specialized for doing that. Gharials and mugger crocodiles live in the same environment. So they can sometimes be seen side by side, like right here. They're neighbors, you know? They're coeval, they're contemporary, they live in the same spot. You might even say,
And they were roommates.
Oh my God, they were roommates.
Yeah, they live together side by side like that, but they've got very different ecological roles. They can avoid competition with one another by feeding on different things. You know? Yeah. We call that ecological niche differentiation, or, niche partitioning is what you would say, rather. Sorry, ecological niche partitioning. One of them has got one niche, a certain job that it does in its environment. It's a generalist, elite, whatever. The gharial, though, is a fish specialist, so they can avoid competition like that. How cool is that? Anywho, the really narrow snout of Suchomimus is similar in a lot of ways to that of the gharial, which is interesting stuff. And Chicken Bacon Swiss says sharks that specialize in eating fish also have pointy teeth with no serrations. Yes, just for kind of puncturing and holding. Sharks that have got big serrations on the teeth, that tends to be for kind of cutting through flesh more, for taking bites out of larger things, be they marine mammals or sea turtles or whatever else. Other sharks, potentially. But yeah. Anywho, back to our documentary here.
Something that stands 11 feet tall and wields a set of eviscerating claws. It makes the gharial seem about as threatening as a French poodle.
That probably was a tracker there, Murph. Yeah, I didn't see it.
I'm still trying to imagine it because no one's three-dimensionally reconstructed a skull with these proportions on a dinosaur. It's going to look like a terrific bipedal crocodile or something.
Paul has decided to include the crocodile idea in the official name for this dinosaur, Suchomimus tenerensis, which means crocodile mimic from the Tener Desert.
Yeah.
If the name doesn't exactly make you quake in your boots, perhaps the various reconstructions of Suchomimus will.
I would like, I think, to see this animal down low, up front, snaking, sort of as if it were almost fishing, with its hands, with the claws ready to grab something, just like you say, to some extent, interacting with something. It's looking, it's ready to go after something, almost like a lobster.
You're right about this being visually striking. It's the public that would be actually looking at a life-size version of this. I think even small kids would for a second wonder if they were going to be the next meal.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Striking fear into the hearts of children is only part of the objective of reconstructing the bones. It also makes the science come alive.
You understand the animal, or you have a scientific conception of it, but that really doesn't translate into an understanding that this is actually a 35-foot long predator with heavy arms and a very narrow skull until you brought it back to life in the way of a skeleton.
To bring the skeleton back to life, Paul relies on a group of Canadian craftsmen and artists here in East Cooley, Alberta. Guided by a kind of master bone builder named Gilles Denis, they have taken the cast bones from Paul and begun the process of recreating the skeleton in life size.
Very cool.
Though Paul's been working on the dinosaur for almost 11 months, this will be the first time he's ever seen it standing.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's pretty large once you got it all together. These arms are just
Vicky O'Brien, I'm sorry about that.
Really monstrous.
Yeah.
Oh, that is a beautiful paint job. People are going to be struck by the bizarreness of the skeleton. It's not like reconstructing any other dinosaur. It's the first of this kind that's reconstructed, and I think it's special for that reason. The skull is exactly 4 feet. Yeah.
The capstone for this terrifying pile of bones is the head, a 4-foot-long killing tool.
And these things, to proper articulation, need to be like that.
For Paul, measuring the gape of the mouth is a peculiar sort of culmination to a year of work, which started thousands of miles and millions of years from here.
Okay, up a little bit, and we're about there, yeah. You are an investigator at a death scene. You've got footprints and fingerprints and bones, and you need to reconstruct from that. And so we can get actually a good image of what the dinosaur looked like, but some aspects of its behavior and its color will forever be lost in the sand.
Minimizing that loss is the domain of the sculptor. Over the course of several weeks, partly based on science and partly based on imagination, Suchomimus comes back to life.
Very nice.
It's like night and day compared to imagining it on a piece of paper. There is the whole of the science behind it, but that's not the animal. And this is the animal. This is the reality.
Check that out. This is the same exact sculpture. Oop, here we go. I'll give you a link to this video right here. I guess that was the end. But here we go.
I think this just about
that's the same
this
model.
Maps out to like how big the claw should be. With
That same exact model that Stephen Cherkas sculpted. This was his museum.
The sheath can be and often is much larger than the size of the actual bone. Yeah.
What do they say about Suchomimus tails? Were they similar to what they say about Spinosaurus?
We don't really have evidence of that for Suchomimus. I think we've got a pretty decent tail on the type specimen of Suchomimus. This is a great question, by the way. Just let me say that. Yeah, that's I think why a lot of paleontologists are kind of skeptical of the like big fishy tail, big eel-like tail on Spinosaurus is because we don't really see that in other Spinosaurids. It could be that Spinosaurus is just super weird and different. Or it could be that there's something else more fishy going on there too. But as far as I know, these guys may have had fairly flexible tails compared to other dinosaurs. I could see that happening with the shape of the vertebrae. But yeah, no evidence of like the crazy, sculling tail of Spinosaurus on Suchomimus, as far as I know. Yeah.
The truck bird says
Good stuff.
if you put a bird claw too far, they can bleed life-threateningly. Same for
Yeah.
dinosaurs?
Probably, yeah, because that keratin, like over here, that's not like just dead material. It needs
nourishment.
Nutrients. So this right here, you see that big groove on the claw? That like big indentation?
Or a blood groove.
That we often call the blood groove or the nutrient groove on the claw. So there's like, it's a big blood supply right there that supplies the keratin with nutrients in order to help keep it healthy and keep it growing. So yeah, if you say this is, you've got a giant pair of nail clippers and you want to clip that, you got to be careful not to sever that big vein or artery right there. Yeah. Great question. These are great. I'm getting great questions today.
Dark Raven. I think Spinosaurus is the only Spinosaur that has derived features, short legs, tail, etc. Is that correct?
If it does. The thing is, Spinosaurus itself is a mess right now.
Oh, sorry, I thought it was an alert happening right now. This is during...
It's a chimera, so like there are probably multiple different kinds of Spinosaurid that are all getting lumped into Spinosaurus from different times and different places. I mean, there were those, like, if you look at Serino and Ibrahim's reconstruction from 2014, I think, they're taking different elements from Stromer's Spinosaurus from Egypt.
Anywho, yeah, you get the idea. Let's get to the other side.
I would agree with that. Oh, man, yeah. I wonder if when this was made originally, there would be like, water right here with fishes swimming through or something.
There wasn't.
Totally
We just saw the documentary. There wasn't.
Yeah. So cool. This is so lovely. I didn't know that Trichus ever did a Suchomimus like this. So this is.
I'd never seen that documentary when I was
able to see this.
Before I went to this
museum.
museum.
So much here that I want to tell you about that I can't, because this stuff is still unpublished. But there are. I could stand here and talk about this all day. But let's not do that. Let's move on to the next room, Lardy.
Soon, I will be able to tell you all about that Spinosaur work, because Denver and I will get that paper finally submitted for publication. And then once it's in press, I can breathe easy. I don't have to worry about getting scooped on some of this stuff. And we might be able to discuss it even before it's published. We'll have to see. I'll see how Denver feels about that, because this is partly his project too, obviously. He's done a lot of work on this, so... Yeah. We had a question from Demon Prince. Do you get asked questions by coincidental random people in museums when you're on tour? I mean, you are an expert. If I had the chance, I'd do it all the time. So sometimes, if I had friends or family, or sometimes if I was on a first date when I lived in Montana, I'd bring them to Museum of the Rockies. I used to do a lot of collecting in the field for Museum of the Rockies, a lot of work in the lab. I hung out there a lot. And I would take people on tours through the displays upstairs. And it was funny because sometimes there'd be a crowd that would form. There would be 2, 3, 4, 10 people who would just kind of follow me and my guest around and just kind of listen to what I was saying. Sometimes they were kind of shy about it, so they'd hang back a few meters, just kind of listen in. Sometimes they'd be right there. I'd lead an impromptu tour through the museum. Those times were a lot of fun. I enjoyed that a lot. Chicken Bacon Swiss says, we still don't know dinosaur colors, right? That is an artist's work? In this case, yeah, it's an artist's work. But we have started to figure out the coloration for a few different dinosaurs. Classic example is that guy in the chat. Sinosauropteryx. We've been able to actually figure out the coloration on this critter because we've got exquisitely well-preserved fossils that have fossil feathers on there, and the fossil feathers actually preserve the color cells, the melanosomes. So we now know that Sinosauropteryx is orange. We don't know exactly what shade of orange, but maybe kind of a rusty orangish red or an orangish brown or something like that. It had white stripes running up the tail too. There's a few other dinosaurs we've been able to figure out the coloration of. Ones like Anchiornis, which is a troodontid, like we were talking about today. We know that it was mostly dark colored, had some stripes kind of running up its wings like that, and had splotches of red on the head. I've heard it described before as kind of a punk rock magpie, and I like that description. It's a good one. Yeah. So yeah, if we've got preserved skin, or especially preserved feathers on a dinosaur, there might be melanosomes in there. There might be those color cells preserved. Even if they're not the same color today, the shapes of those cells under the microscope correspond to different colors. So it's almost like a paint by numbers. Think of it as paint by shapes, rather, instead of numbers. But yeah, we can actually figure out their color patterns, which is really neat. But yeah. And publishing scientific papers can be so long sometimes. You're right about that, Jesse Vanitas. Oh yeah. Yeah. Now, I've got to run to the bathroom again here. But we've got, it seems, a bunch of cool new people in the chat. What do you say we play a quick welcome video to kind of introduce you to the channel, tell you what this is all about, and I'll be right back in a couple of minutes. So without further ado... Hang on, goodness. He heard that I was going to call him again. He's already here. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce you to a good friend of ours. We call him Previously Recorded Danny, and he's going to tell you a little bit about who I am, what this channel is all about, why a paleontologist is here on Twitch in the first place, all that stuff. So I'll be right back, but for right now, Previously Recorded Danny, the floor is yours.
Thanks, present day Danny. You know, people ask me all the time, Danny, how did you first get interested in paleontology? And I've always been interested in fossils from the earliest time I can remember, particularly dinosaurs. My parents like to say that I decided I wanted to become a paleontologist pretty much the moment I realized I couldn't grow up to be a dinosaur. And believe me, I tried.
I was born and raised in the San Francisco Bay Area, which is a lovely place to grow up. Except that we haven't got any dinosaur fossils here. So right after high school, I packed up and moved to Montana, one of the best places in the world to find dinosaurs. Just a couple days after I arrived in Montana, I started working at the lab at Museum of the Rockies and the paleontology program founded by Jack Horner. Jack's done a lot of amazing things in his career, but you may know him as the scientific advisor on the movie Jurassic Park.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said that the guy, Alan Grant, was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
But we wanted a credible resource that could back up several theories that we were sort of expounding. And one was that dinosaurs eventually evolved into birds.
And even the word raptor means bird of prey.
And that's something that Jack Horner believes in and could defend if necessary. And Jack Horner became our credibility.
It was in this program that Jack built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist and how to think outside the box. I've done work at a number of other museums around the American West, helping to prep fossils, design exhibits, and educate visitors. I did a fair bit of eclectic fieldwork in various places, identifying and collecting early Cretaceous dinosaur tracks on the Idaho border, Sphenodontian fossils in the gravelly range of the Rocky Mountains, Cenozoic fishes in western Nevada, but most of my work out in the field was with Dr. Denver Fowler, who is now curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. In all, I've worked probably a few hundred sites throughout the late Cretaceous of Montana, and the Hell Creek and Judith River formations, digging up dinosaurs. Lots and lots and lots of dinosaurs. And from time to time, that work has even garnered some media attention.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
We found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
And much like my fieldwork, my research focuses on dinosaurs. I'm particularly interested in their behavioral functional morphology. All these bizarre anatomical features that certain dinosaurs had, I want to know what they used them for. Right now, I'm working on a study on spinosaurs. Alright, but don't ask me too much about that because it's still a project in the works and I can't give away too much just yet till it's published. But anyway, a couple years ago I realized that things were definitely headed downhill in Montana. So I packed up and headed back to the West Coast. And I've become kind of fed up with all the bullshit in academia, so I found myself another job. I am now a teacher in early childhood education. And let me tell you, it's been a natural fit since day one. Now, given that I get to design the curriculum, my students now know more about biology, classification, and the history of life on Earth than most adults do. I've been helping raise a new generation of young scientists. Then, coronavirus hit. In mid-March, when all the schools shut down in San Francisco, I started holding classes over Zoom, and we picked up right where we left off. 1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things, like velociraptors' jumps or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am. That's who I am. That's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I realized that I really enjoy teaching remotely. So back in May, I decided to try streaming on Twitch. And here we are. This is my passion. And now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that? I believe that scientists ought to be public servants. Ultimately, it's our job not just to make scientific discoveries, but to teach the public about them. That's exactly what I want to do here. Now, because of COVID-19, this will be my first summer in almost 10 years with no fieldwork. I'm trying to look on the bright side, though. It's not all bad. At least I have more time for outreach. And I've got plenty of cool stuff to work on. And if you could throw some support my way by subscribing, I'd be incredibly grateful. So anyway, if you are new here, you should be pretty well clued in by now. And I'm glad you're here. I hope you're having a good time. Anyway, let's see what present-day Danny has cooked up for us. All right, present-day Danny, back to you. Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. Thank you, everybody, for sitting through that once more. What do I have cooked up? Well, right now we're waiting for Ios to start her stream so that I can raid in just a few minutes. And then I'm going to be running upstairs where Ios's office is, and I'm going to be joining her on camera, sitting shoulder to shoulder, playing Indiana Jones and the Big Circle. This will be the third Friday that I've done that. Ios is currently working on getting her partner status here on Twitch, and she's so close, from what I understand. Gotta have 75 average concurrent viewers for a whole month in order to qualify, be able to apply for partner. And I think she's at like 74.9 or something. So hopefully, with a big raid, and with some people sticking around and watching some gameplay, watching me play Indiana Jones, some people will stick around and help get that viewer count up too, so that the whole, those concurrent viewers, that's gonna be a slam dunk. So yeah, I'm excited about that. Yeah. So close indeed, Miss Caprico. I don't know if it was 74.9, but it was something really close. I've been a
I've enjoyed the Indiana Jones movies since I was a kid, and part of that is the knowledge that the fictional character of Indiana Jones is probably based, at least in part, knowingly or unknowingly, on Roy Chapman Andrews, famed explorer in the early 20th century. The expeditions that he led into Mongolia resulted in the discovery of some of your favorite dinosaurs. Things like Saurornithoides. Or was it Sinornithoides? Maybe both. Those troodontids. Protoceratops. Oviraptor. And Velociraptor, too. There's kind of a broad agreement that the similarities between Indy and Roy Chapman Andrews are kind of too many to be purely coincidental. If anything, this, like, archetypal figure of Indiana Jones, that whole, like, explorer archetype from the early 20th century, the wide-brimmed hat, the, you know, button-up khaki shirt, the holstered six-gun, adventure in the desert, fighting off bandits, searching for hidden treasures in the sand. That's 1,000,000% Roy Chapman Andrews. So, even if Steven Spielberg and George Lucas didn't realize necessarily, even if they're not really super aware of Roy Chapman Andrews in particular, specifically, the archetype that Roy Chapman Andrews kind of established as this American explorer and adventurer in far-flung places, fighting bandits, and making discoveries out in the wilderness like this. That is Indy, basically. You know? So, yeah. I wonder if I'm on here yet, if they've updated it. But I happen to be a member of the Roy Chapman Andrews Society. Am I on here yet? No, not yet. One of these days, they'll update the website. But yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. Yeah. And Hugin says, but unlike Indy, he wasn't destroying historic locations. Yeah, I suppose not. He was afraid of snakes, though. Roy Chapman Andrews famously afraid of snakes. Yeah. Here we go. Let me find that excerpt for you here.
But other people found his life interesting in retrospect and helped make a name for him as well. And of course, no mention of Roy and his celebrity status would be complete without a comparison with Indiana Jones. And many people have noted the similarities here between Indiana Jones and Roy. I don't think it's difficult to see them, both in terms of the clothing, the fact that they were both big explorers, went to Asia. Their hats are identical. They both had a fear of...
Their hats aren't identical, though. Roy Chapman Andrews, I don't think he often wore a fedora, at least not in most of these photos. He usually wore a campaign hat, like we talked about before. Also known as the Smokey the Bear hat, Park Ranger hat, U.S. Marine Corps Drill Sergeant hat, Canadian Royal Mounted Police hat, The Mounties wear a hat like this. Yeah. It's called a campaign hat. Not a fedora. So yeah, not an identical hat. I want to make that very clear.
Snakes, I mean, it goes on and on. Their hats are identical.
Hats are not
they
identical.
both had a fear of snakes. I mean, it goes on and on. And George Lucas has never said that that's true. He's never said that Roy Chapman Andrews was really the inspiration for Indiana Jones, but it's hard to see how that couldn't have been true. At least in part, because the similarities are so striking. So we're going to believe it if no one else does, but I don't think it's a difficult case to make.
No, not at all.
And finally, it wasn't only the popular culture that was interested in Roy and his celebrity status, but he also made enough scientific contributions that he was lauded by different scientific organizations at home and internationally. He's gotten medals from the Explorers Club, the National Geographic Society in this country, the Hungarian Geographical Society, as well as Sweden. And I believe we do have the medals here, right? So we can do some show and tell afterwards if you're interested in seeing those medals.
Yeah, here we go. Let's go back a little bit.
Discovery. So again, it's another.
Yeah, here, and I'll find you another clip right here. We looked at this last time, but we've got a bunch of cool new people here. And
Vision of heaven, for this is where the rock cliffs. But it's a paleontologist version of heaven.
Yep.
For this is where the oviraptors lived and died and lay untouched in the earth for millennia.
Hang on, it's stuck in my ear.
Then in 1922, one of the most famous scientific expeditions in history wound its way toward Mongolia's dinosaur graveyard. Its leader was a charismatic and controversial explorer named Roy Chapman Andrews. Like Mark and Mike, he came from the American Museum of Natural History. But Andrews was an incurable publicity hound and a scientific cowboy. Where his paleontologist used a camel hair brush, Andrews hacked away with a pickaxe.
To be clear, that's not Roy Chapman Andrews right there. I'm not sure who this is. That might be Shackelford, the photographer? The photographer? Anyway, that's not him.
But he found one of the richest dinosaur boneyards in the world.
And ironically, that's not a dinosaur bone. This looks like the scapula of a big mammal. Maybe an Andricothere or something like that.
Turned with a spectacular collection of fossils.
That's not a dinosaur either. It's a mammal.
And a library of stunning film images.
I like how they keep filming this really tall guy.
But in the 1920s, communists seized power in Mongolia. The open door to the west slammed shut. For the next 65 years, the fabulous fossil fields of the Gobi were forbidden territory.
Scoop says, this is cool. It is really cool. And let's skip to the next, next spot that I've got here. There we go.
With a new piece...
There we go.
Have to be treated like we're actually exploring a polar region.
In such a vast area, success is never certain. Even getting there can be a nightmare. Roy Chapman Andrews thought he'd solved the problem in the 20s with a new piece of technology.
A motor car.
When it was announced that we were to attempt a scientific exploration of the Gobi Desert with a fleet of motor cars, men said that we were little less than fools. Only camels had been used in that country. We had 40 men, 8 motor cars, and 150 camels to carry supplies. It was the biggest land scientific expedition ever to leave the United States.
It was a huge deal
Roy
at the time.
Chapman Andrews.
From China, Andrews headed northwest. He left Peking, then crossed over the border, and drove deep into the parched heart of outer Mongolia.
Mongolia, a land of painted deserts dancing in mirage.
So romantic.
Mongolia, a land of mystery, of paradox and promise. A thirsty land, a land of desolation. Gazelles, wild asses, and wolves ranged the marching sands. Few explorers had been there, and they brought back tales of thirst, cold, and hunger.
But Andrews found one more thing: mud.
Yep.
Our average speed was only 4 miles an hour. Rocks, ravines, washouts, and ditches followed one another in rapid succession.
And Plane Shifter says, so is any of this footage actually Roy? Yeah, absolutely. I think he's driving right here.
Ditches followed one another.
I think that might be him right there, too. He's got the 6-gun.
In rapid succession.
One might imagine that the roads have gotten better.
There he was right there, too. So that's him. You know, very, very hands-on leader right there.
They have not. And even modern Jeeps aren't built for a desert like the Gobi.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hey, hang on. Don't disparage Soviet engineering there, calling this a Jeep. Oh, no, this is a gas truck, isn't it?
We have an electrical problem, and we don't know what it is. It's not a very common...
I love how this is. It almost looks like an American parody of, made in Russia. With the backwards N and everything. But no, this is this actually was made in Russia. That's. I love it.
Complicated wiring plan, a Russian Jeep. It's not like a Japanese or American car.
Anyway, this is the American Museum of Natural History crew in the 1990s. Anyhow,
evil castles with spires.
Here we go.
In the continents. Then in the 19...
And Scruffy Puck, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here.
Roy Chapman Andrews came to a remote place in the Gobi Desert he would name the Flaming Cliffs.
It was a likely-looking place. There appeared to be medieval castles with spires and turrets, brick red in the evening light, colossal gateways, walls and ramparts. A labyrinth of ravines and gorges studded with fossil bones make a paradise for the paleontologist. Without a doubt, there were hundreds of bones lying just beneath the surface. But where? If only my eyes could pierce that baffling surface and get a glimpse of what lay concealed.
Within minutes, they were finding fossils.
Yep.
Andrews and his team had stumbled onto the mother lode of dinosaur bones. They discovered the remains of some 200 different animals.
I think that's Walter Granger right there, who was the paleontologist on the group.
Many of them completely new species. The fossils revealed a world that Andrews found alien and terrifying.
Dinosaurs were the sort of creatures you might think of as inhabiting another planet, or the kind you dream of in a bad nightmare.
Anyway, Roy Chapman Andrews there was a real-life Indiana Jones. So I guess that's one of the reasons why I always found it easy to relate to that character, you know? There's a figure from paleontological history who, from the history of our science of paleontology, who at least in part inspired that fictional character of Indiana Jones. So anyway, with that said, it looks like Ios is on right now.
Less primary.
So, let's go ahead and raid in, shall we? Don't go away, because I'm not stopping. Well, we're ending this stream, but I'm running upstairs, and I'm going to be joining Ios in her office, sitting shoulder to shoulder with her, and playing the new Indiana Jones game there. So let's go ahead and wrap this up. I don't have a Troodon skull to put under our credits, but I do have a Deinonychus skull. You know, that's fairly close.
Troodon.
Here we go. So I hope you'll join us as we go raid Ios. And yeah, Ios' stream is not PG. Just so you're aware. Not quite as family friendly as Paleontologizing is. Anyway, thank you to everybody showing up in our credits here. Recipients of gift subs are going to be many of these names. But those who gifted those subs, thank you tremendously for your support. I appreciate that more than you know. Thank you to the new followers. Thank you to the raiders. Thank you to the resubscribers and the cheerers and obviously the gifters. Thank you very much. Thank you to the moderators for helping keep a lid on things while we did important stuff today, like our interview with Dave Verricchio. Huge thanks to Dr. David J. Verricchio for appearing on our stream. I look forward to seeing you all on Monday for some more paleontologizing, but I also look forward to seeing you in Ios's chat right now, in like less than a minute. Everybody, thank you so much. Have a wonderful weekend, and let's go hang out with Ios. See you there. Let's do it.